The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National.
Hello again, welcome back.
All right.
Thanks so much for that previous disturbance in the streaming. I'm hoping that everybody is hearing us clearly now. Just let me know if it sounds better, if it's choppy or is going on. How is the reception on your
How is the
end?
reception
Please,
before we start?
let us
Because
know.
we are running out with some bombshell too. All right. Jamaican people, we love what is going on so far. We are going to be also tuning into CVM. You understand that, giving us some coverage, and trust me, Jamaica, things looking good. Things looking good. I am so happy for my Jamaican people going out there and making it happen. Right. As I said, between 7 and 8 p.m. tonight, right, we should, right, definitely know who will, you understand, that the People's National Party is going to be the victor. All right, without any delay, right, let us get back into the neck of the things, into the heat. Now, Jamaican people, I want to show this in terms of all the voters, all Jamaican people, to understand the kleptocratic government that we have with Andrew Honest. Now, the document that they tried to block last night, I have to reroute to go to one of the Caribbean countries. I didn't even know that the Caribbean countries also had recorded the situation. Remember that we spoke about the $5 million that was given to the Jamaica Labour Party for their campaign. Now we have full document and we have the proof. Now, because I have to, use, right, one of the Caribbean media. Let me see which Caribbean media that I use. And we are going to bring up the document. You understand? We want to show Jamaican people that, look here, under no circumstances, Jamaica Labour Party government, right, is a government for the people. They are criminals. They are outright criminals. And this document is actually showing it. The chair on it?
Yes,
Go X this. X this?
yeah.
All right. Because we want people to see it. Here is the proof, people. Here is the proof that the JLP, they try to block this document, because it was observed. There's an update? No. Is there an update?
It is the former electoral commissioner talking.
Okay, all right. Let us hear what the former electoral commissioner talking about before we get to this document, because exciting news. Now that we have the document, let us hear what that person said, because as I said, we'll be giving every single update. You don't want anyone.
Let me bring it back just a tad bit.
We are not living in Jamaica the difficult moments and the trials and the tribulation and the fear and the hardships that Jamaicans go through while they're home. And I think it's unfair for us to put the pressure on any particular party by us having a vote.
I think the whole idea of Jamaicans in the diaspora voting at home it's one of the things that, yes, it's a good thing to work on, but it's not, in my estimation, a major issue at this time. And especially the fact that, you know, for many of us who live in the United States, we're closer to Jamaica. The ability to remunerate you, we can still participate. Of course, it comes with some hurdles and some sacrifices. You still have the opportunity to come home and vote. But yes, it is something to work towards.
So if you were to open a polling station, for example, in Queens, New York, you would now need to ensure that all the persons who are supposed to vote, it's not like a presidential election where it's one ballot for everybody. So if there are 10 people from Kingston Central, 100 from Kingston West, you have to have those ballots specific for those persons because they are supposed to vote in relation to the constituency in which they quote unquote reside, because we know they're no longer resident in Jamaica, but where they were registered at least. And therefore, those ballots would have to be now placed in envelopes that would identify the constituency and sorted and sent back to the different stations in order to ensure that it is counted in the polling station. That brings up the whole question of security, integrity, and all that. So you'd have to know who are the persons who will be coming to vote, even if they don't all come out, but you know where they are registered, and ensure that you have adequate ballot to meet all the needs for each constituency when the persons come to vote. So if you walk into the station and you are from Hanover Western, I'd have to have a Hanover Western ballot to give to you. And then to place it after you have voted, it's put in an envelope with Hanover Western and dropped in the box. Then at the end of the day, all of that would have to be sorted by.
All right, take him away, honey.
When it gets back to Jamaica,
when we have, because we want to get into some of the dates as it relates to the counts. We are interested in the counts. So let us get into our information as it relates to sharing for Jamaica, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party, right? And we are doing this, right, in saying, right, that we are making the comparison here in the history of our politics, right? None of our People's National Party leader has ever involved in scamming. And we have seen it is different as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party. And you can't, naturally people, if you're talking about nation building, you just can't, as a prime minister. No, Jamaica, think of it. A prime minister involved in several Ponzi schemes, and in extension, the Jamaica Labour Party administration is behind it. You understand, with several accounts in the Ponzi scheme. Now, I am not making this up. This is not me just speaking. This is definitely Jamaica court documents. And the people need to know. The Jamaican people need to know. So let us get to that document. Let us get to that document in terms of for persons who are still processing to vote and hearing this. You understand, they make the right choice. No, we can't have the Jamaica Labour Party in our political system. Not only that, the Jamaica Labour Party needs to be voted out. They not need to venture back into our political system as it relates to the level of criminality of these members of parliament relating to the Jamaica Labour Party. Look at people. Here it is. Jamaica court document says Ponzi convict gave GLP US $5 million. No, me that make it up, you know. Remember when we tried to share this document last night, we have black and we have this and we have all sort of anti-punky going on and all sort of attack. You understand? As it relates to my IP. No, watch this. But so we circumvent, you understand, going through or getting through Jamaica Observer and blah, blah, blah. I've now researched and found that the Caribbean, you understand, have this information as well. Jamaica Gleaner, the Jamaica Labour Party, has admitted that Orleans, David Smith, was one of its contributors for the 2007 election. Why this thing not go away, man? Yes. There it is, people. Jamaica Gleaner, the Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, has admitted that Orleans, David Smith, was one of its contributors for the 2007 election. And this is so sad. This is really so sad as it relates to Bruce Golden government, right? Siding with a Ponzi scheme, right, to rob investors. You understand? And so then see what the contribution that they have gotten to the fact that they side with the Ponzi scheme, $5 million US. Come people, we are talking the truth and we are giving the evidence. Here it is. But the JLP says it will be investigating the claim in a Turks and Caicos Supreme Court document that CIMIC had donated $5 million. What are you investigating the claim? The man who operated the Ponzi scheme said he had given you $5 million. The court has issued confiscation order that mentions the gift to the JLP and other groups, right, and individual. Let us take this away on it. We only want to show, right, the Jamaican Labour Party as it relates to the criminality, you understand, of, right, the Jamaican Labour Party. We can't, under no circumstances, not only that we need to vote them out, right, today, but we need to definitely put them into the political wilderness, my people. Because just imagine, let me talk to you, my Jamaican brothers and sisters. Let me just really, really talk to you. No, you can't have a government. You can't have a government who say they care about nation building. And that particular government who say they care about nation building involved in Ponzi scheme or allow Ponzi scheme to operate, to rob who? To rob the Jamaican people? To rob the investors? It's a no. And that is what is fundamental right here. Remember, the Integrity Commission investigators had linked Andrew Holness in Cash Plus, had linked Andrew Holness in Olent, had linked Andrew Holness in SSL. No, myself and Brother Rattigan interviewed someone, right, who hold high position, right, in SSL. And we make sure we protect the person's identity. You understand? And we're not going to speak as it relates to the person's responsibility in SSL. But that person in SSL is on the top level. When I said top level, so what I'm saying is that every information that processing through SSL, you understand, that person would have known because that person have the responsibility as it relates to, you know, certain things. Now, what that person said on the interview, which you heard, all of you heard who follow Mystic Sensation, that person said that the Jamaica Labour Party had several accounts in SSL. And not only that, having several accounts in SSL, that you have Darrell Vaz is the person who supervised those accounts in SSL and ensure that the billions of investors' money, you understand, shift towards those JLP accounts to do what? Fund campaign. So there you go, and there you have it, where the Jamaica Labour Party involved with Ponzi schemes, robbing our investors, and same time coming out on the platform. We are looking about Jamaica interests. We are fixing the economy, and we are building the economy. They are hypocrites, they are thieves, they are criminals, and need to go to prison. So let us zero in now. This election is not that the Andrew Holness administration wanted to create new policies to drive economic growth or wanted to do anything as it relates to nation building. Their main purpose, my people, is to definitely try to hold on to power, right, to pressure the criminal justice system. You understand, in terms of their friends and cronies and so forth. You have seen where Dennis Strong, right, have been put to run the feed. You understand, setting it up for Andrew Holness to get away. Now we have seen all of that. You have seen Paula Llewellyn. We are going to touch Paula Llewellyn tonight as well. You have seen how Paula Llewellyn, you understand, making sure that when it comes to the Jamaica Labour Party hierarchies, they have not been charged. Right, Paula Llewellyn, protect them. They are all syndicate in the criminality. They are all selling out Jamaicans as it relates to crony capitalism. And let me say this, Jamaica. I'm going to say it loud and clear. United States will not protect us. And I'm going to explain it. The United States, my Jamaican people, will not going to protect us. And let me tell you why. The United States is a capitalist. Right now, we have Sister Spinks here. Bring up Sister Spinks, honey. Right, the United States is not going to protect protect us. I don't want Jamaican people to depend on the United States, right, to protect us. No. Here's the reason why they are not going to protect us. Let me tell you the reason why they are not going to protect us. Right? When I'm dealing with democratic socialism and dealing with, you understand, equal rights, right, and wealth, you understand, spread throughout equally towards Jamaican to build the Jamaican people. What the United States had done, the United States and Edward Seaga had damaged that, had crippled democratic socialism. And remember, when Michael Manley was practicing at the time, for people who very educated, for political historians, will tell you that the economic model that we were practicing at the time was mixed economic model. What does that mean? Mixed economic model simply means that private sectors and the government sit equally at the table and they make decisions, you understand, that best suit, you understand, the public, that best suit the society. What the United States had done, the United States has damaged that as a result to capitalism, because capitalism supports the United States. Most of the business that own in Jamaica, and that is why you see the heavy divestation. So I want people to understand the heavy divestation through the Jamaican Labour Party. Guess what? Selling out our assets to crony capitalism. So right, most of the things that they own, you understand, you have America and European business that own Jamaican assets. So Jamaica cannot prosper. And remember now, let me tell you now the art of the evil. The art of the evil as it relates to fossil fuel and renewable energy. The day that we go renewable energy, and that's why democratic socialism is now driving towards renewable energy. The United States doesn't want that. Donald Trump doesn't want that. Donald Trump wants us to hang on to the fossil fuel because it benefits them. Now, if you ask the company, all of these companies that control as it relates to our backside, they either come from the United States or Europe, feed back into capitalism. You understand where, you understand they have a strong hold over us and over our economy, and they dictate what our what needs to be done. Let us show a difference in terms of a fundamental difference and success that done in terms of someone who practiced democratic socialism, right? Let us look at Burkina Faso. What Burkina Faso did, you understand, the first time in terms of 2 years to rebuild Burkina Faso is to dismiss them, is to dismiss, you understand, capitalism from out of Burkina Faso. And the moment that Ibrahim Traoré dismissed, you understand, capitalism out of Burkina Faso, today we witness Burkina Faso within 2 years, you understand, is growing substantial. You understand? And when we look at that, we ask ourselves our question. Let us now ask ourselves this big question, my Jamaican people. If Ibrahim Traoré take down capitalism and dismiss them out of Burkina Faso, why Jamaica don't take a similar approach? You understand? In terms of dismiss capitalism, you understand? And that's why Michael Manley effort was to create democratic socialism and try to spread it throughout the Caribbean to help the black people, our black race. The only fundamental policy that can save us, only political philosophy, my Jamaican people, that can save us today is democratic socialism. Democratic socialism will never involve in any Ponzi scheme to break down, you understand, our investors. Then they could all earn money what poor people get out of, to trick poor people that they will get 10% and 15% on a monthly basis. You understand? Then ravish. Under these circumstances, we cannot, my Jamaican people, allow the Jamaican Labour Party to take a hold because they are selling us out to crony capitalists. You understand? And all what they are doing, they are neo-colonialists that protecting their colonial wealth, right? And so then we have to be careful. Many of our hardships that we are experiencing is what we call engineered hardships via the Jamaica Labour Party. You understand? Because their intent is not to make us escape. You understand? And where everyone now can live a comfortable life, right? Now, the basis of this democratic socialism, if you notice, the root of that is education. Education, which is vital for the nation. Let me teach you this, my Jamaican people. An educated nation is a nation, you understand, to reckon with, because that educated nation is going to know, right, the purpose of their vote. And when they are voting for generation upon generation upon generation upon generation. And we talk about generational wealth. Now, under the crony capitalism, that will never ever happen. Andrew Honest, we learn today, is a part of what is carrying us down, a part of what is tearing us down. Let us ask the question to our Jamaican people. Why did our Prime Minister, who claimed that he loved us so much, he involved in Cash Plus? And not only that he involved in Cash Plus, he jumped to Holland. Not only that, he jumped to Holland, he jumped to SSL and robbed one of our icons that have to work hard, have to get up and train hard, Usain Bolt, who's a poor black youth who come out from the bosom of the poor, right? Andrew Honest's theme as it relates to his bad mind and gratefulness, him and Darrell Vaz seems to attack Usain Bolt, right? Took away his money in 2012 and built his big mansion. I am saying it because that is true. That is evidence that we have. So I am saying it. I am categorically speaking the truth. Immediately as Usain Bolt money goes in to SSL in 2012, and we have the evidence to share that that money was taken out. And 2012 to 2016, 4 years, Andrew Honest used to do what? To build his home. Where did he get the money from? And apart from that, in the same year, 2012, Juliet Honest, you understand, had now purchased property at lease flat for 20 million. Now in court, you understand, taking on court issues roughly about 2021, right? Juliet Honest told the judge, not Mystic Sensation saying this, not Melting Pot saying this, not Pinques saying this. It is Juliet Honest, out of the mouth of Juliet Honest, stay to the court that is 800 million. And you know what, as a matter of fact, people, let me find it. Let me just find it, because I don't want to talk and make it look like I am joking. Okay. We have a call online. I'm going to put up that document. Okay. Let us get to our caller, right, on the line and speak to this caller. Tonight, we're going to bring truth to the forefront. All right. Caller, you are on the line. Mystic Sensation. Please go ahead, please.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. You're coming in strong.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. 2012, if we remember serves correct, the election would have been in 2011 of December. I think December 29 it was.
Yes.
So the administration that would have been in power in 2012 would have been the People's National Party under the leadership of Right Honorable Professor Seaga.
Yes, that is correct.
So if you say both money was put into SSL in 2012, it would not be under the administration as a Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay.
So,
all right. Hold on.
Sometimes we have stuff mixed up when it comes to date and stuff.
Yes. Okay. All right. You're still on the line?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What we are talking about the investigation, as we are tracking the investigation as to when Bolt put the money into SSL. We have the evidence as it relates to when he put the money into SSL, which was 2012. What we are talking about the progression as it relates to Andrew Honest. Now, let me take you now to facts. Now, in 2011, right, Andrew Honest used 4 transactions, right, to pay for the lease flat, to pay for the Shenstone property. 4 transactions. So he did not have all the money, right, as it relates to the 4 transactions. So you find that that cash was depleted. Now, remember, if he used 4 transactions, right, to pay for the property. Now, let us speak. That means he did not have all the money all at once to pay for the property. Evidence number 1. Now, Busby and Bolt put his money in 2012. Now, here is someone who did not have any money, right? And as it relates to 2012, when Bolt put the money in there, what we have seen that Andrew Holness, you understand, used 4 years between 2012 to 2016 now to construct a property as it relates to the evaluator that value more than $200 million, to say the least. Now, let me ask you, sir, where did that money came from?
All right, so if I understand what you're saying, then SSL is you buy and trade. It's a trading investment company, right?
Yes.
So if over those 4 years, from 2012 to 2016, you would have been reaping dividends on whatever stocks or bonds SSL will be managing for him.
Yes.
So you don't understand that money will be coming from there and other places, because based on the IC report,
yes,
at no point in the report has they ever accused him of illicit enrichment, because after the case, then you'd have been charged.
Okay, hold on.
No charges brought against him, and again too, if we, and this is one of the things I'm trying to understand.
Yes.
A forensic investigation combed through everything, turn over every stone, and after all of that was done, there was nothing was found that he was guilty of any illicit enrichment.
No, you're wrong, sir. Hold on. No. Hold on, sir. You are wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong. And let me tell you where you are wrong. If you go back to the Crowd report, right? The Crowd report recommended for persons to be charged. Do you remember that, sir? The Crowd report recommended. I can bring it up. Hold on. No. I am talking about the investigation as it relates to Crowd investigators investigating, and where the Crowd report at the completion of their investigation recommended persons to be charged. Paula Llewellyn sits on that. Paula Llewellyn sits on that. Hold on. Yes, the Crowd report is speaking directly of what transpired in SSL. Don't forget that. All right, evidence. No. I'm not talking about Adam's situation. I am talking about KROLL, Crowd report, right? That was specifically investigating, you understand, the conundrum in SSL and recommend for persons to be charged. That's where we are going, sir. Now, that report, the Jamaica Labour Party has it and sits on it and don't want to reveal it. And so then I like to speak with you, right, to give you the evidence as we have it. Now, let us get back, right, to SSL. Not only that, evidence that we have that myself and Rattigan interviewed, you understand, someone from, you understand, in hierarchy in the SSL, which we protect that person's identity. What that person admitted that the Jamaica Labour Party had several accounts in SSL, and Darrell Vaz is the person who is responsible for those accounts. But let me remind you something which is fundamental. Since you speak about since we are speaking about SSL, now, can you bring forth facts that SSL was doing any legitimate business, sir? SSL wasn't. Yes. Yes, on the stock market.
Almost definitely, because they would have been
No.
the financial controllers of Jamaica in order to operate your license.
No. All right. SSL license was suspended. Do you aware of that?
When was it suspended?
Okay, so SSL license was suspended in 2012. You see, like, oh, we have the data, we can just flash it out to you. The SSL license, you understand, was suspended by the people. Just relax now. The SSL license was suspended in 2012. You understand, by the People's National Party, right? And then the Jamaica Labour Party had given SSL, relicensed SSL in 2017, sir. Why was that?
So they were given back. So they were given back the license after it was an investigation done to ensure that they were able to operate beyond above board.
Okay, there was investigation done, and I'm glad you asked that question, because now you're putting the entire JLP government in a conundrum. In 2012, they were flagged, and you know what? You know the reason why they were flagged in 2012? For misappropriation of clients' monies. That was the primary reason that were flagged.
That would include using board's money, right?
In 2012, right, when they were flagged, that would include Usain Bolt money. You're perfectly right. But guess what?
Yeah.
Remember that Portia Simpson had lost the general election. Now in 2017, right, the Jamaica Labour Party have all of that information and realized that the People's National Party had flagged them. And guess what? Guess what happened? They overlooked all of that and still grant them license. So then now the People's National Party cannot be blamed. The People's National Party observed their wrongdoing and shut them down. It is the Jamaica Labour Party give them life to continue as a result of the level of criminality that they involve in. All right?
So that means the financial institutions in Jamaica are the body that is responsible to ensure that these groups operate within the confines of the financial laws in the country would have jumped this.
Definitely, sir. And I like how you mentioned that. Now, and this is it, when you have the government, right, engage in criminality and so corrupted these system of guardrails, and when they have been corrupted, then guess what? They tend to work cohesively with the government, right, where the government try to protect them, and that is what we have, why SSL continues up until that point at 2021, you understand, when they have their final closure. So these are the evidence.
I'm going to say something here, and I'm going to be fair to both administration. When the PMP should have closed on SSL,
hold on, sir.
They should have not.
Yes, but sir, sir, listen. All right, hold on, sir. Hold on, don't jump the gun here. That was exactly the People's National Party. Remember, you know, right, when we're talking about law, and I know that you're a very intelligent person, you'd have understood as it relates to the process of law, as it relates to due diligence. There is something as it relates to due diligence which you would have been aware of. And in due diligence, the PNP can't just go so blah, 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 blah. There are processes that needs to be anticipated, and those processes did not get to fully push through, because remember that Portia Simpson had lost the general election. It was now the Jamaica Labour Party who would have now follow on, take on the baton to understand that the People's National Party had now suspended the license of SSL. And then the JLP, you know, the JLP was a government of checks and balance and transparency, would never have reissued SSL the license.
And then one of the things we must also take into consideration, so the license was suspended.
Yes.
Not terminated. So over the period of time, the due diligence would have been after to be taking place, because the same body that I made mention of before would have been doing their checks and their balances. So then that would give SNL an opportunity to reapply for license to operate as a brokerage house.
Yes, and right? That would be
So if under the JLP government they appeal the decision, and there would have been a ruling in their favor that they are now allowed, because they would have met all of the criteria recommended for them to reinstate with a license. So those are the things that we have to understand. And all of those things happen.
No, you're going down a path again. You're going down a path again that is going to put Jamaica Labour Party in trouble. Now you're talking about what you call a follow-up process to ensure that certain behaviors would have been corrected. Guess what? And I'm glad you mentioned that, I'm glad you mentioned that. Now, in 2016, while the Jamaica Labour Party now in power, they had sent out a team from the FSC, you understand, to query on their behavior. And guess what the team found? The team found right? And I do agree with you that they should have pulled their license. They didn't do it, right? And it's all because of government corruption. And Carla,
Thanks for the respectful reasoning.
no, thank you, thank you. I am not one of the persons who, if you oppose on a point, exactly. Thank you, sir, and thank you for calling.
Yeah,
I really appreciate you calling.
Live up to Turkey, man. Highly respected.
Thank you. Blessings. All right. Let us go to this caller. Next caller. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please.
It's not on speaker.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, my brother. I had a long conversation with you the other night, and I enjoyed your show, and I am so happy that you're representing Jamaica and the people of Jamaica.
Thank you very much.
A better representation than you, my brother. I do appreciate you. And after tonight, it's going to be even better.
Thank you, sir.
And I thank you for the service, and I thank you for steering us in the right way.
Thank you.
You and the other progressive bloggers.
Thank you.
Mystic, that gentleman who you just spoke to,
yes.
You gave him too much credit. He is a daft and a buffoon all rolled in one. Because you gave him the facts as per the court. It's not as per Mystic. It is as per the court documents that was released with the findings and investigation. And he's still going to argue the facts as per the court. He is a damn buffoon.
Yes.
Okay? And buffoon like those, you got to cut them off. They don't believe the facts. They're consumers of lies and fabrication. Okay? And you can't change their mind. They're just like that. And he was a damn buffoon. Yes. Not only that, but you told him in 2012, after careful investigation, the People's National Party so the license for the SSL operations.
Yes.
And without rhyme, reason, or justification, they were granted in 2016 when the Labour Party come back in office, a license to operate under the same criminal activities that there were no changes, there were no recommendations for them to operate differently. And they were just granted a license to rob and thief people money. And he can't understand that. Those are not your sins, those are facts.
Yes.
And he needs to go read, and he needs to go look up information, because it's everywhere you can find it. And people like those Mystic, they're just buffoons. You can't change their mind, and you can't convince them because they're born of facts. They don't have the ability to consume facts, okay?
Thank you.
Let me move on. The next thing, in terms of SSL, and I'm going to say this without any reservation. The only thing I'm disappointed at in the SSL thing right now is Bolt. I am disappointed in Usain Bolt's response because he has a platform and a microphone accessible to him. And if he, and I don't know the reason why, and there should not be a reason why public records state that the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party thief your money and you keep your mouth shut. He might tell me to keep my mouth shut under them circumstances. And now he's in a situation where they're going to be voted out of power. And while they might drink wine and sip champagne for the money, he's without his money. And I do know that there's going to be prosecutions and people going to be sent to jail. But if he had properly used the microphone as a man and defend his right and defend himself and put that public scrutiny on them for stealing his money, a lot would have been different. The pressure would have been on them,
and a lot would have been different. But his silence and complacency, I am disappointed in. Very disappointed in him in that.
I tend
My
to
next
agree with
thing,
you. I
Mr.
tend to agree with you,
I am a
Carla.
comrade. I am a comrade and I'm not sure.
Thank you very
But
much.
you said something earlier on. With you on, my brother.
Yes.
Jamaica cannot be rid of a capitalist society. So system. Reason why. We need to realize that we're on two different sides of the world.
Yes.
Natural resources are different. People are different. And our economy is different. So there's a lot of dynamics that makes us right now, that makes us engraved into a capitalist society. Our tourism, we are a service company. We don't produce anything. Our natural resources have been depleted. So we cannot, we are on a side of the world where capitalism and our economy depends on a capitalist society. There's nothing wrong in capitalism, you know. It's just the places that are bad. Okay?
Yes.
And capitalism doesn't stop you from having progressive social programs. Progressiveness is not about economics, you know. It's more about social programs that makes you that defines that kind of governance.
Yeah. But hold on, Carla. Hold on, Carla. Carla, hold on. Carla. Yeah, Carla, hold on. And let me just correct that, right? And I love your reasoning, right? Obviously, right, you're an intelligent person. But let me say this to you. If you notice, I did not say capitalism. Notice the terminology that I use. I said crony capitalism. Remember, capitalism is the wide market, and we understand that, right? But crony capitalism are one who believe in the bubble, in the elites, you understand, and they benefited, right, while the masses, you understand, have lost. So I don't speak in general of capitalism. I speak and I define crony capitalism. Just for correction, right, Carla? Go ahead.
I stand corrected, my brother, because I didn't hear the crony, but I did hear the capitalism, and it was just like I said, no, that we can't do that, you know.
No.
We are now we're on a capitalist side of the world,
and I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I said crony capitalism, not capitalism.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. All forms of cronyism must be disbarred from the country.
Yes.
All forms of cronyism, because cronyism is a gateway to corruption.
Exactly.
Cronyism is a gateway to corruption. If you eliminate cronyism, you eliminate 70% of corruption.
Yes.
We have to eliminate that out of the country, and I know Mark Bowling is geared and set to do just that.
And you're perfectly right. You're perfectly right.
Yes, sir. Yes, my brother. It's a pleasure talking to you all the time, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents in. I love the program, and I'm following you all day with the selection day.
Thank you.
And we're gonna ride the orange wave, man. It's there.
All right. All right.
It's there.
All right.
It's there, man. Yeah, the reports I'm getting is that everything is going great so far.
Whoa, I am getting
the turnout. From the turnout from 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
It's been turned up.
Yes.
By the way, they did have some problems with EOJ in some of the rural areas.
Yes.
Where, in rural Saint, and I think the Southeast Saint and somewhere there, where yesterday paper ballots were being transported, and some PMP observers were trying to deny them a ride in the car. But I hear that's all sorted out now.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
really appreciate your input.
Good work, my brother. Keep it up.
Blessings, my brother. Blessings.
All right.
All right.
He muted the mic by accidentally.
Okay, all right. So are you hearing me now, Pinques? I'm sorry about that. Right. You're mute, Pinques. You're mute. Pinques, you're mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, Pinques.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to you, Lady Anne Marie. Good
Yes.
afternoon, Uncle Byron. And Melvin Pot, who just disappeared a while ago. Good afternoon, Comrade Leader, Chairman, Chairwoman, Gensec, and all our 63 candidates and every comrade that is out there working this morning. I would like to tell you about my experience this morning
Talk to us, please.
when I went out to vote. Um, this morning I left out early and I reached the location at 6:30 this morning. When I reached there were 20 people in front of me at 6:30 in the morning to go into the um the building. There were two gates. There were two gates, right? So we only saw one police officer, one decade police officer on the second gate where the line started. Anyway, after we reached 7 o'clock, they let us in. No, I went to before that. I went to the outdoor agent to verify my vote. He told me the number, and it's very good. Outdoor agent told me the number beside my name because it's a number connected to your name. So he told me the number to look for when I go inside. Anyway, when I went inside, the supervisor told me the wrong direction to go to find my PD. After I found, I was redirected by someone else, and I went in now to ask again, where is my PD? Um, this young man looked on this list and told me that my vote is not there. A man inside, a young man inside in white t-shirt told me that my vote was not there. After I checked it yesterday on the EOJ website and I double checked this morning at the outdoor agent, he's telling me that my vote was not there. My PD was divided in a A and B. So I went on to the B. He said, it's not there. They told me that it was from J to to Z. So I went back to A. And the young man is insisting that my vote was not there. So I pushed my head inside the polling station and I inquired inside. And the poll clerk said, yes, your vote is here. So then I proceeded, I went in, and then the presiding officer was obviously nervous. I don't know what happened this morning, but he was shaking the paper in his hand, was the ballot paper was shaking in his hand while he was giving me his instructions. So I stood there, listened patiently, and then um, went, you know, cast my vote and everything like that. Took it back to him, folded. The young man is telling me that he cannot remove the piece of counterfoil of the ballot box. And I stood there and I waited patiently. And what I observed was that he fiddled with the paper so much that he basically looked on my vote. I'm not
Hmm.
an idiot. The presiding officer saw my vote this morning
You
because
should
he
have
was pretending.
reported him. Pinks, you should have reported him immediately.
He pretended as if he couldn't tear off the counterfoil. And then afterward, he used a ruler, removed it. And then while I stood there, he said, he checked my finger. And then he asked me to insert my finger in the ink, which I did. And I was standing there still, waiting for him to put the ballot my ballot into the box. And he stood there for quite a while looking at me. And I look at him and say, I'm waiting for you to put my ballot in the box so it can be counted, right? And then the poor clerk looked at me and smiled. And then our indoor agent said, yes, she has to witness her vote going inside the box. So Andre Horton, you need to pay that indoor agent double today because trust me, she backed me up this morning and
Yeah.
supported me. But I was disappointed that the presiding officer actually looked at my vote this morning. Never expected that. And the man was so nervous this morning. After that, I just left. I went on my merry way, and then I went throughout sections of Montego Bay, checking on other polling stations, asking all the agents how the work is going on, what's happening, and everything is going fine in Central, other locations of Andre's constituency, other locations in Northwest. The votes are coming in. Oh, in Northwest, I got a report that from a PNP friend of mine that the labor rights came to his house this morning in
Yes.
a vehicle saying that they are there to transport him to go and vote. He politely declined their transportation. So you see, they're trying these tactics to try to intimidate our
Mm-hmm.
voters. How can you turn up with a vehicle unannounced to a PNP house asking the person, demanding, because he said they were demanding that he should come in the vehicle and go vote? No. And he saying already get my rest of the day.
Mm.
And then he called me and was telling me that he's concerned. So what he's planning to do is just walk to the back of his house, use him have a shortcut, and go up to the area where he's supposed to vote. He's not going to walk on the main road because he doesn't know what is happening.
Exactly.
Oh
But
boy, I tell you.
what I'm speaking still, Mystic Sensation do have to some questions. You need to tell us, tell your listener, right, and tell all the persons in the chat, right. What I'm going to ask you, I'm asking you, how was the political atmosphere as it relates to what you observe in terms of where the energy is moving toward, as it relates to how much people see on the turnout relating to the People's National Party and to the Jamaica Labour Party? How was the
Okay,
energy
okay,
related?
all right. So when I went to my location this morning, there were 20 people in front of me. So the letting that 21st, so I was in the second batch of people that went in. So the letting 15. And by the time I came back out, this line was about 100 and some people were in the line after I
Well,
finished voting. So a couple of them who I know are actually laborites, but because of what has been happening and conversations I've been having with them, people who I know in Montego Bay and people who are upset with Andrew Owen's administration right now, they are saying that they might give Mark a chance. But although I know them as laborites, they may have voted for the PNP this morning. Then when I went in the town now, I realized most of the taxi drivers had on orange. I hardly see any green, anybody in green in the town. Most of the business places are closed actually. Most like Chinese supermarkets or businesses are closed, and it's like a holiday because many of the stores, as I said, are closed, and there's very little traffic on the road. Even
yes.
the people who normally sell on the roadside, everybody nobody's there this morning. Not even to buy an orange or an apple or a banana this morning. Nobody's there. The road is empty this morning. And and when I see that, I say, okay, so everybody gone to vote. And I've seen many people coming out to vote, and it's almost like a holiday.
No,
It's
yes.
almost like a holiday because there's hardly anybody on the road. You understand me? And they, as I said before, the taxi drivers that I saw, they're all most of them is in orange or in a plain clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen many vehicles with with orange and so forth. I see one and two there's a green on it, but most majority of what I see is orange. And even right now, we still have decorations from Sunday's mass rally right down the center of this to the square still. So our decoration is still there with the orange. So it's a good look. It's a good look
Oh,
all over.
all right. Thank you for that, Spinks. And one of the reasons why I asked you that, I just get a call, right, from you know, somebody who, right, is very effective in terms of, doing the observation. And what he said to me, Jamaica, right, that trust me, it looked good for the People's National Party, extremely good. And may I tell you something, so me feel, goose pimpers coming all over me right now. And the person mentioned St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, Westmoreland, and I think he said Hanover, right? That those definitely in the PNP column, definitely in the PNP column, based on the observation, right, in terms of driving around, because he's one of such person that, you know, in a bracket to drive around and, you know, monitor the situation. And, you know, I'm feeling good. Say the least, I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
Go,
so
go ahead, Sphinx.
and I also understand that the person who's going up against Gensec, within 1.5 hours, everybody could declare that he has lost already. From this morning, he has lost. So I
That's
don't know why he think he could channel Gensec. Our Gensec, nobody can go up against him from the other side.
Lawrence.
Sphinx, let me say this to Jamaica people.
Yes.
I am not going to be on CVM or TVJ, right, to call it tonight. And Mystic Sensation, I will call it tonight. You know. Let me tell you why I am using a particular constituency to call the winner tonight. Right? We have update. Let us get into the update. Why we said if we tap fan talk, we have update. We could get into the update.
Okay.
All right, wifey is coming up with her update. She's the update boss tonight.
And as you can hear,
yeah, because what happened, you know, in most of the WhatsApp groups that I'm in, I've seen a lot of people coming and showing that they voted.
This morning, I know it's what, 2:11 after 11, and I still don't go in. The security forces are trying to calm the crowd in order for a peaceful and more organized voting process. But there are a lot of people here. Some people are here from 7 o'clock this morning and still have not been able to vote, but they're waiting. The decision rests with the voters. If you don't vote, you don't have a chance. Will Gillette Holness win this seat for a third straight term, or will Patrick Peterkin upseat Gillette Holness and get back East Rural St. Andrew to the PNP for the first time since 2011? We'll just have to find out. I'm Christopher Scott. It's back to you in studios.
Well,
thank you, Christopher. We now go to St. Catherine Southeastern, where
More
our
updates?
reporter Raquel Porter is there.
Thanks, Karen. I'm coming to you from the Lions Club of Portmore, where the People's National Party Dr. Alfred Dawes has voted. After waiting in the line for about 30 minutes, Dr. Dawes voted around 9:47.
And I just cast my ballot for myself. A surreal feeling. But you know, it's been a long journey. But where I am right now, I think that the process has molded me into being a better representative, having been with the people, gone through some struggles, and it was really the people who were there for me. And right now, that has created a debt for me to them, and it means that I must serve.
But the question here today is, can the Jamaica Labour Party's Robert Miller return to Garden House? Dr. Dawes said he can reclaim the seat.
I'm very confident. They're putting a lot of work. The team is excellent. They're very organized. They're out there. They're getting out the votes. And based on our numbers or estimates or canvas, we should take home the seat comfortably. We're going to overturn a 1,000 odd vote deficit from the last election, and we're going to win by a good margin.
Mr. Miller is expected to cast his vote at Cumberland High School at around 1 o'clock. Until then, back to you in studio.
Thanks, Raquel. Now, continuing the news, the Citizens Action for Free and Fair Elections Cafe says its preliminary reports point to a smooth start to today's general election. The group has deployed 32 roving observers and 470 indoor observers across the island. Between 9 and 11 this morning, reports from these observers indicate that 94% of polling stations opened on time at 7 a.m., while 97% had all the necessary materials in place. CAFE noted that only about 7% of polling stations experienced any disruption, and these were described as minor. Just 2% of observers reported disorderly conduct. In 96% of stations, voters who were properly identified were allowed to cast their ballots. CAFE says it will investigate the reasons for any denials. The group also reported that some of its observers initially faced difficulties entering polling stations, but these issues were quickly resolved in collaboration with the Electoral Office of Jamaica. And here's what we have in the health report coming up this evening.
In this evening's health report, we look at politics and
they're gone into
stress.
health. We are in politics.
Politicians need to be sure that they have time to rest,
to my
have
Jamaican
time to
people.
sleep, and sometimes
Right.
even 5 minutes
And
of
I am somewhat in terms of, I'm a very good strategist, if I would say, and I'm paying my attention on one particular constituency as it relates to St. James. Let me say this, Jamaica. If the People's National Party tonight, and which we believe is going to happen by 7 p.m., if the People's National Party take 2 seats, remember it's five constituencies in St. James, and if the People's National Party take at least 2 seats, remember my Jamaican people, Mystic Sensation is calling it for the People's National Party a win. Why am I saying that? I use St. James to the fact that St. James, 5 constituencies, as it relates to the last election, went to the Jamaica Labour Party. And if the People's National Party penetrated through, that has a ripple effect of the PNP energy surging through the length and breadth of Jamaica. Again, I use also the local government election as a mirror to show the momentum of the People's National Party. So then now I am zooming in on St. James. That, let me tell you something. If PNP take 2 seats, the least, and it's worse if it goes 3 seats, Mystic Sensation calling the general election PNP, and I am in no joke, and people, you are going to see what I am saying, and you are going to say, wow, Mystic Sensation is 100% correct. So tonight, people, listen to me. The focus is on St. James. St. James. We are going to go there, and trust me, we are going to ease into St. James, and we'll be taking out, right, some seats. And so then that is going to have the People's National Party cement a victory as it relates to the general election. Remember, I say that. Now let us move, right, Jamaican people. I am going to, I shouldn't be playing him, and to most of my people, me know my people them stay, my people them who follow me, Them our customers, a Mystic Sensation. Why you have to go and this with that lazy boy there? But you know what? I want to take him on tonight, people. I want to show him how dunce he is. Sometimes you have to show them up, But I don't want to no vex. I don't want to no vex. You understand? But I'm going to show you how duckans they eat out the boy your brain. You understand? Him don't have no essence of smartness in him. Fully dunce. Fully dunce. He is the one who par with Nasi, can't see, and I don't want to see. So let me bring him up, people, and I'm going to see him. I want to listen. I cannot go, but that's what I like. Look here. Them sort of food people our JLP have around them. Them just make Mystic Sensation and Wayne Lonesome look extremely good. Them give us too much. Them give us too much leeway, man. Them make we look like, you understand, we are some A-class professor. But anyway, we are taking the ride as we go along. Now, push out this piece of imbecile. Yeah, I don't even want to call him name. But push him out. Push out the idiot. And you know, really and truly, you understand? He has no brain. He has no brain. Right? He has dunce as they come. Dunce as they come. And me hear them, hold on the honey, me hear them having bank campaign. You understand? Saying recently gained him associate degree and them are celebrate him and this is a living dunce. Play.
Heal up. Now I see some bag of people are flying. I said them come down for vote for the first time. We say welcome back to Jamaica. But more want someone to remember why I want to run in the first place and why I want to never come here for so long. I say someone want to say I want to come for vote because time come. When I say Andrew want to corrupt so time come for to come vote him out. And then you catch back a flight and cut after I want to vote. Welcome. But when you're not going to the voting booth there, you want to remember something. When I did that, when I did that runner from Jamaica, everybody did that worry about crime and violence. The reason why I never come back to Jamaica a long time, because Una did that worry about crime and violence. Una used to say Una afraid to come to Jamaica. But now I'm happy to see when I can just fly in, I want to feel safe because that's what it's all about. But when I'm going to the voting booth there, I want to remember which administration make one can come and feel so safe to exercise on a right to vote. When I have a right to vote, we don't want to vote for. But just remember when you come and talk about time come, remember someone did the run, we're afraid to come back here. You see? Remember someone never want to come back to Jamaica. After I vote, and I go leave. Remember, say, Mark Golden is not about peace, and he's not about love, and he's not about togetherness. Just remember that. Remember them seeds that went sow. The seeds that went sow will germinate, will grow. So you may not come back to Jamaica for
usher him out.
A next long time after you leave.
Usher him out.
Get out.
Usher him out.
Outside.
This is what we call dunceness on steroids. Dunceness on steroids. So then, what Vegas is appealing to, Vegas, as according to him and his political rhetoric, he said many of those people who are coming in now, and to the fact that they had gone before another reason to the fact that, okay, the People's National Party did not manage the crime situation well. And so then these people have to run away and leave the island. I'm glad our melting pot come in from the right time. Now, I want that melting pot.
Yeah,
did you see the video as it relates to Vegas?
Just see the piece of shit, man, I chat all time bottom. Thinking bottom, man, chat all time. We just see him. So, you know, I'm glad we come the right time, you know. Sledge.
So what on the melting pot? So what I said, he was speaking excretion?
Definitely.
All right. Okay, so we can move on since you have seen the clip. Now,
yeah, man, I'm a
all right, what on melting?
Just
what on the melting pot? Let me now bring statistics to Vegas. And that is one of the reasons why when you run out, Mr. Vegas, you need to do your due diligence. You need to go and do your research. if you want to defend the Jamaica Labour Party, that is not how you defend the Jamaica Labour Party when you're caught into a lie. You understand? And certainly you don't have the information at hand. Simple means, right? It's either two things, right? Either you're involved with the corruption, right? Or you are a living dunce. Well, it could be one of, but yes, it could be one of the two. It could be one of the two, or even it could be both, right? And I want to believe that it is both. So let us give you now, Mr. Vegas, statistics from who? From Jamaica Static. So then, I don't know if you want to say that they are lying, right? Because we are going to show that under Andrew Onlet's administration, right, crime is up, and particular murder is up. And let us show you the evidence that under Portia Simpson-led government, right, the Portia Simpson-led government managed the crime situation much better than Andrew Onlet's, the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Let us bring the statistics for you, and I'm saying to you, Mr. Vegas, that you're on your platform speaking, right, excretion as according to melting pot. Please bring forth statistics so that the Jamaica can understand your source of information, right? Likewise, us, when we speak, we are bringing statistics, and this is what we are going to do to debunk what you're saying. Without any delay, let us show Mr. Vegas. You understand?
Don't address that shit at Mr. Come on, Byron. Don't address that piece of shit at Mr. Vegas.
No, we are showing the
just call him Gagas. Gagas.
Gagas. All right.
Right.
Come, Mr. Gagas. Come, Gagas. Because I don't want to get melting pot grieving. Now, Portia Simpson came in power 2012. Don't Mr. Gagas? And I want you to check. 2012, here is Portia Simpson, 1,102. 2013, Portia Simpson, 1,202. 2014, 1,005. 2015, right, 1,208. And we're part and parcel of the leadership, right, where Portia Simpson came out February 2016. So we are giving you Andrew Onlet's 2016. Now, under your first, right, here in terms of your administration, right, the crime went up, Mr. Onlet. Look here, 1,354. Gagas, come to the front of the class. Come to the front of the class, Gagas. In 2017, Gagas, the crime was 1,647. Gagas, this is Andrew Onlet's era. In 2018, Vegas, he took down the crime to 1,287. Now watch 2019, Gagas, right? Crime up again on him, 1,339. Watch now, Mr. Gagas, crime up on him to 2020, 1,323. And now let us look in the 21 and 22, Gagas. Come here, Gagas. 1,474 Gagas in 2021. Gagas in 2022, 1,498. 2023, 1,393. 2024, 1,141. And this is the situation that we're about.
That was a lie.
Exactly. If you look on the first 5 years of Portia Simpson, right, you'd have realized that Portia Simpson administration managed the crime way better than you. And if you look under your 5 years, right, I should have done the tally, you understand, but I didn't do that. But just from hindsight, we can see, right, the first 5 years mayhem, catastrophe. And so then when you add as it relates, take that away, honey. Your administration, Vegas, let me speak to you. Let me speak. Because you run out with information, you understand, and where you lack information. Right? And this is your weakness, Vegas. Right? Just come out and tell people why you're defending the Jamaica Labour Party now. And that you love the Jamaica Labour Party corruption and you're a corrupter. And that is why you support the Jamaica Labour Party. And people need to abide People's National Party because they deal with checks and balance, honesty, right, and integrity, and you are not for that. You need to let's come out and tell the people on the show that you are defending the corruption because you're a corrupter and you are getting benefits. Remember, you know, you live a police flag too, you know. You understand where Juliet owners, you understand the bill, how much empire out there. You understand? So, of course, Vegas, we know you're a part of the corruption and you love the corruption. All right? Because you agree that the Prime Minister should not, you understand, sign the code of conduct. You agree with that. You agree that the Prime Minister should still stay in office, although the Prime Minister cannot have his statutory declaration certified. So then, based on those red flags, Vegas, you are corrupted as hell. So come out and tell Jamaican people that you're supporting the Jamaican Labour Party because you are corrupted. Let me left it to Melting Pot. Honey, bring up Melting Pot.
Yes, people. This piece of shit still a moan. You know, this Black Widow, yeah, still a moan. You understand? Because him can't stop moaning, you know. Because, you know, him better half gone. So the Black Widow still a moan. Now, when this piece of garbage, you know, come out and defend Andrew Wallace administration as it relates to them having a better crime statistic than the People's National Party, yeah? And Portia Simpson Miller. Giegas need to go bury head under the tomb when better half buried. Because I think he will get more solitude from being there than in the space, same I talk to people. Under no circumstance, the people will leave Jamaica. Never leave Jamaica not to return. And for sure, they have returned from the time they leave. But it's a reason why they have to leave. Because they couldn't make ends meet in Jamaica, you know. And it's a good thing them to leave. People like me and the rest of them. Because without we, Jamaica sink. The money will come from the diaspora into Jamaica government and is more than with the economy and the country. So this piece of garbage, yeah, we are talking all time bottom to respectable people. You need to go about this party better half bury and continue to mourn. Because nobody now listen to this piece of garbage, you know. Tell them to go talk to Foota Eye. Why not go spend time and try look at conversation with Foota Eye, make Foota Eye done the piece of garbage. Remember this piece of shit, you know. Post all video from him bedroom, you know. From him bedroom, pornography. A garbage this. So when you hear them I tell you about him get associate degree. The young associate degree him can't get it to come tell lie. The lie degree him get because I'm associate with the liars them. So that is the only associate degree with this piece of shit I can't get. Because man nobody, you know, all him brother no deal with him. Him brother playing a tumbling band, that man no deal with them piece of shit, yeah, man. He been a place by himself, you know. Nobody no want to see him. So I'm going to itch up around Andrew Wallace and the corruption, because him himself a corruption. Him himself a corruption. Because where him come from, you know, the big cut where him get in his face, is that little boy again, you know. Is that little boy scare him, the man. Because I'm a piece of shit. Nobody no like him up there. Yeah? Up above rocks. Nobody no like a garbage. Because remember, for a man where poor people lift up, support him and him talent, from dancehall into recording. Be sure Andrew them not go and dance, none of them big top and artists, they not go and dance, them not busting, them not do not film career. You understand? So say man a part of the struggle. This piece of garbage is not part of the struggle. And I would have tell this piece of shit, yeah. When you talk, speak out of the correct part for God to talk about that. Yeah? Because with them breath that I come from which way I speak from right now, we can't take that smell there. That smell is supposed to go in our cesspool truck and taken away. You understand? Because under no circumstance you can't tell nobody say you come from the bowels of the poor. Because you act like you come from that, demeanor in a society. You find yourself amongst the big, wealthy entrepreneurs, them, and we know for them lifestyle. That's why your name Vegas. That's why you're a black widow and you're still in mourning. Yeah, mourning. You have to talk more now, man. Yeah, because your musical career done, so you want to venture into politics. Nobody now going to vote for you or support you. Who you can't represent piece of garbage. You can't represent nobody more than who they are big mama archery, Yeah. And we are dismantled that too. So I don't know where you're gonna find some form of comfort. Yeah. It's not in a society for you no more. The dancehall fans them is against you. From you come out and start show your hand. Remember, poor people support dancehall. Poor people buy your record them and listen to your thing them. Them people that don't know, so we know you don't have a career in music. Yeah? And you sure won't have a career in politics. So what you can do, as me I suggest to you right now, go where Peter King is buried and farm back on the reunion and stop mourning. Nobody now listening. I yield back the floor.
And to melting pot, I don't know why I'm come trouble you for him. You understand? And they know how you stay.
If you want to scratch the surface with him, to me want to be, politically on the program. So I would have done him.
People, for me go and get my orange shirt. You know what the clock is striking. Now we upon the 919 to bury him, So let me just put up Sister Spinks, make Sister Spinks go and run things. All right, Sister Pinks.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Byron. While I was waiting this morning to vote, the same conversation came up about the crime rate. One person said to the police officer, the one dege police officer who was there this morning, how comes there were soldiers at the local government election along with a whole lot of police at the local government election, but today there was only one police officer at the location. And she said, "Oh, the crime rate gone down. That is why we can have one police officer there." But the truth of the situation is this: the reason they have one police officer there is because most police officers, after they graduate, they migrate. So the police force is very small. The soldiers came there and visited the location. They did not stay there yesterday. And let me tell Vegas this. All when Andrew came out in 2016 and look at his crime rate numbers, what he did after then was just gave us false data after we saw the first year of crime rates being high. So from 2016, they have been giving us fake data. Just like how Bartlett give us fake data about tourism, most of their information is always fake. Remember, JLP do not know how to do math and they have a problem with numbers, just like how our outgoing prime minister gave the IC information that is fake. And that is why he's in a problem right now. And when you think of Vegas, I want to ask Vegas one question. Long time I want to ask Vegas one question. Vegas, come here.
Stop him.
The man that you caught with your wife, the man that you caught with your wife, was it a comrade? Because that could be that is the only explanation I can see why you hate the PNP like this. If you catch your wife with a comrade and then you just hate the entire party out of that situation. Because nobody listens to your music, nobody hires you, you're not on the stage, you're not any on the dance art stage anymore. You need to go sit down and find another career. And Jamaica, remember this. Go out. You have a couple hours left. Go out. It's 1 o'clock in Jamaica now. We have until 5 o'clock to go out and vote. All right? And I yield the floor.
This boy rude, out of order, and despicable, man. May I tell you. Him now no place in a society no more, you know. Him done. How dare him talk about people in Jamaica and run away and couldn't return until Andrew bring them.
Exactly the point.
Come while the people returning home in their numbers to vote because time come. Them severe the opposition that will give them all that they need as it relates to comfort in coming back home to Jamaica. And they start the process from now. Because now the people that know about make Jamaica become a better place for work, live, and raise the kids and for visit. Not just Jamaican, but the entire world. With tourism number, we go back and we all take back we hotel and all the beaches and all these things. So people start the process. It's an exodus. It's a movement of your people. The people are coming back to vote to exercise them right. It's not no crime statistic. Last year, crime statistic, them suppressed it in a half. 2,000 odd people get murdered in Jamaica. Me not take back that talk. Them off everything. Even the unemployment rate, them off it. Property, them off it. So why them wouldn't have the crime statistic? And why them not keep 20 from 23, them take it down. 24. Eh? Look, hey, that piece of garbage, them not see the police, them did a murder 1 youth per day. That ever happened under any other administration in the history of Jamaica. Hey, them, I don't know who's part him for bury, you know, I don't even think Peter King wants inside of him. I don't even think so. Them can't go back in a one big mama hole. I yield back the floor.
All right, let us move on. Big up yourself for that melting pot. Now, let us get into the next clip, right? And we are going to break down that. And at intervals, we'll be shifting to what? TVJ, right? And feature what is going on because we want to keep you updated. Now, people, I want you to catch it back on it. I want people to listen to this. Listen to this, people. Listen to this.
I want to tell Mark Golding that at no time can he stand in the shoes of Andrew Holness. No time. Nor can his team match our team. So let me tell you something. I want Mark Golding, since he has made integrity an issue of this campaign, tell the people of Jamaica how you came to succeed in the seat that you are. What price did you pay? And what did you gain? I think it's only fair that you tell the people of Jamaica. We don't want to speculate. Tell us your role with FinSAC. Tell us your relationship with the former Minister of Finance. Tell us how your companies earn the profits of the backs of Jamaicans. Come clean and tell us, because at no time can you stand in the shoes of our leader and Rohan.
What is?
You know, hold that clip on it. You know, when you sit and you listen to this, right? A person who is so-called educated, a person who know the truth, but a person who fell out his country for corruption. Because this is what this is, you know. And for Marlene Mallow, fourth, who I believe is a liar.
A liar.
Very well that every word uttered out of her mouth, they are lies upon lies. So let me ask Marlene Mallow. So you prefer someone who his statutory declaration cannot be certified over someone whose statutory declaration certified? And you're right. Let me say this to you, Marlene Mallow. You are perfectly right when you say that Mark Golden cannot fit in Andrew Owner's shoes. You're perfectly right. I gave you that. And yes, indeed, because Mark Golden will never, ever venture into criminality. And Mark Golden will never, ever join Cash Plus Ponzi scheme. So let me ask you a question, Mallow. Do you have any evidence that Mark Golden has ever joined a Ponzi scheme? Because Mark Golden knows what a Ponzi scheme is. Mark Golden, as it relates to his legitimate business that the Bank of Nova Scotia bought into, and as a credible institution as it relates to the Bank of Nova Scotia, would have done, you understand, deep investigation into any criminality. And such, Bank of Jamaica would have not associated with that entity. And you come out and you spit lie. What Mark Golden has to do with FinSA? Was Mark Golden in government? No, you lie, you're wrong, you're so wrong, Marlene Mallow. Mark Golden was not in government. Mark Golden was a businessman. Now, let me ask you a question, Marlene Mallow. Who was working with Seaga, right, to do financial work for Edward Seaga, right, as it relates to 1995? And I'm going to give you a date in the Marlene Mallow. I'm going to give you a date because you want some correction. So let me ask you, Marlene Mallow, what time the 1995 financial meltdown occurred? What time did Crawford Bank, Central National Bank, crash? 2006, Marlene Mallow. Marlene Mallow, go and do your research. What time Andrew Owens was working with Edward Seaga, Marlene Mallow? Andrew Owens was working with Edward Seaga between the period 1995 and 1996 doing Seaga's financials. Dan Crawford took investors' money and gave it to Edward Seaga. I mean, I'm not calling it any loan because at the level of criminality and the syndicatism of them, you understand, that definitely involving Ponzi scheme. So then, let me show you, as it relates to what done there. That was Andrew Holness angling the finances when Dan Crawford, right, gave Edward Seaga 31 million US dollars tax. Investors' money. Investors' money Dan Crawford take up and give to Seaga. Investors' money that Dan Crawford take and give to his family, his father, his mother, his sister, and other GLP candidates. Man, do your damn research. Do your research. And stop running out with propaganda. You understand? When you are coming out, why Marlene Malawford and other GLP? Why you don't come out with document? Prove your lies. Why don't come out? You know, on platform, speaking lies. It is time now for Jamaica to, when Jamaica hear you speaking, to say, where is the truth? And remember, Jamaica people, you have phone in your hand, you know, Android, right? And other phone. We can just Google search the thing. So Jamaica, I don't understand how to make them people continue to fool, you know. You are in the age of technology. So when Marlon Malawford pitch out or shit out the lie, go on the phone and research it, Google search engine. They are liars. They are thieves. Marlon Malawford, you are a liar. You are a liar from the pit of hell. So then, you are now selling out the people for corruption. Selling out the people for Andrew Holness corruption. Right? And I beg to continue to, you know, repeat myself. Let us go to the next clip. Just want to talk to Marlon Malawford. That when you are run out, you understand, run out with documents. You're a liar and you understand how documentary proof is important. And as a liar, you understand, act and the attributes of being a good liar and come out with documentary evidence and show the public. Right, you damn liar. Anyone know of the BCCI Bank and Seaga? Right? Anyone know of the BCI Bank and Seaga's role? Right? Now, let us go to the next clip for me. Sick me to my man in terms of these people coming out with their lies and, you know, continue to create atrocities, killing out the people as a result of corruption. You understand? It's unfair to the Jamaican people. Unfair. Look on this a liar there now. Look on this a liar there now, people. Oh, no, look.
Jamaica isn't what necessarily makes you Jamaican. There's been widespread backlash online.
I don't know about any widespread backlash, Jovan. Everybody understands what I meant and what I said. There are many Jamaicans, Giovanni.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, I thought it was clear. There are many Jamaicans who are overseas who chose Jamaica. They weren't born here. They have Jamaican parents, they have Jamaican connections, and they come to Jamaica to get their Jamaican passport. They chose to have Jamaican citizenship. Are you saying they are not Jamaicans? But look, we are all people who can reason, and we must be very careful when there are those who want to make political fodder, and we encourage it.
Is it that you misspoke? Do you contemplate the statement in terms of being born in Jamaica?
No, Giovanni, I was very clear. There are persons who were not born in Jamaica, but who chose Jamaica. So I give you an example. Recently, I toured our consulate in the United States, and it was reported to me that there was a massive surge of persons seeking to get their Jamaican passport. In other words, they were choosing Jamaica. They weren't waiting. They wanted to get their Jamaican passport, and they wanted their children to have Jamaican passports. Those are Jamaicans too. So my statement is an accurate and correct statement. Of course, being born in Jamaica makes you a Jamaican. That's obvious. But there are people who are not born here, but they choose to exercise their right to Jamaican citizenship.
No.
Make you a Jamaican.
All right. Now let us speak about this. Jamaica. Let us speak about this. Is this someone you really want to vote for? This is a person who promised that he's going. Why do you think I play this? This is the very same person promised that if he wins, he's going to raise, right, the minimum wage from 16,000, right, to 32,000 per week. This is the very same person. And now, hold on, let us.
Sorry, turn the device down in the background. Hello.
Let us just take this down because I want to dig into this. Yes, caller, you're on mistake. No, you have to turn off the device in the background because it's giving us a feedback here.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, what I say?
Yes, go ahead.
The picture I'm gonna see with this man attack, and him come back and revert back to say, I don't say if you're born in Jamaica, you're not a citizen. But I already said it's not your birth make you a Jamaican. But you have to realize, say, no, at some grace in my tribe hole right now.
Yes.
So just come tired, them look pretty tired. They for me. Somebody see like him fully done.
Fully done.
Fully done. We don't want to done to rule nobody. People cannot rule on that dance. And the next thing I want to do and tell people, man, now you see, this thing when you have art. The name for art is the name for this art what is here. It is that was created by Michael Mann in his time. A little of time lose.
Yeah.
See how it takes it away and name it part. It used to name
I know where you're going.
You to travel and go to foreign. You can go to foreign and learn trade, and you can learn it here also. It was, I'm trying to remember the name all these.
I don't remember the name, but I know where you're going, and you are correct. You are correct.
Yes, and a lot of people it genuinely like it belongs to the JLP. It is not for them either.
Yes.
So they have no farmer inheritance in their parties from back then until now. Them have nothing on the ground. Them don't own nothing on the ground. Nothing. And I don't know how they manage to fool the people that so many people run behind them and feel like them do something. I don't know how them do it if that trick. Or is some farmer necromancy, some spell or what, but me not see what people should have really believe in that. From me at 12-year-old, all these things, man, what them you know. 12-year-old. From me at 12-year-old, I can see them. But I think it was more to like a discern power. But from me at 12-year-old, I know these people are not good people. But to me, it's more like discerning, like to that spiritual God, you know? Yeah, it was a known thing, like it's just the Father give me a little strength, I have to know it, a little power, I have to know, say them never good. And if you look during the campaign and things like when they might try to put the little children, them to come on and have a little celebration with them, you will see that the kids draw from Andrew because the kid sense evil. Kids easily send evil. And so them embrace Mr. Mark and salute him and wow. Water come on my high when me show them deal brother Mark, man. All I love and get man. You want more if you say brother Mark, the man to lead this thing. That man was certified from no angle. So what you do that man certified? We don't need him. Thieves. You see them a bounty hunter man. Well, I don't know no brother miss. I don't really have nothing more to say, but you know, me just want to make clear, say that something there is not for them. The art is not really for them. I never hear nobody talk yet. So them just not have nothing.
Yes, you're correct.
Them have that one thing, but it's not for them.
You're correct.
So Yes, my brother. So have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Well, I can't sort my one long time, so I know say I'm coming that once me dip in my phone. So
Here you go. All right, my brother.
All right, my brother.
Wicked.
Yeah, respect and manners. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right, let us
to play what he said, so I look for it.
Okay, let us move to melting pot in terms of melting pot take on the matter as it relates to Andrew Holness. Melting pot, come in, talk to us.
No, I'm from the top with Mala who might trust, you know.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, me have 3 questions for you. But one Mala would mattress tell Jamaican people why she and her sister sell her stepfather 2 houses and not give the man nothing. After the death of our mother.
All wicked.
Second question, I want to tell people of Jamaica why she married to her grandfather. Third question for Malawood Mattress. Why you choose to become a mattress over your education? Because this piece of shit, you know, now have nothing about her, you know. Nothing at all. She and her sister make up and sell 2 houses. A man married to her father. Yeah? So, you know, say her stepdad. Man living at the state. And she and her sister sell the 2 houses behind the man back. And I give the man zilch. She take advantage of Judge Ford. Because the man is an old man, you know. But she say, well, so you know she have criminal mentality. She not choose a young, vibrant man, you know, to be her husband, you know. She choose Judge Ford because I'm wealthy. And she half I'm wealthy, she's a wealth grabber. You understand? And you know when she go up you, she knock in the place. She take all of the tile for mattress. You understand? She don't know nobody to come talk, man. That's why we know Labour Party now nobody have substance around them, you know. Them can't be a representative. For them character staying in a society already, you know. Now what if people know who them is? Piece of shit. So when she come and she talk of Pinques and this, that, and terror and the devil knows what. And them 3 questions over me ask her to talk about if she have any transparency about herself. Yeah, because remember, you know, Marky G the table when come off on him family background. Yeah, he no one put not even toenail when him cut in Andrew boot. Not even toenail when him cut it. Him no one put that in Andrew boot. Marky G no want nothing to do with that doing this, man. And when Marky G there, I represent them people. Him not have to spend the money around this. Him not have to spend a zilch round this stuff. This are comrade true and true. And when it comes to integrity, I want integrity basket at Jamaica and I'm after Sigoli. Well and truly certified. Yeah? So when she go back in the Pinques era now, there is no People's National Party representative that them name been seen in any one of the Ponzi scheme there. Them now have nothing to do with it. What the PMP them do is try and to put something in place to prevent these corrupted Jamaica Labour Party and them associate from carrying out the practice of, you know, defrauding customer from them investment, using them Ponzi scheme. So Mark Walden wasn't in politics at the time. Mark Walden was a private man living a private life, doing his business with him 2 counterparts, Chris Deering and Peter Bunting. They created and crafted a successful model, yeah, a financial entity known as Deering, Bunting and Golding. And so at the time, they had their investment that lends money to people who want to borrow. Mark Walden did not create a 9% increase in inflation rate. That was the going rate at the time. And why it was so? Simple because the country was strapped for foreign exchange. There was literally no foreign exchange in Jamaica. So in order to slow down the growth of borrowing, you have to put up the interest rate higher. So it deters people from borrowing. Because where was the money to lend people? So she needs to get her education intact. She's a dunce. Because when she been at the classroom, yeah, she dip on the tile, lay down on the tile, take the tile left on mattress. Every corner and crevice up there, so she utilize the space them, the mattress. Piece of shit that. So she don't know what she talk about, you know. The whole of them come here about the Pinques era and then they do them research and they are not critical thinkers. Already it's not black and white in front of them colorblind. Black and white turn them colorblind, you know. That's how dunce them is. The People's National Party never participate in that scenario. Dan Crawford, Edward Seaga, and the rest, right? Eddie Seaga get 31 million out of Central National Bank. Piece of shit. No history when you come talk in them space here. Come political correct. Don't be biased. Because we are going to rub you out around here, so. We are going to beat and teach you around here. And we are going to show you say you're nobody in a society. You understand? You're a criminal. You take a 2 hours for your stepfather and you say the kind of the man. Zilch! I know your pooper. You know no DNA when into the man. The man know what you know. You're a criminal and a narcissist. And you move on from this so. And you go take with the whole of Judge Fort wealth. Married to an old man where your great-grandfather. You understand? And then you come back now and rob Jamaican taxpayer. Because you can't represent nobody, you know. You know no qualification to be no member of parliament. Who know a shit the one I want to run a Labour right party. You understand? So don't come when you come talk. Because Marky G no want him. I bet I can't do the debate with Nasty and do all this, you know. I just treat him up a representing party and representing supporters. You understand? Other than that, Marky G no want their own piece of shit like Andrew. You know, so the outside leader them shunning. Andrew and nobody on the international stage, that even at the regional stage. Everybody know about him. Them no want to be seen near him. When him and Google Gaga go America. At the exit door, the back, them put them the 2 piece of shit. I remember them visa they don't scrutiny too, you know. Andrew Wallace and Google Gaga visa, you know. So if US can't have them hype on them as it relates to give them important document there, you must know so them are shit, them are criminal. And you must get your facts right before you come speak. Because the whole world will listen to you. And the other thing them can't see is a piece of shit. Attack. You understand? So get your things straight. Andrew Holness are the most wickedest, corrupted, and the most criminal-minded Prime Minister Jamaica has ever seen. The man surpassed Blinds. The man run past Bruce Golding. I remember Bruce Golding a big criminal too. The man have a record where nobody can come close to it, you know, coming like gold 9.5 years. And I see a little. So don't come talk around your son. And as to piece of shit 28 bank account. When you are come double down for what you're saying at the debate. When the whole world look on you as nothing but a piece of road that you know what ballocks. Don't come double down. Don't talk about people through Jamaica. The people them choose to come vote you out by getting them thing ready for the D-Day, the day of deliverance, which is today. Because remember, you know, play the road that session, you know. It has said, what? Time come! And that's all you can hear from the plane. And then make sure tell us no shower not upon it. I remember, you know, at the first in the history of our election period, where we see plenty load of people, Jamaican, coming back to exercise them rights in the process of democracy. Because them sisters them not come, Jamaica gone. Because the system allow them to. Andrew, if you could have stop the people, if you stop them, because you know them now come to do nothing to support you, you know. Them are come get you out of the business. The corrupted business where you are the empire for. You understand? Your unexplained wealth, you worry about business where you take where you livelihood from people on the ground in Jamaica. Trucking gone to you and the holiness. You understand? Yeah. You only for shell company them. Construction, you're big in that. But me sure no, you're not a civil engineer degree. But you and your wife in a construction, a build only for apartment. Yeah, the can't come to the ghetto hide on no criminal nasty money. Because we hear, you know. We hear so that drop some in the 11 and 13 region there, you know. Yeah. But we know, so we can't anywhere go with the corruption money, we know. We can't hide it, you know. Why would not build some of them houses there up on Beverly Hills? Build it up there. And up down, so we go build them up a lease flat. Go that come in the ghetto with the corrupted money. I do. To come pauperize ghetto people. Because when I build some house around a Wild Town Park, and when we hear the size of them money there, them people don't have them money there. So when they come cripple the people and for them there and them food every day, I beg people from the diaspora. Because we don't have no job for them, you know. We don't create job for them, we don't create job for themselves. We don't alone are working in Jamaica. That the people them to know and realize our phone wealth alone as well. When the world not showing a growth, Andrew grew by 36%. People Andrew grew by 36%. When Jamaica economy grew by 1, Andrew grew by 36. Motherhood shit mattress. And this you come talk about or your prime minister swell in a period of time when no group in the world, but Jamaica don't grow by 1%. You see, I don't know. I told you no, you know, time come and I hit back the floor.
All right. Now, let me just thank you for that melting pot. And we are not going to hesitate. We are just going to bring in Jamaics, right, to give us some update in terms of his observation, right? And I will ask Jamaics as it relates to his observation, how the energy look towards the parties, right? So let's bring Jamaics in the space. All right, Jamaics, talk to us.
Hey, good afternoon, family members, man. Big up to you.
Bless
Lady
you.
Ann, good afternoon to you. Sir Melton Pat, and also Pinky, how you do? And the rest of the Mystic Sensation family. It is indeed a great pleasure to be back among family members. The fire keep burning, and we were indeed lucky enough to get the man just to give you his expert advice and also take you through the process of breaking down the investigation. I want to say thank you. The Jamaican people are empowered, man, and today is indeed the day of change, which is inevitable. And I am happy, and I take it as a great pleasure to be sitting down and listen to you or you break down investigation. I think that you have done the Jamaican people proud, and not just our present but our future. So
exactly. Thank you.
And guess what? The lady was always beside you and taking it away.
That's true.
But indeed today we can be happy that our Jamaican people have learned enough. Yes, you'll have a few people who will continue to support corruption, but the majority of us say no to corruption. A corrupted government cannot lead you forward. Those who lie to you, those who steal from you, will never want to see you progress as a people. And it is important to note that those who haven't gone out and vote as yet, go out and vote for your future. Go out and vote against corruption. And we see all of the signs that are there. We have done the research and see that anytime we have a low voter turnout, it benefits the Jamaica Labour Party. But hear what? It's predicted that we are going to have a 45% turnout, and it's also predicted that it might goes over 60%. And I am telling you that I'm somebody who is throwing my hat in the ring as a first-time voter. Very, 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 very happy. I'm excited about doing that, and I will tell other Jamaicans who are clever enough to say that them not care about politics. Politics care about you. When you see that you cannot get good bed inside the hospital, any good treatment, or schools are suffering or dwindling to nothing, it's because of corruption. The Prime Minister said that the roads are a national emergency. I want to correct him and say, Mr. Prime Minister, no, the roads is a national disgrace. And because of your administration, when you repealed the Road Maintenance Act in 2017, that is on you. And we know that Jamaica cannot continue with a prime minister where his statutory declaration cannot be certified 4 years in a row. We, as a serious nation, a serious set of people, we can't continue with that.
Well said.
We cannot continue with that. But big up, I am here. I'm still doing some work before I go out and do my civic duty in the next half an hour. But those who are on the road, be vigilant, be careful, love your brothers and sisters, and do your future and Jamaica proud.
Definitely, Jamaics. Let me just take a call because we have a call calling in. Let me just pass through this caller. Okay. Okay, so let us hear from him.
What's up? Okay, I'll look at it.
Okay. Oh, so you're just talking about sending us a link. Okay. All right. Now, as it relates to your observation.
They said it's 11.4% voter turnout so far up to 11 o'clock, and for the local government election at that point in time it was 12%.
So you are seeing some reduction there. That is what they are saying.
They're saying that it's a slow process because they're very long lines.
Very long lines.
Longer than they had anticipated, so it's taking longer to process.
Okay, I got you. All right. So let me just talk to Jamaica. So Jamaica, based on your observation, right, and you know that as it relates to the previous general election, I think it was roughly about what 31% of the population who had that had voted, right? Do you think that we are now reducing voters' apathy?
37.8.
Yes. So do you believe, based on what your observation, right? Do you believe now that we are now actually reducing voters' apathy? We should suggest that when you have more voters turnout, that is going into the PNP direction. What say you on that?
Most definitely, and history never lies. As Marcus Garvey said, history is the guidepost that will lead a nation forward. And when we look at election in 2016, we had 46% turnout, and the People's National Party lost by just 1 seat, and we know how that went. For the 2020 election, it was 37.8%, lowest voter turnout. And again, what I'm seeing on the ground is that people are mobilized, they're motivated to cast their ballots. Why? Because they are now educated about what politics is and what it's supposed to do for them. People are knowing words like statutory declaration. People are learning about due process and all of these things. Corruption, people understand corruption now. On the ground, people are out in their numbers just to take the opportunity to vote for the first time. And I have to say, we have to big up social media for that, play a major part in terms of giving people the power to go out and vote because they are now educated. And also I've heard in the space that they're having challenges at different polling stations, saying that the system is down, but prayers are up, and also we are standing vigilant to know that this election is going to benefit the Jamaican people and not benefit a few people.
Okay, well said, Jamaica. Well said. We really appreciate that. Now let us just get to a clip. Okay, a call coming in. Let us answer the caller. Right. All right. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead. Yes, we're hearing you, caller. Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead. Speak, caller. Carter, I think you have some. Yes, go ahead.
I believe that ANP is gonna win the seat. I can see ANP get 35 seats later or 38 seats. I can see it.
Okay, all right. Tell us why you believe that.
Because they will be the best government.
Okay. I mean, we all would agree with that. They are going to be the best government. Not too worry about that.
Yeah.
Based on honesty, let me help you out. Based on honesty, right, and integrity, right, and you know the other side, right, is not transparent, right, is not honest, and they have integrity issues. All right.
Yeah, because today in jail is final day of being a prime minister. Today is their final day.
Yes, man, we endorse that, my friend. We endorse that.
Hold on a second, I want to hail up the young man that is on the show. Hey, Jamil, how are you doing?
All right.
Oh, he fell off.
Oh, I think
he's not there right
Jamaica's fall off.
It's not on.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, Carla, big up yourself, and thank you for calling, all right?
Yes.
Bless up yourself. All right. Okay. All right. Let us move on. Wifey, put up this clip that I sent you. Right? Yes. Now, who wants a prime minister? Right? Who definitely lie after lie. The issue that we continue to have is the consistency of the prime minister lying to the Jamaican people, and as thus he cannot be trusted. I want to take you back, you understand, in memory as it relates to why Jamaican people must not put this man back in power, simply because he's a liar. So listen to this clip, and we take you back in time.
And I sat down and I looked at the dates. For months, we were at that point where we said nobody knew if they were being investigated. The Integrity Commission didn't send a letter. I don't know. Nobody has said anything to me. When you look at this report, the initial communication was September 30th, 2022, regarding the omissions in the 2021 statutory declaration. There were follow-up requests to provide additional information and corrections. February 23, 2023, March 6, 2023, March 12, 2023, April 4, 2023. He was interviewed on January 12, 2023. Further meetings and interviews were had, and a significant meeting was had on the 31st of August, 2023. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023. I'm going to make sure I write them down because we don't want to make no error. A letter was sent on May 5th, 2023, informing him of the referral received for investigations regarding his 2021 statutory declarations, and the referral raised concerns about potential illicit enrichment and other issues. So here is the problem. Even if we're not concerned about the veracity, the truth in these documents, I am concerned that my leader, Dr. Andrew Holness, did not tell me as a voter, as an individual, as a citizen, that he knew that he was being questioned. All this time we were operating under the pretext that this was a dopey thing. Nobody don't know nothing about it. Now, when you look at this report, and this is when you want to ask for facts, if you don't think the money is important, the honesty, the truth is important, because you made me feel that nothing ever goes up. And if you have interviews, you have emails, you have meetings, and a one-on-one thing. One of the meetings were held at his office. So tell me, Dion, as a Jamaican, even if I don't believe that the Barita people them said the thing right or the bond thing not right, and I adequately earn my money, why would you not tell me that you knew that you were being questioned?
No, you see, that is a very important point, right? To say to Jamaica, right, that the Prime Minister simply cannot be trusted. And when you have someone at the head of our politics, and whenever that person speaks, he simply cannot be trusted, then how are you going to trust him to vote for him to continue to lead our country? It cannot be trusted, and that is going to affect us locally, and that is going to affect us as it relates to foreign policy, and that is very serious for Jamaica's future, and one need to understand that. Let me just give you a show what is going on in Kentire as it relates to Gillette Owners constituency, as we promised to take you through, right, these clippings, right? Let us show you what is going on before we delve deeper.
She sent for barrier and that still can't stop nobody from going to go for Marco X. Fucking right. Watch her. She have a serious problem. She have a serious problem. She have a blood clot. They started, they call they uncomfortable, they know so they now win. Much blood clot PMP come out, all who never used to vote and vote now. We are doing a polling station so much time. We are doing a polling station so much time. Every minute you're back and forth in a polling station. You're gonna hear me tell them to come out from my life before my black on the ass. Alright, well I black. All when I your opinion me a black on you. As long as me soon me a black on you.
Excuse us, no.
With our Kentire guys, Poppy in Kentire with it. Come sir. Alright. We're angry, so I just say understand. Because Juliet should have on the ground so long and I'm going there for back and forth every minute. So we're angry. Because them see what's coming. Them a politician. Them are not police, them a politician. Them are not police, them a politician. Because Juliet send them for the barrier and they reach the barrier and put on fast. Them are not police, them a politician. Them a politician. Them are not police, politician them. Them is no police, politician them be. You know Langshan them over the Salaka? Long time. All of us should go over there and go for barrier. Go. Then come off if my lord girl. And if my vice are 9, just come off our by who you be. If you can't manage to come off on my life.
Yo, make them go on with them contention, man. T-shirt.
Just gonna protest out Just wait, let me go call it. What PDA is? What PDA is? What PDA is? 79. 79 what? That's 79. All right. Yes, 79? 79. All right, hold on. What number am I called there? 77B. 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 77B.
Over here, sir. Everything run good.
Stop this. I want to speak on this because this is very serious. This is extremely serious, Jamaica. Juliet Owens had voted already. Why Juliet Owens is back and forth into the police the polling station? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? And now you see the reasons why they got rid of the political ombudsman. Juliet Owens is manipulating the process because somehow she figured that she's in trouble. And Juliet Owens, she had voted already, you know. So I don't understand this. Why Juliet Owens continue, right, to be back and forth into the police station. No, just can't understand this. Right? And yet, she is the so-called Speaker of the House. Was supposed to be strong and disciplined. And this is what we have evidence of the video in terms of what Juliet Owens is doing. She had voted already hours ago. And she's back and forth. What allowed to happen? This doesn't make sense, Jamaica. Now, let me show another clip because people are sending the clip. Let us show another picture where Oris Chang is taking money out of his wallet, buying votes. Let us go to that video. The people are taking the pictures, the people are sending them, the people are taking the videos and say, what's that bangaranga going on, man? What's that bangaranga going? What is this? What is this mess? Look, see the people. See the evidence there? Right? Now, what is going on? Buying votes, right, is illegal. Here is the evidence, people, where this man who is a drugs baron, WikiLeaks have him, you understand, gun transshipment, and here is this man, you understand, buying votes. So let me ask Jamaica something. Let me ask Jamaica something. Move on to, look, listen to me. Jamaica, let me ask you this question. If Jamaica Labour Party did perform, would Juliet Owens, if Juliet Owens did perform in her constituency, right? Would Juliet Owens now in problem in terms of back and forth at the polling station? Come on, Juliet Owens. You are the Speaker of the House and supposed to set discipline. You have voted already. You're supposed to exit the polling station. What is the reason, Juliet Owens? I want you to come and talk, Juliet Owens. What is the reason or the reasons for you to be going back and forth into the polling station? Why? Why is that? Why can't you, Juliet Owens, vote and go home Have you seen Mark Golden, right? Or Mark Golden wife doing anything like that? No, me I get grief now, you know.
Mark Golden has a message for everyone.
Right? You have that Mark Golden message?
Yeah.
Okay, let us get to Mark Golden message to all of us. This is crazy. I am so damn upset. You understand? That the police, hey, let me tell you something as it relates to the corruption and the DPP, you know. You understand? The police them stand up there and allow that to happen. Juliet owners should be arrested. Juliet owners should be arrested. Why Juliet owners back and forth into the polling station? Let us hear what Comrade Leader Mark Golden said.
On election day, I know that in some of the polling stations the lines are long and it's a hot day, but I'm asking you, don't get dispirited, don't get frustrated. Just stay in line until your turn comes and put your X beside the head and vote for the People's National Party. Power to the people who are going to do this. Victory. I want to say thank you to everyone who's come out to vote today on election day. I know that in some of the polling stations the lines are long and it's
going to give up. Right? Nothing what they are doing. Marky G, that we are going to give up. We are going to hang on. We are going, people, let me say this. All you need to do, people, continue to send us the video, continue to send us the photograph. We have put them out here. We are exposing them and they need to be charged. They need to be charged. Juliet Owens has to come and explain now to the public why she, after being voted already, traveling back and forth into the polling station, back and forth. And why does Juliet Owens allowed to be doing that? And the police officers who are there who need to definitely tell Juliet Owens to go home, to leave the polling station and go and are arrested. Right? This is criminal in terms of what Juliet Owens is doing. Criminal. Right? You have voted already, Juliet Owens. What you need to do, you need to exit the polling station and go home. You are there now, back and forth. Now let me bring in the sledgehammer. Melting pot, come into the space. Oh, Pinques hasn't spoken as yet. Hold on. Yes. Spinks, what say you on this matter? What is your take? This is crazy.
Well, as I said to you earlier, the presiding officer where I worked fumbled the paper and claimed that they couldn't take off the foil of the paper, the ballot, and he looked, he saw what I vote, and he was hesitant in putting the ballot inside the box. You understand me? So they're going to be doing all kind of tricks because, as I said earlier, someone was outside telling me that, just outside the PD, telling me that my name is not on the list. So apparently they have a list different from the voters list, which may be only their canvassing list of labor rights, and they only expect their labor rights to come to the PDs to vote. So my name, right, but my name was confirmed on the outside with the PNP outdoor agent, and I confirmed my name yesterday on the EOJ website. You understand? So how can they be telling me at the day, at the time, and while I was there waiting for the guy to find my name, Andre Houghton came up, and Andre Houghton said to the guy, "You have to find her name." And that's when I pushed my head inside to the door and asked, "Who has my name?" And someone, the poll clerk, identified and said, "Yes, my name is there." You understand me? So they're using all kind of tricks to discourage us from voting. I'm sorry that my comrades have to be going through the long lines and so forth, but it has to be done. It's the process. As long as you stay in the line after 5 o'clock, you have a right to stay there and vote. And I'm telling my people, do not leave the line. Stay in your position. Stand fast. because those police officers there at Kentire should be arresting Juliet Holness, because what she's doing is creating a distraction and a disturbance, and that's illegal, right? You can't go there antagonizing the process, the due process, Juliet. Juliet, no man, you need to do better than that. You see, let me go back to Malahu now. Malahu, right? Malahu, we call her one belly Kalalu because that's all she does. And when you think of what they're saying in regards to people, like what Vegas was saying about Jamaicans coming home to vote, let me remind the laborites, including Vegas, that last year local government election had the largest turnout, right, ever in the history of Jamaica. When new names were added to the voters list this cycle around, it was again the largest numbers of persons added to the voters list in the history. And so far the numbers are coming in, and I think by the end of the day we will have the largest voter turnout ever. And the reason Jamaicans are voting or coming from overseas to vote is because they too are tired of Andrew and want to vote him out. We have never seen a plane load of laborites coming back to vote. It's only the comrades. And from last year I've been saying it because they have been saying it to me in their communications.
Pinques, hold on, give me a minute, Pinques. I have a caller online. I'm just going to patch through the caller and then you can take up where you left off. Just give me a minute. Let me patch through the caller. Yes, caller, you are on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mystic. And Melting Pot, everyone, good afternoon. What is going on with Juliet? Oh, listen.
This is
Why
crazy, my lady.
behaving like that? She's not in power anymore. She should only vote and go home. She shouldn't be running in and out of polling station.
This is unbelievable.
I cannot believe it, and the police ain't doing nothing about it because they're scared stiff of Andrew and his bad behavior. She shouldn't be allowed to do that. That cannot be happening in Barbados. When Miss Monty, anyone go and vote, you got to go home. You cannot stand so many feet from the polling booth. You cannot wear colors or anything. I don't know how Jamaica do that. But here you cannot wear no party color. When you go in and vote, you vote and you go away. You got to go far away from the polling station. She thinks she's a bully.
Exactly.
Because she's losing. How can she go and take an old man out the nursing home to go and vote? Now the old man fall down. Huh?
It's crazy.
It's not right. It's not right. She's such a bully. And because no one can stand up to them because they will get you arrested and force you to come and apologize. She's idiot. And how can a prime minister said he loved Jamaica and his two sons is not voting? Can you believe that?
Here you go, my sister.
What is going on in Jamaica?
Crazy.
Jamaica got to stop this nonsense. My cousin now, she get money to go and vote, but she's not voting for them. She's voting for the PNP.
There you go. That's what needs to be done.
Excuse me, yes, G? Okay. All right. So that's what I'm saying. I don't understand. Jamaica's got to stop this nonsense. Mr. Golden Winner has got to put in different law now in Jamaica. And hope we, by the grace of God, we get 35 seats or 34. Do you understand? But the thief and you're paying people not to go to vote. Because how can they be so that's where the money gone. The thief and money for the boss gone as well.
Here you go.
Because they know some of the black people are licky, and that's why they will always take liberty with us. Because majority of them are too licky. But I hope to God that we won, sir. I hope to God, because I want to come back home. But I will not come back home if that man is in power. I won't even go back home for a holiday.
Right.
I just pray to God that we win. And you know how Isaac is doing?
Well, I think Isaac is doing well, right? We don't have any feedback, but we will be getting some feedback shortly. And we'll be putting out.
Money gone up there, though. Money gone bad up there because they want to be in power there to take over the beaches. That's all. You know? Anyway, let's hope that God give us the ride, the smooth ride home. You understand?
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
You're more than welcome. And I am saying that, you know, we are going to put out this and we are going to expand on this after the election. Juliet owners must be charged for this particular behavior. We will be putting it out there. We are going to make it in an issue, you understand, to be addressed. Juliet owners, as the Speaker of the House, right, supposed to know better, right, as it relates to the electoral office of Jamaica and voting, right, SOP, standard operating procedures. That is not allowed. From once you vote, you're supposed to exit the polling station, and we have seen clearly, as it relates to evidence, where Juliet owners going back and forth in the polling station. It can't be worked. Juliet owners has to be prosecuted, has to be charged for this going forward, and we are going to ensure that Juliet owners being charged for this. Pinques, go ahead, sister.
Yes, thank you, Uncle Byron. And should I remind Malahu that Mark Jefferson Golden does not need to walk in or behind Andrew Holness at all. Because remember, you know, Malahu, you are the last person to ever criticize Mark Golden, because out of 225 JLP delegates, 25 voted for you to stay in the constituency that you're at. Therefore, your own people rejected you. Why are you still on the ballot? Today I saw your name, and I'm wondering why is your name there? No, they're coming with this thing called Choose Jamaica. Andrew Owen is talking about and explaining a while ago the statement he made in the debate. Andrew, there is no explanation for what you said. You meant what you said because you were angry at the time. And when someone is angry, they speak the truth. And for once in your life, you explain to us basically how you think of some Jamaicans because of they have another race. And yet our motto say, out of many we are one. What you did in that statement is like you highlighted your ignorance, because Mark Golden explained to you and was trying to educate you that once you're a citizen of the Commonwealth legally, it does not matter. You can represent in another country, in another Commonwealth country, and serve as a politician. And yet, you are still a member of the Privy Council. You swore allegiance to the monarch. Mark did not. The hypocrisy, Andrew, we see it because everybody now knows that your two sons are not on the voters list. When we see Mark Jefferson Golden and his wife and two of his children on the campaign trail, where are your sons? Where are your sons? They have a right to vote in this country, and yet to come out here and talking about choose Jamaica. So what happened? Your sons can't choose Jamaica too? Does it make sense? You are here telling young people to vote for you when your sons are not on the voters list? How could that ever happen in a country and you talk about choose Jamaica as your slogan? May not make sense to me, and Jonas. You're being a hypocrite. You are being a hypocrite. It seems to me your sons have rejected you and your principles because they know you're a hypocrite. I yield the floor.
As always. But wifey is going to show some clippings, right, of what is evolving, right, through the voting process. So let us get a bite into that. All right. So right, okay, so let us give the
it's not that is Catherine Mountain, St. James Central.
PD20.
Where's 19? Catherine Hall Primary in Montego Bay.
This is Catherine Hall Primary in Montego Bay.
St. James West Central.
In St. Catherine.
And Catherine Mount St. James Central.
Catherine Mount St. James Central. So repeat after you
West Central.
Okay, you do it.
Catherine Mount is West Central. That's Andre's Horton seat.
Oh, okay.
That's the same Malahhood he's going up against.
Correctly, and that Mount St. James is
Okay.
West.
Yeah.
Mount Salem is West.
Mount Salem. Yeah, Mount Salem is also West Central. I remember, Malahhood was the one who said that some people don't need to know their rights.
All right. Let me just put this on.
All right. We are venturing into other clips as well. You have other clips to feature? All right. We are going to share other areas.
Generations, voting patterns have often followed strong family lines, green for the JLP or orange for the PNP. But this general election, a new wave of young voters is determined to change that narrative.
I grew up into a PNP home. Mother, father, everybody is PNP. I grew up and make a choice of my own. I vote based off what I'm seeing, based off what I'm reading, right? And the PNP has been in power for 18 years. And things I've seen Floyd Green done in 2 terms has never been done by the PNP. And we cannot deny that. So knowingly, the JLP is going to be in power for a very long time. They gave us 18. We're going to give them 36 and more. We're going to double. And God's willing, we're going to triple.
Well, you have some people that are die-hearted. I wouldn't, for me, my parents are die-hearted PNP. But to be honest, you're probably killing me for this. But if I am voting and I realize that the JLP is doing a better job, okay, I will give them my vote. But as for now, I really think that young people should think about it, not only because your parents or your family is die-hearted, but look into what the party is doing that is also beneficial to you.
What do you have to say about these young people, and how would you encourage more of them to come out?
I'm extremely happy about how many of them we saw in our campaign, how many of them we saw at our public.
Let us move on, because
in the hang on here, in the local government election, during the local government election and during the by-elections that we had, the media focused on the JLP candidates and they ignored most of our candidates.
Yes.
So they're going to have this little thing where they report on the JLP candidates and not ours, as expected. And the caller talk about how many seats she wants. We need at least 42 to be effective. 2/3 of 63 is 42 seats.
Exactly.
I will need 42 seats at least.
Yes, and you're right with that, Spinks, in terms of having the 42 in terms of the 2/3 majority, because that is where you are going, right? So the 2/3 majority in the lower house, right, will help us, you understand, to definitely overrule some policies that Andrew Holness, right, made. Not all, what people need to understand, not all policies or laws that will be installed, right, need 2/3 majority in the Senate. From once you get it in the Parliament, that's fine enough in terms of making certain things law based on certain conditionality, right? Let me say that. But you have some of the laws, particularly if it have to entrench or enshrine in the Constitution, which is going to need the 2/3 majority from the lower house, 2/3 majority from the upper house, and then it has to go to the Prime Minister desk, and after the Prime Minister desk, it has to send to the Governor General for it to be a send in law. So that is how it works, right? So let us get into some other situations here where we need to deal with the situation. So as you see the development, Melting Pot, what say you on the matter?
Well, what I've seen in regards to Juliet Holness, being very disruptive in her constituency, I know she's not following the protocol. Standard operation procedure must be, at all times upheld.
Exactly.
You're supposed to leave the polling station. Either you go home or you find yourself on Belmont Road. That's how I know it's supposed to go. You understand?
Correct.
But for she to be loitering around the facility, trying to create or stir up some form of mayhem, because people get hungry when them see people breaching, the protocol. And it doesn't matter who you are, you should not. If anything, she should be, respectful of the protocol and maintaining order.
Yeah.
But she's trying to utilize that power.
Exactly. And Melting Pot is 100% right with that, people, right?
Yeah, man,
Because
she's hungry for power,
Yes.
Yes. And what it is, the Holness family is a national disgrace to Jamaica. And
Exactly.
this election is being televised worldwide, and all these videos are going on here. So if she thinks that she can manipulate the process on election day, she have a next guest coming. Because just hypothetically speaking, if she wins, the evidence will point to a recount, because this seat would be up for debate because protocol was break, and at the time it's live. So that is a case now where you take her to court and you get an injunction and them have to run over back that seat. So when we see them go out with them so ignorant and stupid and dumb and fool that them don't even know, say, based on substantial evidence, that seat would have to go back into a voting process. We're not talking about a recount. Another voting process that constituency have to run over back. Because everybody can say she manipulate the process. What is she doing in and out, back and forth? What is she trying to achieve? I don't know. You understand? And in the case of Nasty Dr. Crab, it's the same thing. He's on camera buying vote. So, you know, in the case of even in the eventuality of him winning, or when he can't win the same way, him still to go to court, and whether they lose or not, him and Juliet to go to court, we have the evidence. As I'm saying, you know, it's time Jamaican lawbreaker face the consequence of them action. And it must come with some, you know, harsh penalty. You find them and you also imprison them. Until we start to move in that direction, we will never change these type of behavior practice that we see going on. We have to set some boundaries. These people are not bigger than the law. They are garbage as far as I'm concerned. You understand? They should be disposed of. And the people are disposing of them now. Juliet Holness is a piece of shit. She don't have no quality about her life. It's in tatters. Our personal life is in tatters and our political life is in shambles. Because we know she's one of the illicit enrichment. And when she knows she under investigation, but just like her husband, the two of them are the lightest thing, and the lightest couple in the country, the thiefest couple in the country, the most disrespectful couple in the country. Them are shit, the holiness them. Yeah? If me live in a little hut, you know, me go feel proud, you know, because me know me achieve my hut. Me no want to live in a big castle. I me no feel comfortable because everybody know me get the castle. You understand? And I want Jamaica, I want the labor rights and people say, I want thing with Jamaican people, you know. Them me done for them the fool. And you see when time certain thing happening in our society, people, knowledge, you know, move towards that and remember it clearly. Now, we know Andrew Wallace with him power and his mentality is a guy we send to people to make them apologize to him. But has he ever once in his life apologized to Jamaican? The amount of criminal activity and all them things that we see going with? No. So you know, say, this is a bandolo guy we have in front of it. Him fake. You understand? And we have to get rid of him once and for all, and we have to make an example out of Andrew Wallace and Juliet. They must start prison by all means.
Definitely agree.
Small sentencing, them forget over 50 years each. Them well must come back to the people. You understand? So I know for sure so that holiness dynasty is coming to a close, a dramatic close. It will be in history in folklore terms, but not for the right reason. And the only reason why we're going to keep them in history is to make sure no people read about them and understand that Jamaica will never go back in that direction. I yield back the floor.
All right, well said. And you know, when you look at it, right, as it relates to, I am shocked in terms of so many police officers being there and she was allowed to do that. But you're 100% right in terms of what you said, Melting Pot, because the outcome, right, in the essence that, okay, if Juliet Holness should win that constituency, then the People's National Party have to challenge that.
Rerun election.
Because of what Juliet Holness did here. And so then the process, I would say, would have been compromised. So Juliet Holness doesn't really understand what she had just done, you know. You understand what I'm saying?
You have to run over back that seat.
Well, I mean, the only way we're going to run over back that seat unless PNP win.
But look here.
The PNP candidate did not breach. It is Juliet Holness who breached. We have our own video. You understand? Going back and forth, right? To the police. No, let me show you something. Juliet Wellness is not different from her husband, you know. It is the same behavior Andrew Wellness did, you know. Let me show you a clip as it relates to even Adler Shah calling out Andrew Wellness for that same behavior. Now,
but Uncle Byron, let me ask you a question. Are we so surprised of Juliet's behavior? Because look at her performance as Speaker of the House. Most times she bully people inside the House of Parliament, you know.
But
even
again,
favor she bully.
Again, with this behavior, Sister Pinques, it shows you understand the hypocrisy of Juliet Owens, the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, while her husband being investigated. So you see her behavior. You see that behavior. Juliet Owens sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. And look, and the next person who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, you know, you understand? Warmington. But look, Jamaica, look. We can't have them, you understand, any longer. We just need to, you know, we just need to vote them. Because the more I get, you understand? Let us show you. Jonas is no different from Juliet Owens. You understand? They are the same thing as Juliet to the level of corruption. They are corrupted. And they need to dismiss from our parliament without any delay for them.
Her husband did.
Yes.
I remember Juliet tried to move landline, you know.
Okay. So wife is going to bring up that clip in terms of the very same behavior. We can, and yet
send it over to it's in Mystic Nation.
and yet it is the very same behavior Andrew Wellness have, right? We have to get them out. So obviously, as it relates to that sort of behavior that Juliet Wellness displayed, right? Then what sort of ruling she's going to do on the oversight committee, the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee? You know, say the whole thing a joke. It's a banana republic this. You understand? It's a kleptocratic government. Everybody in there criminal. You understand? Let us play that and show you the very same behavior where Andrew Wellness carry out. Crazy man.
But remember Juliet moved property line. She's a thief all over. Remember the court case that she had?
Unless you want me to play it now.
Here it is. The one where you sent me.
You want me to play that one?
No, that is the one you sent me.
Okay.
That is the Juliet.
From going inside of the polling station. So he sent all the police in the region to come lock down the stations. Vote is at a pause right now at the Pentecostal Basic School and Beatrice and High Park Road. It's one piece of pandemonium. Andrew Owens was prevented from going inside of the polling station. So he sent all the police in the region to come lock down the stations. Vote is at the
this one is the recent, Tony?
Yes, Baron, it just happened.
No, so
yeah, this is recent. It's today.
I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, play back again on it. What is going on, Jamaica? What is going on? This is serious.
You just deleted it.
Okay, you can find it back.
Can you send it back, please?
Where is that? Mystic Sensation?
Mystic Nation.
Mystic Nation? Oh, this is it?
Yes.
Mighty goodness. What is going on? What really are going on, Jamaica? What's going on?
Desmond Mackenzie said they will never surrender Jamaica to us.
So Pinques, I'm glad you bring up that. This is what they mean when they said they will not surrender.
They will steal the election. They will shut down the whole polling station, but that should not be allowed. Not because you are the prime minister, you shut down our entire station. And people, because they don't allow you in, you break the law. So those police officers were upholding the law, and then you punish the entire people. No, sir. We need to take him go to court for that too. And him never win a court case. So we need to take Andrew to court for that.
All right. Now we are seeing the entire strategy coming out as to why they have gotten rid of the ombudsman. Now we have seen
Exactly.
clearly played out as it relates to Andrew Holness. And that is why Andrew Holness coming out and said he doesn't play draw, he plays chess. You understand? These are no, and guess what? Andrew Holness, let me say this. Believe you me, he's going to prison, you know. Based on the left, all of what you have seen, it has no interest Jamaica. Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness have no interest in terms of running the country, and Jamaica people need to see it. You understand the level of desperation, right? Juliet Holness went to a polling station and breached the policy. Breach the policy, and likewise Andrew Holness, you understand, gone there and breached the policy as well. So this is very, 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 very serious. And this is something that, of course, we are going to follow up on. You understand? We definitely are going to follow up on this. This is crazy, Jamaica. This is crazy. This is definitely crazy.
And remember, nomination day, she actually blocked our PNP candidates, you know.
Yes.
He had to come out of his vehicle and use a bike to go to get himself nominated.
No, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? We have anything from CVM so that we can highlight anything from CVM, right? Okay, all right. Let us get on. Jamaica, let me say this. Based on the behavior being displayed by Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness that we have seen, right? We know that the behavior is corrupted, right, and ought to be investigated. And trust me, we in this space, we are going to follow up on that and to ensure that they have been disciplined, right? This is crazy. I just cannot believe it. That the Prime Minister is so desperate. The Prime Minister and his wife know that they are in trouble, right? And so then now they want to interrupt, you understand, with the voting process. Want to deprive people, right, of their franchise to vote. This is unbelievable. Is the record coming in? This is just unbelievable, right? When we think of, you know, what they found themselves in. And let me say this. Let me ask them the question. Let me ask Juliet and Andrew this. When you ask the Jamaican people to vote for you, and you told them lies that you are going to go there and represent them, none of the Jamaican people did tell you to go in there and steal. None of the Jamaican people did tell you to go in there and steal. You take it up on your own to corrupt yourself, and you need to pay for your wrongdoing, right? And we are going to ensure that you pay for your wrongdoing. All the anti-punky are going with, you understand me? I say, we are, all of them behavior where are going. We already booked you and Juliet Holness. They try to corrupt the system, you understand? But it's not going to work. And we need to have, we are putting out this information. And you know what? I am going to call someone in authority, right, to make sure, right, that they follow up on this, right? So let me just, let me tell you something. Jamaica, I want you to understand, this is the reason why Paula Lovelin have gotten her extension. All of the corruption that you have seen here is to just show Jamaica, wake up Jamaica, as it relates to how Paula Lovelin as a DPP, allowed Andrew Holness and Andrew Holness administration to continue the wrong that they are doing. Now, Jamaican people, let me tell you something. The DPP can change all of this, all of the corruption and the behavior up until this point. The DPP, right, can change all of this. You know what? I am going to show Jamaica as it relates to the level of the corruption that Paula Llewellyn, all of this I am putting on Paula Llewellyn's shoulder. Everything that you see going on here, Paula Llewellyn is to get the blame. Paula Llewellyn and some of the investigators in the criminal justice system, they are to get the blame. We have seen where investigators, right, based on intel coming from the United States, right, provide them with intel that they caught, you understand, drugs dealers, and based on the corruption, they let go drug dealers, take money, you understand, a year one total announce, then 2 days, 3 days, you hear a lower total denomination announce, and a couple of days again, it keep reduced, right? And then, of course, in the very same period that you have seen that they caught the drug done with over 550 million Jamaican dollars. The very same year, we have seen $270 million went into Andrew Holness' account. These are the things where you know Andrew Holness and Juliet Holness trying to stop.
Let's talk about this.
All right. And he said people are putting on Twitter that based on the crowd at the polling station, GLP will be voting on September 3 and PNP on September 4. Please warn the listeners and viewers. Okay. So all voting will be done today. For all the listeners, all voting, right, will be done today. Right. And as we said, all of these, in terms of any form of trickery, right, report them, you understand, to me so I can definitely disseminate it. Right? Now, let me show you something, Jamaica. People may wonder why Mystic Sensation is beating Paula Llewellyn like this. I am beating Paula Llewellyn like this because Paula Llewellyn is extremely corrupted. Paula Llewellyn is a Jamaica Labour Party operative. And Paula Llewellyn is the one who is responsible for the high level of corruption in our country. Now, I'm going to prove it, Jamaica. I am going to prove it. I am going to prove it. And I'm going to prove it in such a way, right, that it cannot be rebutted. Now, look at these people. You understand? I anticipate that the behavior was going to happen. You know? So I make sure, say, I am going to show my Jamaican people as it relates to Paula Llewellyn. You understand? Could stop all of this, all of the corruption. If Andrew Holness is charged and prosecuted. Now, look at these people. Let us go to, being by St. Kitts. Something more I show Jamaican people. And not only the old clips that I'm going to show from St. Kitts, but that's something I'm going to show you. Right? I want Jamaica to just pay attention, you understand, to show you the level of culpability as it relates to Paula Llewellyn. Paula Llewellyn, you understand, bring Jamaica, you understand, to the dogs. That's what Paula Llewellyn do. Brought Jamaica to the dogs. I all are responsible for this Paula Llewellyn. Now, this is where I'm going. This is St. Kitts. Nevis DPP filed charges against 9 defaulters under the Integrity in Public Life Act. Paula Llewellyn, you will never ever do something like this. You will never ever do something like this, Paula Llewellyn. You are so corrupted. You are so corrupted, Paula Llewellyn. Now, let me show you what happened between the difference between St. Kitts and Jamaica as it relates to a corrupted prosecutor that we have in the criminal justice system. I'm glad, you understand your time come for your move out. St. Kitts and Nevis Director of Public Prosecution, Adlai Simic, has filed charges against 9 defaulters under the Integrity in Public Life Act, somewhat similar to the Integrity Commission Act in Jamaica. taken under the Integrity in Public Life Act, right? Cap 22.18 as amended. Now, 2 public officials have been omitted and 1 extension granted. Per the list published, the DPP Smith enforcement action is a follow-up to an initial press release issued on January 11, 2024, and public officials who failed to meet the filing deadline. Look on this, because this is much, right, lesser corruption than what Andrew Wallace carry off, Lesser, right, meet the filing deadline on the 26th of January 2024. Now, look at this now. In a press release dated February 1, 2024, DPP Smith advised as the DPP, and hear what the DPP said. This is why I said that all of what is happening now rests on the shoulder of Paula Llewellyn and some investigators for their high level of participation in corruption. Hear what this DPP is saying to show you that this DPP, that show you that Paula Llewellyn, you understand, could have engaged a lot of the criminal activities done by Andrew Holness. Criminal, you understand, empire. Under the disguise of being a political representative. Now, open quote, as the DPP, I am tasked with upholding the rule of law and ensuring the highest standards of integrity among public officials. Paula Llewellyn is saying anything like this? Is Paula Llewellyn saying anything like this? No, Jamaica. As of today, the deadline for compliance with the mandatory declaration requirement has passed. And what is going to happen? It is with regret that we know several public officials have failed to meet this obligation. And what is going to happen? In accordance with earlier warnings, complaints were filed on January 31, 2023 against public officials who failed to comply. The names of 2 public officials have been omitted from the list below pending a legal opinion regarding the effect of their resignations and their obligations to file. Another has requested and been granted an extension until February 5th on compassionate grounds owing to the death and recent burial of his mother, DPP Smith. Explaining. Look at this now, people. All the public officials listed in the table below have failed to meet the filing deadline of 26 January 2024. This list represents a diverse range of positions and organizations, underscoring the universal applicability of the law to all applicable public officials. While I have been made aware that at least 1 public official has filed since the deadline, that name has still been listed because the deadline of 26 January 2024 was the final deadline. Let's say the DPP in a ramp. Just to say the DPP in a play. No, I'm gonna watch this now. See the DPP, put them out. See that? Summons are presently being prepared by the court registry and will be served in due course. The DPP press release announced. And see all of them, yeah? Number 1, Honorable Fitzroy Eddie, Magistrate Judiciary, right? Saju Engla, General Manager Aziz, Broadcasting Car. Ricky Lanrick, right? Lake, Chairman Urban Development Car. Ruthlin Harris, Member Public Service Commission. Oral Brandy, right? General Manager. Stedman Trust, Albert Garden, Pamela Martin. The difference between us and St. Kitts. I know we can't know, apart from Andrew Holness, the other 9 corruptors. We can't know them. This goes to show you when you look at the comparison between this DPP and Paula Llewellyn. Indeed, dead on how corrupted Paula Llewellyn is. Now watch this. Hear what the DPP is going to say. Paula Llewellyn, I want you to listen to what this DPP said. Hear what this DPP is saying, Jamaica. I wish to reiterate the importance of these declarations in combating corruption and maintaining public trust, Paula. You hear that? Combating corruption, Paula Llewellyn, and maintain public trust. Were I to fail to follow through on my warning of certain prosecution, not only will the credibility of my office being damaged, Paula Llewellyn, your credibility of your office damaged, Paula Llewellyn. Your credibility of your office damaged that all of Kathy and Pike go against you publicly and said several things that you are carrying on with in your DPP office. You understand it's corruption, straight out corruption, and the Prime Minister should not give you an extension. Kathy and Pike, you stated that to show you indeed your level of corruption, you're a political operative. But it would also set a harmful precedent that laws can be disregarded without consequence. And that is why Juliet Holness and Andrew Holness breaching the Voting Rights Act. That is why today, right, because of the president that you said, Paula Llewellyn, because Juliet Holness knows it, and Andrew Holness knows it, the guardrails of justice pop down. Where Paula Llewellyn is concerned, heads now inch on what you people are executed today. The level of disrespect to the for the process. Defranchising. You understand, Jamaica voters, you understand, voting for the real person who they want. Juliet Holness, Bigfoot, 13, size 13. Nobody know why you. Why you force on a hold on for the people them and I try to thief the election? What you do it for? Nobody now wants to sit them done with you. You understand? Because you don't behave according to allegation, it's criminal. You don't let the Jamaican people and the fear up. And you want to kill your wife, let go of the Jamaican people now. Let me go to further. Because upon around here tonight, you know, me and them, you know. You think you're going to make them get you? Take that away, honey. You think you're going to make them get away with this? You understand? The Jamaican people want deliverance. You understand? From all the fear of spell. We want deliverance. You understand? You clear the seat, say the people pull away from you. Why you do at the polling station? Why you do at the polling station back and forth in the polling? You don't vote already. You don't vote already, mama. Oh, gorilla, you don't vote already. Why you don't go home? No, hey, let me get into more, let me get into again sentence. For sure, there's something that I'm going to touch, you know, that's why I'm going to say to people. Look again in a sentence with this DPP. The DPP are show parallel with body. No. Look on this DPP showing up parallel right in such a way, it's terrible Jamaica. You understand? The show parallel is extremely corrupted. So corrupted. It's not funny. So gone way up. So corrupted, it's not funny. Right? The gone too way up. Come down. Right? So that is the situation. Here it is. That is the situation where that is concerned. Right? So let us bring a next thing to show you how, because which one I go tonight, you know, very serious, you know. Very serious. And we see the corruption and play out. Check if CVM have any more update that we can switch to the updates. Yes. No. This is it. The second one. Yes.
It's the same thing.
The one with the murder? This one with the murder. Okay, this one. Now, let us look at this, my Jamaican people. Let us look at this. People will understand why I'm coming here to show serious level of parallel corruption. Serious level of parallel corruption. I'm going to get right to the point and show people how corrupted this woman is. That now, you understand, Juliet Holness continue her corruption because they know that. All right, let us play that.
And residents of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis and further afield, good day. The purpose of this exercise is to issue my first press release of 2025 from the Director of Public Prosecution's Office of St. Kitts and Nevis. The press release is entitled, Director of Public Prosecutions Announces Charges Against Crown Counsel Prosecutor. The Director of Public Prosecution's Office, DPPO, announces with profound regret that charges have been brought against one of its Crown Counsel prosecutors, Miss Chantrice Dorset, by the Royal St. Christopher and Nevis Police Force. The charges stem from the tragic murder of Mr. Akeem Archibald, a young man who was fatally shot with a high-powered semi-automatic rifle on July 20th, 2024. In the aftermath of this incident, the prime suspect, Mr. Kieran Phillip, also known as Tall Up, hereafter referred to as the fugitive, fled the Federation by sea and remains at large. Following an extensive police investigation into the murder and efforts to apprehend the fugitive, Ms. Chantrice Dorset has been formally charged with the following offenses. 1, accessory after the fact to murder. 2, attempting to pervert the course of justice by assisting the fugitive in fleeing the Federation to shield him from a murder investigation. 3, attempting to pervert the course of justice by assisting the fugitive in fleeing the Federation to shield him from an unlawful possession of firearm investigation. 4, attempting to pervert the course of justice, assisting the fugitive in fleeing the Federation to shield him from a trial for the attempted murder of a person in an unrelated matter. 5, misconduct in public office, advising and counseling the fugitive based on her knowledge as a prosecutor to assist him in evading the police. 6, corruption, trying to use her influence as a prosecutor to get the firearm used in the murder surrendered under an amnesty program. It is also noteworthy that charges relating to the possession of the high-powered automatic rifle believed to have been used in this crime have been previously laid against the fugitive's close relative, one Mr. B.J. Tuckett, who is currently awaiting trial on remand. The DPP emphasizes that in accordance with the principles of justice, Ms. Dorset is presumed innocent until proven guilty. It remains the Director of Public Prosecution's Office duty to uphold the integrity of the judicial process and ensure that Ms. Dorset is afforded her constitutional right to a fair trial. The Director of Public Prosecution's Office also urges the general public to act with maturity and refrain, I repeat, refrain from speculating about this case based on rumors or publishing inaccurate information that could prejudice the fair trial of these charges.
Take away this case.
Inappropriate comments or speculation.
When I said I done some excellent research, I want to show Jamaica now how indeed Paula Llewellyn is a GLP operative and Paula Llewellyn is corrupt. Look on the next case that I'm going to present, and we are going to ask the necessary questions, and I want people to participate. Now, honey, bring up the next clip. And we want to ask Paula Llewellyn why this person cannot be charged. Why this person cannot be charged, Paula Llewellyn? We want to just ask you why this person cannot be charged.
Prominent attorney Patrick Baker. In September 2016, the body of Junior Jermaine was found inside the living room of prominent attorney Patrick Bailey. The house is located in Barbican, St. Andrew, and Mr. Jermaine's body reportedly had several stab wounds and a gunshot wound to the head. Opposition spokesman on national security Fitz Jackson outlines concerns about the investigation of that murder so far.
I have been bombarded with concerns expressed about major crime like murder. That gentleman who was murdered in Barbican over a year ago, murdered on Barbican Road. We all know it was in the house of a prominent Jamaican, very much connected with the political leadership of this country. Someone murdered. And from all the police reports up to now, nothing has been concluded.
The Gleaner reported in February last year that the police identified suspects in the murder of Mr. Jermaine.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with the brother of the gentleman who was murdered. He went to the media. I read the reports. And I saw an audience with him. And the gentleman expressed his distress, is giving up on Jamaica. Because in his own words, some people are not going to get justice in this country. This is a real situation. We get up and we tell the country about how serious we are about crime and violence and murder. But in a case where somebody was murdered in a house, where from the police report there was no forced entry, and over 1 year, no one is arrested, no one is charged, and rumors abound.
Mr. Jackson adds that the culture of silence is doing more harm than good.
We believe that if we keep quiet, don't say nobody knows, and it just go away. People know these things, and they see it happen. And that's why they lose trust in us, all of us. And they lose faith in the system. That is at the heart of it. And that's why I say many of the times we are being hypocritical in this place. Because we know those things to be true. But because of who it is, we keep quiet, and the rest of the country know. That's where the hypocrisy lies.
National Security Minister Robert Montague reminded Mr. Jackson about separating the role of policymakers and those in charge of the operations of the security forces.
And let us further bring clearer evidence to show, you understand, the corruption of Paula Llewellyn. Let me show further evidence. Nobody don't like it, and like what I am doing, because I expose them in a master. I am exposing them, They don't like what I am doing today, Now let me show further corruption, because you can't charge, and no, Patrick Bailey don't charge. Because guess what? Right? Terry Langton was once the fiancé for Patrick Bailey, and Patrick Bailey, you understand, was once the lawyer for Andrew Holness. So I want to see the clique. And Paula Llewellyn is within the clique. But guess what? When Paula Llewellyn is not in the clique of the People's National Party, Paula Llewellyn bring down charge. Let us show the evidence. Watch this. So tell me, Paula Llewellyn, why you bring forth charge in this and you don't bring down charge in that? Now, let us get into that. You understand? And definitely deal with the biases. You understand?
Media.com. Up first this evening, former Member of Parliament Julian Silvera has been charged with murder.
The charge is in relation to the killing of his wife at home in November last year. He was charged within hours of him being arrested on Thursday. The former MP is scheduled to appear in court next week.
Now, Kirk Wright was at the Major Investigations Division, MID, last night as the dramatic moments unfolded. He has our report.
After a brief question and answer session, Julian Silvera was handcuffed and whisked away in a waiting police vehicle parked outside the Major Investigation Division Thursday night. His attorney, Peter Champagne, who spoke briefly to the press, insisted his client is innocent.
Of course, there is concern, and
what I will say is that he is maintaining his innocence, and we will see what happens in the process.
But the police say they have enough evidence linking Mr. Silvera to his wife's murder. Deputy Commissioner of Police Fitz Bailey is in charge of crime.
About 12 midday, Jolan Silvera, age 52 years old, land developer, was formally charged by the police.
Now look at it, people. Him have evidence, right, to charge Jolan Silvera, but him have no evidence to charge Patrick Bailey. Wanna look at it in Jamaica. Wanna look at it. Based on similar circumstances, where Jolan's wife died inside of the house, and you have another situation where Patrick Bailey, right, with Junior died in a Patrick Bailey house, and as it relates to police investigation, no forced entry. The very similar thing. So then so then now Fitz Bailey, why Jolan Silvera has been charged? Because my PNP. You understand? I am not saying whether or not Jolan guilty or not guilty, but I am saying that if justice need to execute in Jolan case, why you don't execute the justice in Patrick Bailey's case? Why? And these are the situations we talk about, the biases. You understand, that make you guys criminal in the process. You guys are criminal within the process, within the biases.
That is the major investigation division for the murder of his wife, Melissa Silvera.
He also revealed that the former MP could be in more trouble.
The investigation continues as we believe that there are other charges that will be laid against Mr. Silvera.
Initially, it was reported that Mrs. Silvera died in her sleep at home on November 10. Sources say a photograph of the scene after the police were called showed blood stains, and that ignited the suspicion of the investigators. Things began to look bleak for the former politician a month later, after an autopsy discovered bullet fragments in his wife's body. It further revealed that she was shot.
Let me ask you now, Paul. You know, see $470 million running through Andrew Wallace's account. You understand, through NCB. And if Andrew Wallace cannot explain his wealth, right, through the Integrity Commission investigators, neither can he explain his wealth to NCB running $470 million through NCB. You have the power, Paul, right, that you can definitely, right, bypass anyone else and have Andrew Wallace charged. Am I lying? The Constitution gives you that power. Right? Why did Andrew Wallace won't come to you? Why you don't interview Andrew Wallace parallel with him? Why you yourself, you as a prosecutor, because this case, you understand, is a national crisis. Why you don't sit down Andrew Wallace and ask Andrew Wallace to explain his wealth? And then, why you parallel with him sits on the crowd report? You know, say you're corrupted. You know, say you're totally effing corrupted. You know, say that. You know what Stevie Wonder or Ray Charles to see you. You understand, you're all dirty, corrupt. Hey, let me tell you something. Trust me. If Jamaica was a true democracy, right? You think you just walk out of the DPP office and just kick back, relaxing. No, your feet would put to the fire. You understand? And you will put to the judiciary. You understand? Parallel, you are so much corrupted. You're a political activist. So let me just steal back. You understand? And let me just squeeze in Sister Pinques in the arms. Pinques. All right, Melting Pot. Take it away.
Yeah, we're looking at, you know, a game that we see play out regular in front of our eyes. And it's a very serious game. It's a game called corruption. Because I'm just gonna draw a similarity as it relates to the DPP in St. Kitts and the DPP in Jamaica. And when I say similarity, people don't get me wrong. It's just a job description, not the individual. But here it is. The DPP in St. Kitts can charge a judge. But the DPP in Jamaica can charge somebody from the justice side of things as it relates to Patrick Bailey being an attorney at law. What can go so? This is immorally wrong, ethically wrong, and stink of corruption. Now, when you look at the comparison now again, people, as it relates to two incidents of similar background. Jermaine was found dead in Patrick Bailey house. Okay? In the case of Jarlan Silvera and his wife was found dead inside their home. But in the case of Patrick Bailey and Jermaine situation, it's a saga that has, you know, been ongoing without any resolution for many years now. Patrick Bailey was given bed rest. Patrick Bailey was given special protection. There was no force of entry, no break-in. The two persons were known to be sharing the accommodation of the house in Barbican on the night in question. Jermaine was stabbed 21 times with a knife belonging to Patrick Bailey, and he got a fatal bullet to the head as well. And Patrick Bailey remarks was that he slept through all of this ordeal, but when last seen Jermaine alive was about 1 a.m. early that morning. Okay? But look now, in the case of Jarlan Silvera and his wife, that case was wrapped up in no time. And the then acting commissioner of police, you know, come out and said something that from him start to speak, you know he's telling a lie. He said there is sufficient evidence that Mr. Jarlan Silvera is to be charged for the death of his wife. And he also further make mention of some more, you know, cases that Mr. Jarlan Silvera is slated to be slapped with charge for. I'm wondering to myself, how did Fitzbailey wrap up this investigation so quick? And how, in the case of Patrick Bailey, who is the Prime Minister lawyer, you know, in that situation, nothing can be resolved. It's like that investigation has hit a brick wall. But let's analyze things further. Remember, you know, people, when Junior body was found dead inside that home in Barbican, which is listed to be owned by Patrick Bailey, all manner of evil was said by Patrick Bailey. First, he did not know the true identity of Jermaine. He only knew him to be Gully. And he employed him as a gardener. But subsequent release, confirmed that he knew him and he was a contractor. What can go so? Now, me being an investigator, right away, Patrick Bailey, after they in handcuff, because, a perjury that me say I go on. Me have to charge him on that grounds, can't tell him lie. Further, subsequent investigation revealed that Patrick Bailey was the deceased lawyer from way back when he had an incident that, needed someone to represent him. Okay? Patrick Bailey was also working for Junior family. That is no secret. That's how Junior and him become, in touch with each other, because Patrick Bailey worked for Junior family prior to working for Junior. Now Patrick Bailey, who this said deceased millions of dollars. As a matter of fact, the house that him living is Junior money by it. Patrick Bailey sell out the whole of the man asset, land and other houses. The man had 2 Benz parked there and ski bike. The man is wealthy, but Patrick Bailey described the man as Gully and as a gardener. But my critical thinking still, why would your gardener be sleeping inside your place but you don't have a true identity? How did you employ him? You just employ him as Gully and use a lawyer, attorney law, who knows you're supposed to take man details and know him whereabouts and his true identity. So right away, you have to charge Patrick Bailey. He's lying. But nothing of that sort. That case is still open for discussion going further under the new administration. But in the case of Jaila and Silvera, that was a cut and dry. That was easy as ABC 1, 2, 3. Yeah, for Fitzbailey. But we just see the corruption, it play out more and more in our society. Because at the time, Major Bubugaga Anderson was the commissioner of police. Fitzbailey was the deputy commissioner of police. And I expected when Bubugaga left the post, it would be this said Bailey who would be elevated to that position because he was in line to succeed Major Bubugaga Anderson when he leave. But where is Fitzbailey today? He's still serving in that capacity, but now in Turks and Caicos. So everybody around left Jamaica because them hands stain in a corruption, and them stink with corruption all over them, so they are free. You understand? Now we know in the case going back to the 2 DPP. The DPP in St. Lucia, in St. Kitts, is very honest and working on behalf of the people and representing her office, the office of the DPPO. But in Jamaica case with Stretch 5, she's only there protecting the corruptors in Jamaica, keeping them afloat and out of prison. When she have the evidence clear as daylight in front of her, she don't move off of anybody. Because all she do is just sit there and get a fat salary annually from the Jamaica taxpayers. She get extension after extension. that is unprecedented, never been seen to happen before. Yeah. And in the event of Katie and Prike, who publicly criticize her for the type of leadership that she presides as within her office. She was seen to be an ineffective DPP by Katie and Pike. And so her corruption was also highlighted from her counterpart. So in Paula Llewellyn case, as Byron rightly said, all that is happening today could have been prevented if Paula Llewellyn was working effectively as Jamaica DPP. But we know how that go, and only time will tell what will happen to Paula Llewellyn. Now, looking further afield on today's event and circumstance, we see a guy named Gladstone Brown, from the EOJ office, who's been, selected to be awarded an Heroes Day by the Andrew Wellness regime. That very, very suspicious and stink all over with corruption. When you look, Andrew put the ombudsman office, same place around the EOJ, and him preside over all of them. Him, Andrew Wellness, preside over all of them. Currently, I don't know who even the ombudsman or ombudsman is. I don't know. I only hear a fat salary of 60 million being mentioned. I can't tell who that individual is, because that individual is as dumb as a rock, because we don't hear nothing. With all that is happening, the shenanigans that we see playing out in society, that ombudsman office is very, very silent. And so that speaks volume for corruption again. And so Jamaican people, in my perspective, thought process right now, I think Gladstone Brown select the people for working at the office. Yeah? All of the polling station, I think Google Gaga too, Google too, select all the labor right policemen and disperse them as much as possible around the polling station. So we see a high level of corruption playing out on a one-sided, affair. But I said to my blood and fire comrade, stand firm. Stand firm. Don't let them provocate you now. Don't let them get to your head. Yeah, because all they want is to stir up a level of frustration and anger amongst the people's national supporters, so that some of them leave and all these things. But no, make sure no gonna fight tooth and nail for vote, because we don't do no enumeration already, Yeah, I don't have all one of have. I don't name supposed to be on a respective polling division. No make nobody telling no vote about tomorrow and JLP vote today. No make nobody telling us how many names they're on the list. Them can't find it to know where we go vote. We're not supposed to know where we not vote. Nobody not supposed to deter from that. Just stand firm, my blood and fire comrade. And as Mark G said, don't make them get to no head. Stand firm, because power is for the people, and it can only be attained when the people exercise the right power. I yield back the floor.
In part, let us give some updates here, right, as it relates to what we have. Honey, you want to go into the thing I've sent, right? Let us get into this, right, and highlight this video. Right, a young man blast Andrew Wellness. Mobile people them say time come. Remember Jamaica, I said to you earlier that if we get 2 seats in St. James, Mystic Sensation is calling it, and it seems like you understand me strongly on that pathway. So listen up, my Jamaican people. All right, so we are coming up with that clip.
I'm going to victory, me say.
So why market you win and not Brogan?
Which Brogan? You idiot, you slavery abolished a long time and we still a carry water and want land. The land I live on, me need it. And me 30 years I live on, I vote out him because I'm not getting land.
Yes, good evening, comrade, to each and every one of us. You know, say no cure them try. We take the train already. And then could have fly high, fly low. Then can't go nowhere. You know, say we have it. Respect, we lock it already.
So why? You think Mr. Holness have a chance? You think he can win back?
No, man.
Why?
Him not do nothing for the country. That's how me know. Because right now, me is a Kingstonian. Him not come from nowhere. And you know what I not like him? Him take them youth them from few youth and I give them home teachment. That means him not like we. He only like what we can do for him. You understand me? Trust me.
I told them the other night, I don't have a vote. Ambition. And you need to go. Parents, you need to go and mark your ex for your children and your grandchildren. I am great grandchildren. Because people does not like young people. Neither nobody is like. He not like himself. So all represent me. The last time Mr. Clifford and all of us on like post. Clifford office the right and the right. Never seen that. Never. Show you what kind of representative it is. Start, man. What you asked me, why the reason we're supposed to vote for Margolin?
Yeah.
One of the first reasons. Him said he loved children, but my experience with him, when the kids were at which country it was? Ukraine now?
Yeah,
one of those countries in Ukraine studying, they had this bomb business and this war, and they asked him to give them plane tickets to come home, and he told them that they need to go and get loans. But where would they get loans from when the country is in disruption? The country was under siege, the country was having problems. So where would the kids get loans from to come home? He has a prime minister. He should in the position to go for them. If he can't go for them, send for them. And it was Mark Golding who did take up the expense and bring them home. Second thing again that I noticed he has done, his son and some other men, they went over, I don't even remember which parish, and they bulldozed on a lot of houses that people have here, so the lands were for his son. Then if the lands were for his son, why would his son have so many lands that he would want to contribute to other people that don't live anywhere? Why bulldozer down their house, and what has come out of that? Nothing. He come back again and he said, Mr. Golden is not a Jamaican. And he asked him, why would he say he's not a Jamaican? He said, you don't have to born in Jamaica to be a Jamaican. But the gentleman bring his birth certificate and all these things, and he couldn't assess, he couldn't attest to it. Him couldn't come up, him could have beat him. Him could have beat him to it, because him couldn't find nothing for himself. Mr. Andrew Holness is a rude and cruel gentleman. I see he is trying to be doing all these things, but all the manifesto that he's working on, I use is from PNP. I don't see him build anything for himself to use as a prime minister. Say, okay, he has done this and he has done that. The houses that him saying build, poor people can't buy them. People can't buy them, and the threshold that he's worrying about, him can't fix it, because he has already done wrong. You want me to talk more things? You don't want me to talk more things. Take your mind.
Yeah, right? How come men are Jamaican? That means that the people who choose Jamaica, them are Jamaican because they don't pay tax. And me have to pay tax because me born here. So how that? Me have a alien? Tell me now.
Ask the Prime Minister.
Then I may ask, how that, Mr. Prime Minister? How is that?
Yeah.
Because me have a birth certificate. Look here. Let me show you something. Look on this. At this time, we know so we are real Jamaican anywhere we go in the world. And a birth certificate or nothing. This here. See mark here.
Yeah.
You understand me I say?
Yeah.
So don't tell me say me not Jamaican because me show because the boss show you one birth certificate, you say man not Jamaican. So the people when take plane come here, but choose Jamaica, and them are Jamaican. Come on, man. Goodbye, Mr. Holness. Goodbye. See you in next 20 years. Time come. Me no ban, I'm a ISAT too. Me don't ban neither. Me ban, me want to show you me say my birthday certificate. Me have my bag. Me have my birth certificate in my bag, which were 100 wellness. Me no ban ya. Yeah.
Yes, brother Rohan James. How are you doing? Blessings. All right, my Jamaican people, you see me on the phone just a while ago, right? We are talking on persons who are giving us the highlight. And let me say this, Jamaica people, it's a good look. It's a good look. And based on the information that I have just gotten, that it seems like we are definitely reducing voters' apathy, because based on the communication that I had, right, it is a fact that, right, the process sort of slow at the various polling stations across the island, but the people are adamant that they want their vote to be counted and they are not leaving, which is telling me that time comes for Andrew Honest. Time definitely come for Andrew Honest, because when you see the signs that people are rolling out and people are coming out and people are making sure that their votes being counted, right? And in spite of the backlog, because I was told that the process somewhat even extend to like 2 hours in waiting, and the people are saying that they don't care whether it is 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever. They are waiting there because they want to vote. Now, this is telling me that Andrew Honest, right, is in a serious bind, right, as we see the situation. What say you things on the matter where you see the voters coming out, the voters steadfast, and in spite of the obstacles that may have existed, right, they don't care. They are going to stand their grounds and make sure that their vote being counted. Coming in, speaks in the space.
Yeah, thank you, Uncle Byron. It just proves that when people want a change, they will do whatever it requires to make the change possible. And I am happy that people are coming out today to vote, and I'm so pleased with my people making their vote their voice. But I would love to know what happened to the polling station that Andrew Holness closed down today. It would be such a good thing if the other polling stations vote so much against him that he loses his seat, because I've been praying from day
Yes.
one that we say 55 seats for the PNP, including Andrew's seat. And I'm happy that my Jamaicans are speaking through their votes today. And I yield the floor.
Yes. All right, let us hear something. Melting Pot, what say you as it relates to the communication coming in, right, where the people are steadfast, right, in spite of whatever obstacles existed there, that they want their votes to be counted. The communication came in that they are definitely reducing voters' apathy. There are, there's several people come out to vote as opposed to the last general election. So that's a good sign. And they are saying that it's a reflection island-wide. So this goes to say it's a good sign. What say you on it, Melting Pot?
Well, it baffles me to know that we recently, conducted a local government election, and, the tedious problem that the voters are encountering today should never occur, because we just exercised that same machinery. So why is it posing so much of a problem? The local government election went much smoother than this.
Yeah.
I mean, people could cast the vote more easier than what we're seeing. But we know why. This guy Gladstone Brown, have a hand in all of what was going on. I mean, I'm not stupid. He's selected to be awarded and Heroes Day, but what kind of heroes he is? Corrupted heroes? Our heroes were real heroes. So them people that should never be listed to get no award and Heroes Day. We must recognize the true meaning of hero. You understand? And Andrew Wall is closing down polling station, and what authority him have to do all of this? When thinking me, I want him to close the prison cell. Not him to try and close. You understand? Because this guy, you know, exhibit too much power. And we never elect no dictator. And we never elect an oppressor. We elect a man to run the country. A man who boasts how him can bring change and prosperity to the people. He use that as a campaign tool strategy. Yeah, and tell a bag of life for Mama P, who just resurrect Jamaica from the pit of hell as it relates to Jamaica financial status and how the outer world, you know, see us as a country going forward. So, you know, it's just that sometimes when things happen, you know, we try to look where to lay the blame. And I'm blaming my Jamaican because your right to vote is a right that will, you know, ensure that you have a voice in your country. And when the People's National Party supporters decided, well, they weren't gonna come full steam ahead the last time, yeah, in a 2020, it was a mistake. But we can forgive them for that because, you know, it was a case where people had to choose life over vote. It was a pandemic period. You understand? But in a going back to when Mama P lose that election, Mama P shouldn't lose that election. Never. Mama P should have done the same amount of time like PJ resign when she want to resign. Because Mama P, you know, was the woman who stand up for all woman rights in Jamaica. She made sure no a lot of food was on the table during her tenure as a prime minister. Even though our wages was 6,000, it had more purchasing power and there was more care being offered to people in society. Mama P used to send kids to university out her own money, personal money. She never go into the public purse. Me know about that. You understand? I'm privy to that information. I know Mama P bury a lot of young youths who lost them life through circumstance. I'm privy to that. Portia Simpson was a woman of substance, not like Andrew Holness, who is a man of destruction. You understand? And so, Jamaican people, this time when we make the right choice, let us not look behind and make the sorry choice that we made in 2016 to get this garbage Andrew Holness, this criminal Andrew Holness, to be the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Look what he has done. He has done zilch for the country. And he has done so much for himself and his cronies. He has wealthed himself with illicit enrichment, using the money that come from various donor countries. The grant that came to Jamaica in the pandemic, Andrew have all of that. The LGBTQ money, him have all of that. And on top of that, him rob all the borrowing from IMF and World Bank. Because we don't see what them do with the money. Andrew Holness administration is the most borrowed administration in the history of Jamaica. No other prime minister has ever borrowed the amount of money that Andrew Holness borrowed. No other prime minister in the history of Jamaica has ever received the amount of grant that Andrew Holness received. But what has Andrew done with it? Nothing. And so my Jamaicans are left wondering what is happening to them in Jamaica. But when they look around, they see foreigners, you know, blooming and flourishing, having jobs, having business, having more, you know, say in our society, having more privilege, participating with us on our independent day when they are not a part of that due process. Even though our matter says out of many one people, the Chinese were certainly not a part of that. Going back to history, they weren't, but they were given more privilege than the Maroons. They were more recognized than the Maroon. So that is saying something to us as true patriotic Jamaicans who seek to put justice in front of criminality and corruption, put right in front of wrong. Our people has been left behind like fourth-class citizens in their own space of birth, their land of birth, but they are being looked down on like a fourth-class citizen. Nothing for the masses, only for the minority. The small proportion, some of them not even Jamaican, but they are reaping the spoil. They are drinking the milk and the honey. They are having the play field to themselves. They've never been put behind bars, but they commit the most criminal activity in our society. They import the most drugs, but they've never been charged, never been arrested, never put behind bars. But a common little man, hard-working man in society with a one split, get locked up, and in the case of Mario Dean, lost his life. And so, in my own heart of hearts, I don't see that as justice. There is no justification for those, disparity in society. It's time we go back and revisit our matter out of many, one people. We must be one. And the law must be all for one, one for all. It can't be that we have two laws in our society. One for the rich and one for the poor. One for the have and one for the have not. One for the upper class, one for the lower class. No, it have to merge. And under this PNP government, that will become a reality. There will be no disparity where the law in Jamaica is concerned going forward. Because the People's National Party is a party that defends the people's right. It's a party that will bend on its knee to protect Jamaican society. We've seen it with Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips. We've seen it played out on the international stage. And remember, that's a script that has been embraced and will always remember amongst the IMF group. Those people who expected Jamaica to fail and feel miserable because of the high austerity measures that they imposed upon Jamaica at the time, they were left flabbergasted and taken aback by how the Portia Miller administration galvanized the economy and turned it around to the extent that Jamaica economy started to show a 2% growth annually. Jamaica could make its agreement with IMF. And so Jamaica now was looked on as one of the best countries in the Caribbean to do business with. The IMF started to recognize what Portia Simpson did. Just like when Singapore was recognizing what Michael Manley was doing, they recommended the Portia Simpson Miller policy to other countries. So, I can't believe that Jamaican people, just cast Mount aside so easily. But I know why. It comes down to education. And when you have a society that is lacking in education, it can easily be tricked and manipulated by criminals like Andrew Wallace and his administration. And this is why Mark Holden administration is going to place so much emphasis on early childhood education. It's a one that the PMP could never put out a manifesto for themselves. They couldn't write a manifesto. They couldn't. Because what Mark Walling crafted in his manifesto is something that through every one that been listed, all you can see is growth. Growth, growth, more growth. Farmers will benefit from just the education program that is designed because the farmers are guaranteed a fund of $9 billion that will be allocated to get produce to feed the kids in school. And when you look at people now getting for the first time a document that will prove that they are the rightful owner of the land that they live on, that is a marvelous idea. That was a master stroke by Mark Walden. No wonder I was a opening batsman. That was a master stroke because that was more in keeping with the true reality of empowering your people in your country than the garbage that Bushrat and Andrew Wallace was trying to sell Jamaican people to thief their land, to tell them when them give them a house on the land where the people have long time, when them dead it can't pass on to the generation, it have to return back to them, and then them decide what they want to do with it. You understand? And that was an act of injustice. I wouldn't sign up for that. I would have still gone on my one cheek and zinc. Me no want for them look a fall code under that Ponzi scheme where they are create. Because they are master of Ponzi scheme. Everything where Andrew try to give to Jamaican, it come with corruption. You have to just dissect it carefully and you find the loophole where the corruption lies in. Because him and dead man Mackenzie, you know, have two similar packages, but it under the one umbrella. What can go so? So my Jamaican people, you know, a time for wise up, you know. Yeah? Because let me tell Jamaican people something. You see, Mark Jefferson Golden, a God made him there in Jamaica to rescue Jamaica at this critical point in time. Remember, Marky G could have lived anywhere in the world. Him not have to come to England. Him qualify for any country in the world. Because he's a man of education. Superlative mind. Not like a little commoner like Andrew Wallace, what them call backward, a university at the West Indies. Remember Marky G come to UK, you know, and mash up Oxford University, you know. Completing study 1 year before the time, you know, and graduate with first class honors degree. Can they match that? Let's see them a run down at some fake doctorate. The whole of them. Them are shit, man. Jamaican people, wise up, man. Dance to the music of Blood and Fire, comrade, man. Yeah. When me look at Marky G, you know, me see a man with down to earth. Just look how the man dance. Just look how the man can hold the mic and sing. You know, say Andrew try it and look like a piece of shit. Because he might try to replicate everything when he say Marky G do. Because we know him is a Xerox copy. So we don't want no follower. Marky G is a born leader. Andrew a backbencher follower. If it's not even an upfront bench follower. Backbencher that. Mark Bowling couldn't hold no post in the UK politics, man. I mean, Andrew Wallace couldn't hold up no post in the UK politics. There's no one piece of shit like that. Nowhere else in the world. The high level of corruption and the lack of education where they exhibit. Nobody would want him. Because first, you know, you can't convince real voter with trick and lie. them know it fire up your mouth. When do to Jamaican electorate, him couldn't do it nowhere else. So him get over it and him strengthen him position by using corruption tool. Him handpick people and place them in a strategic position. Him build up a China wall around him. You understand? But we are break that down. We are break it down to the 3rd of September. Because come the 4th of September and you will wake up as a normal civilian once again. Time hallucinating seat enough, so you know him out of public life. Yeah? So we can't deal with him now as a civilian. Him now nothing wrong him and protect him no more. And the Almighty God above will sit high but look low. Knows the time come to. This is why him have them now with them brain scramble. This them do all type of activity. I think you would have vote as a prime minister, as a speaker of the house, or as a minister of national security. And go to your place or your resident or you go to your party headquarters. You should not lie to around the polling division them. No. Leave the place, man, because your present black create excitement and me. We want a smooth transition process into today's activity. We want the people them can feel, you know, neutralizing themselves. We don't want nobody come there program like them as some superstar when we know them are criminal. Nobody no want to see them, you know. Nobody want to see them just enough up themselves and pose up. But maybe them are, you know, enjoy them last day in a public life. I don't know. But should I enjoy it at on the party headquarters at Belmont Road? Or on a big mansion? Because at some point in time, later down in the afternoon, we know the whole of our congregate at Belmont Road. Because the son are there and watch the voting, watch the counting and the voting. So we know whatever the outcome is, whether them win or them lose, who will see a break the protocol, yeah, them have to face the justice. Them have to face the legal process. We have to charge them. We have to make example. Because if we do make example out of these garbage, then the same situation might occur in the future. So we have to nip it in the bud, stamp it out once and for all, write some new legislation protecting our election process and voting day. If you have something, you know, if you as a member of parliament cast your vote and any evidence of you being, you know, doing the activity where Juliet Wallace are doing, right away you lose the seat, automatically you lose the seat. Whether you win or not, you lose the seat. And people to sign up to that. You understand? That's one of the things where them to sign up to. And the next thing where them to sign up to, as our trusted technical director always make mention of, sign the code of conduct before you even, you know, inaugurate it into the House of Parliament. Sign it. You have to sign before you can, you know, consider yourself to really go in a parliament. All when you know, you know, that have to sign before the swearing time. Because without these things in place, we have a society that is so flexible, it can easily be bent. We want some stern and firm line of a country where everybody adhere to and everybody sign up to. And in so doing, Jamaica will start to rise, because when we have a system that can be manipulated, corruption will be, you know, the thing where we see happening in our society. I yield back the floor.
Oh, Sister Pinks, what say you on the matter? All right, Sister Pinks, come in.
Well, Uncle Byron, all I have to say today right now is that we are almost technically 1 hour, but as I said, some places are getting extension, and
Yes.
we really appreciate the effort being made by our people to come out today and vote, because today, as I predicted earlier, will be the largest voter turnout ever in the political history of Jamaica.
And that is a strong sign that it is
It's a
going to
strong
the
sign that the people want change, and change is a must. When
us.
you see people come out and trying to vote against people like Juliet Olness, because the protocol, is simple. I want to explain to people what the protocol is. When you whether you're PNP or JLP, you're required to have an indoor agent, an outdoor agent, and a cluster manager at each PD. Now, let me explain this further. The cluster manager is the one who's supposed to go inside and have access to the indoor agent to get the information from the indoor agent as to who and who might vote so far on their list, whether they are PNP or JLP. The candidate only is required to stay there for 5 minutes at the police station. If they return at all, once they vote, they're supposed to leave. Your cluster manager is supposed to report to the candidate how the voting process is going on. So it's not necessary for any candidate to be checking any information to see who and who votes during the day, because the cluster manager should have gotten that information and passed it along to the candidate. But we see, even on nomination day, Judge Olness was breaching the protocol, breaking the rules. We see and I witnessed in Northwest when Dr. Chang was time for nomination was 10:30 in the morning. Our candidate's time was 12 o'clock. And while we were standing at the gate waiting for our candidate to do his nomination, there was Dr. Chang and his motorcade coming right between both our crowd. And by law and by protocol, they should not have returned and driven through our crowd. Because the reason these things were put in place is so that the opposing parties do not have any reason to meet. And that is why each candidate is given a time on nomination day to turn up to be nominated. As I said before, the cluster manager that has the right to report to the candidate what the process of the voting is for them. There is no reason for the candidate to be going back in there. No reason at all. Once you vote, leave. Simple as that. And you see what is happening here right now is just to cause confusion and give us reason to contend if necessary and bring another court case that they will lose again. Because so far they have lost every court case and they know they don't have any good lawyer over on their side. But this Ahab and Jezebel, Ahab and Jezebel, like identical twins in behavior and persona, Andrew and his wife. And I will ask again, why are your children not on the voters list? Where are they? Where are they? You understand me? You're
Exactly.
asking people to vote for you, yet your children are not voting for you. Just think about it. That's 2 votes right there. And I yield the floor.
Okay. I'm Jamaica. And let me show you, because you know this is Mystic Sensation. And when we are investigating, we are very serious. As a result of Juliet Owner's breach, I am going to show the voting procedure, right? And that is one of the reasons why we are going to push it further. You understand? Because Juliet is in problem. I am going to bring up the voting procedures for all of us to see that and realize we are going to have this, right? We are going to pursue this because Juliet Owens openly breach, right? Now let us share it on it so that Jamaican people can understand the law, right? Juliet Owens put herself in a position where, you understand, if she successful in terms of so-called whatever, right?
Even if she's not successful.
And even if she's not successful, we are going to proceed and pursue indefinitely of her discipline because there is a clear violation. Now, Electoral Commission of Jamaica, voting procedures. This is the voting procedure. Now, 1, be sure to find out exactly where you are to vote before election day. That is your specific polling station. Call or visit your EOJ constituency office or call the ECJ toll-free helpline at 888-991-VOTE. Now, electors can also use our Check My Status feature on our website. Number 2, this is explaining the voting process. Number 2, present your voter ID card and follow the instruction of the presiding officer. Number 3, if you do not have your voter's ID card, you will still be allowed to vote once your name can be found on the voters list and your identity can be confirmed. This, however, will take some additional time, so be sure to take your voter ID card with you. Number 4, if your polling station is using EVIS, that is the electronic voter identification system, you will be asked to place a specific finger on a fingerprinting scanner. Once your identity has been verified, you will be issued a ballot by the presiding officer. The EVIS is only used in certain constituencies, so it may or may not be used at all your polling station. Number 5, once you have been issued a ballot by the presiding officer, go behind the voting booth and clearly mark an X for the candidate of your choice in the space provided. Please also be sure to use the pencil provided in the voting booth. Number 6, fold your ballot twice as instructed by the presiding officer to protect the secrecy of your vote. Leaving the flap out, do not show anyone who you have voted for. Number 7, give the folded ballot to the presiding officer so that he or she can detach the flap. Number 8 now, dip your right index finger, pointer finger in the integrity ink and watch while your unopened ballot is put in the ballot box. And number 9, this is where we talk about Juliet Owens. Once you have witnessed Juliet Owens, your ballot being placed into the ballot box, your voting process is now complete and you should leave the vicinity in a peaceful manner. So take that away. We are going to argue now. We are going to argue this. So that's why when it comes to mystic sensation and when we come to research and bring up the facts, we are here. Once you voted Juliet Onus, the EC, the EOJ voting procedures said to you, Juliet, that when your vote has been completed, you are to not visit the polling station, but to take away yourself from the vicinity. What it says? So then, Juliet Onus, police officers who watch on Juliet Onus after voted, Juliet Onus going back and forth into the ballot location. No, sir, bang around this. So we are watching. Hey, look here. Let me tell you something, Juliet. You have compromised the process. You have compromised the process. You have seen where you have faulted already, Juliet. You have seen where you have faulted already, outright clear. That's why I brought the voting procedures, right, for the public to see that you have breached outrightly. It's stated the steps. You have 7 steps to be completed. And after completing those 7 steps, the information says you are to take away yourself from the vicinity. So then, Mrs. Onus, you and I and other persons, right, will argue about this. And we have the video showing you, after voting, going back and forth, which caused an argument. And so then, that is what, of course, we are going to file our case on. So I tell you right now, Juliet, I'm going to make sure, say, you understand me, right, the procedure, right, as it relates to the 7 steps that are to be done. And we have a clear on video. Jamaica see a clear on video causing disturbances. But after voting, what you have done? Going back and forth. This is the problem for you, Juliet. When I ask you, this is the problem for you. And other Jamaica Labour Party would listen to me, party people would listen to me. Them can call you and tell you that. And them can call you and say, yes, Mystic Sensation brought it up and we see it. So definitely you are in a problem. So you make me tell you that, Juliet Onus. Now, I could just move off of that because you see where the corruption lies and we are going to deal with it. Now, people, I caught Andrew Onus. And I can't believe it when I just luckily found the clip just a while ago. Honestly, just a while ago. Have you seen how Andrew Onus, right, came out and said he is the father of fiscal discipline? Huh? And talk, oh, you understand, as it relates to their administration, right? You know, put the economy, right, into that bright light. Now, people, watch this. People, stay with me. Watch this now, people. Here is Andrew Onus in Parliament talking about fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline. Now, watch this now, people. I want to listen to this now. Yes, honey. Listen to this, people. Listen to Andrew Onus. What a bangarang tonight.
When he sees the amazing benefit of reducing the debt to 68% and the amazing fiscal space that is created for us to actually now sustainably deal with the relief effort, he now comes claiming that the reduction in debt is due to the PNP's faithfulness to fiscal prudence. This reminds me of the classic tale of what we in Jamaica sometimes regretfully call buttless father, who caused the mother so much pain and then abandons the child. But when the child grows up to be successful, out of the blue they turn up to claim paternity and associate with success. This leader of the opposition is a man of convenience, flip-flopping between prudence and popularity when it suits him. 1 minute he disowns the child of fiscal discipline, and then the next he claims the child of fiscal discipline. The mother remembers the pain of Pinques and the high interest rate policy, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and she knows that she cannot trust this worthless man. So the DNA test was done. The DNA test was done. The results are in. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father.
Take him away. Take him away. I just want the Jamaican people to hear that. Right? And this is the reason why we say he cannot be trusted. When I realize that Mark Golden just sits there, not paying him attention because of being a tear and blow time out. And Mark Golden knows that every single word that comes out of his mouth is lie and deceit. Right? And everything that you hear is speaking about, he was describing himself. When it comes to fiscal discipline, he is the worthless pooper. Now, I am going to show you where Andrew Holness now admitted that, of course, PNP deal with fiscal discipline. And that was an interview now with him and Peter Phillips. So you know, remember the interview, yeah, you know. People, the way him lie, him no remember the interview, yeah. Now, what's this now, people? Lift it up and show the people. To show you that he cannot be trusted, Jamaica. Cannot be trusted. Very dangerous. Listen to this now, Jamaican people. Here is where now Andrew Holness admitting now that PNP responsible for fiscal discipline. Listen
now, Mr. Holness, your opportunity to ask Dr. Phillips a question.
Dr. Phillips, you have claimed to be a great advocate for fiscal discipline. You have pointed to the sacrifice that the Jamaican people have made to pass IMF tests and achieve fiscal stability. How could you approve, how could you create, how could you disseminate a manifesto that were to be implemented, it would unravel and destroy the very thing that you claimed you sacrificed for, this fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline? Is it that you are so power hungry, so desperate that you could not resist trying to trick the people of Jamaica?
I think you've got your facts all wrong. The fact of the matter is that the program of the People's Agenda will involve about 1/3 of the discretionary expenditure that is available to any government. It means that we will be spending in the order of about $50 billion. That will be the priority focus in this area. We make no apology for providing relief for the population that is being negatively affected by COVID-19. It will not destroy the fiscal foundations of the country, and it is absolutely incorrect for you to suggest that premise.
Mr. Holness.
Dr. Phillips, in Parliament, when the Minister of Finance came to announce that because of
to the panel. Now, people of Jamaica, now Andrew Mones previously stated, Jamaics, you're just coming. I wonder if you hear the previous clip. Have you heard the previous clip, Jamaics?
Parts of it, but enlighten me.
Okay, let me play the previous clip. Let me just go back over because I want your participation in this. Go find out the previous clip. And I want you to listen to Andrew Mones claiming you understand fiscal discipline and that when it comes to 18 years of physical discipline, him, Andrew Mones, is the father. Listen to this.
in this budget, when he sees the amazing benefit of reducing the debt to 68% and the amazing fiscal space that is created for us to actually now sustainably deal with the relief effort, he now comes claiming that the reduction in debt is due to the PNP's faithfulness to fiscal prudence. This reminds me of the classic tale of what we in Jamaica sometimes regretfully call Butler's father.
This
who caused the mother so much pain and then abandons the child. But when the child grows up to be successful, out of the blue they turn up to claim paternity and associate with success. This leader of the opposition is a man of convenience, flip-flopping between prudence and popularity when it suits him. 1 minute he disowns the child of fiscal discipline, and then the next he claims the child of fiscal discipline. The mother remembers the pain of Pinques and the high interest rate policy, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and she knows that she cannot trust this worthless man. So the DNA test was done. The DNA test was done. The results are in. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father.
All right, take it away. When it comes to 15-year-old fiscal discipline, PNP, you are not the father. Panel, watch this now. Put up the next clip.
Sam, I got what Sam just posted.
What? Let's put up the next clip. Put up the next clip. Yeah, when we put up, people can look on what Sam posted. But just keep the thing flowing. Okay. So what happened to that clip?
I don't know. This is what it is.
Let me resend it. Send you again. So between. Okay, so let me resend it again. Okay. We just played it a while ago.
Which one do you want? The one with the debate with him and
Yes, this one. Yeah.
Opportunity to ask Dr. Phillips a question.
Dr. Phillips, you have claimed to be a great advocate for fiscal discipline. You have pointed to the sacrifice that the Jamaican people have made to pass IMF tests and achieve fiscal stability. How could you approve, how could you create, how could you disseminate a manifesto that, were it to be implemented, it would unravel and destroy the very thing that you claimed you sacrificed for, this fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline? Is it that you are so power hungry, so desperate, that you could not resist trying to trick the people of Jamaica?
I think you've got your facts all wrong. The fact of the matter is that the program of the People's Agenda will involve about 1/3 of the discretionary expenditure that is available to any government.
Yes,
it means that we will be spending in the order of about $50 billion. That will be the priority focus in this area. We make no apology.
Okay. You know where I'm going with this, Jamaica? You know where I'm going with this? Here is now admitted that the People's National Party is responsible for fiscal discipline. But that's not where I want to go. Is also saying that the People's National Party rule over an administration as it relates to the greatest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. Jamaica people, it is Andrew Honest now. Andrew Honest, as it relates to the 90s financial meltdown, doing financial work for Edward Philip George Seaga, when Dan Crawford gave Edward Seaga $31 million that helped crash the business community and create the 90s financial meltdown. Jamaica, I want to show you how wicked, how cruel this man is, knowing very well that he benefited. And not only that, you know, not only that, he also benefited in making purchase and two of those so-called homes that people were totally as it relates to the high interest rate, and they have to sell it. Him, Andrew Honest, benefited from two of those homes based on Sarah Burton investigation. Oh no, I am saying how wicked and cruel this man is. Now, it is this very same man, you know, talking about the transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. And this man went into cash plus, you know. Jamaica, only listen to what I say now. And this man ventured into cash plus, you know. We know very well that cash plus is a pyramid scheme. And where he sits on top of the pyramid, and after benefited from cash plus, it is a very same man, knowing to the fact the damage that he aware of happened to those investors in a cash plus. It is the very same man who go in a all-lint and sits at the pyramid scheme at all-lint at the top of the pyramid scheme and benefited again from all-lint, robbing many investors. It is Andrew Honest again who ventured into SSL. Hey, Jamaica people. Now, since Jamaica's just coming in, let me just bring in Jamaica to speak on the matter. What is their take on the situation?
I tell you, you know, when snake shed their skin,
yes.
Still a snake.
Still a snake.
Still a snake. And I want to tell Jamaicans, you see my finger? It said vote against corruption. It was my first time voting. I'm very excited about it. And I know that I'm able to play my part in nation building. And it first has to start when you are educated and empowered. I never knew about politics until I started speaking publicly and what had happened to me in the tourism sector. But indeed, I'm grateful. When the Prime Minister talk about fiscal discipline, it's a lucky thing we're in 2025 where we can go on YouTube and we can see this. And we can go back and we can read this. The information is at our fingertip. No longer can they trick the people. Because we see that EPOC, what is EPOC? The Economic Program Oversight Committee. And that is responsible for the fiscal management. And that was done in 2013 by the People's National Party. Heal the woman, Portia Simpson Miller, the Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. Heal the man, Dr. Peter Phillips. And the truth must be told, right? And when they talk about wage freeze, we know degrowth. We know that technique in economics about degrowth. It's like a grandmother tell us if a ban with belly for a rainy day. When Andrew Holness got Jamaica, he got what we know now as a set hand. Exactly. Jamaica was set and positioned for lowering of our debt to GDP ratio, where we see 68 and him boasting about it, and it's now at 62 and it's going to 60 when he boasts about it. No, think of this. When you're going on the road, imagine if you don't see any white line. You run all over the place and accident happen, crashes. So that is what EPOC did, create the line. So the man with them celebrate, Nigel Clark, did nothing more than just watch the car drive smoothly on the path. So, Mr. Prime Minister, it's 2025, your lies is catching up on you. The Jamaican people no longer be a fool to what you have to say to them. Young people like myself, we are proud to know that we are able to witness an economical change and a revolutionary change because the mindset of the people are better now. So, Mr. Prime Minister, it's not like back in the days when you can tell Anansi story and Duppy story. It's now a better day in Jamaica. So I look at you with your foolishness and say, and I say it without trepidation, that criminals are in the highest seat in our house, in our highest seat in our country, and it must stop. It ends now.
Exactly. Thank you for that powerful impact, because right then and there, what Jamaica is describing as it relates to the Andrew Holness administration is that the Andrew Holness is a kleptocratic administration. And that is what, in the long and short of it, that is what Jamaica is saying. Now, let us bring Sister Pinques in the space. Sister Pinques, what say you as it relates to what you have seen there, as it relates to, you know, the flip-flopping, the lie, the deceit, right, of Andrew Holness?
Thank you, Uncle Byron. I said earlier, that Andrew is a hypocrite. He speaks one thing and he does another thing. And when you think of European history, there was a period called the Dark Ages, and then there was a Renaissance after the Dark Ages. And today is our day of reckoning, and is our day of looking forward to a renaissance in Jamaica. I am sure by 7 o'clock this evening, or by the latest 8 o'clock, we can declare a new prime minister of this country who's going to change how we go forward in this country. And yes, last night I mentioned that in every community, you always have a man who, for some reason, he cannot produce children, and he goes around and try to claim children as his own. And that is Andrew Holness. Because as even Favor Williams came on the debate, and she told just lies. repeating the lies similar to Andrew Holness lies. And only a narcissist will be so bold to stand on a stage, stand in the Honorable House of Parliament and tell such lies. And the presence of this liar in the chair and in the office of the Prime Minister is a disgrace to us right now, internationally and locally. And as Melting Pot said earlier, it is only in Jamaica Andrew could have this power, nowhere else. And we must put him out of this office because he has spat and disgraced the seat, disgraced the Prime Minister's office. And this man must be removed. Because if we want a future where we have morals, honesty, integrity, transparency in our political history going forward, we need to remove Andrew Holness from his power, from the power that he has. And I yield the floor.
Okay, Melting Pot, you want to come in here?
Yes, thank you, Lady Anne Marie. Psychology. And when you practice that aspect in life, then it's one gateway where you open and one pathway where you lead it. Where you open a gateway for you to tell lie and a pathway for you to exercise the lies. Now, in that debate, I could clearly hear Mr. 28 Bank Account asking Dr. Peter Philip to explain fiscal discipline to him. It wasn't Peter Philip asking Andrew Holness. And so we know for a fact who signed up to the agreement of the IMF to introduce a fiscal discipline to manage the country economy. It was the PNP, not the Jamaica Labour Party, not the Jamaica Lion Lazy Party.
Listen to it again.
So we know where fiscal discipline originate from.
Okay.
And IMF people can tell the Jamaican and can tell Andrew Holness and push him one side and make him know say him a tell lie. Because Andrew Holness and him other Alibaba them in the House of Parliament, It's a play them rears and think them could have come crush Marky G. But Marky G just sit down and relax and watch the idiot them and the lunatic them a chat and clap and knock table in a parliament. That was a skit with them rears come play out in a parliament. If you notice, they all applauded simultaneously. I think they rehearsed it so vividly that they know exactly the line. So we don't buy into them little scenario because we know Andrew Holness is a great exponent of reverse psychology. And we know him as the master of tell lie. We know him as the master of trick and con the Jamaican society. Because the Labour Party keep our people to an extremely low level of IQ. So they are easily tricked and con. Especially if you follow around Andrew Holness. So when him come and him use the little sarcasm of both, baby father and worthless father and all them things that, them then applies to Marky G or the People's National Party. No, could never. The only party that cares for people in Jamaica is the People's National Party. That is why it was named the People's National. It's for the people. The Jamaica Labour Party is a party that brings pain and disaster to Jamaica. It's worse than when woman in a labor pain. You understand? And we know Andrew Holness. We know him true and true. We can't see through him. And we know say when we look through Andrew Wallace, peer corruption run through. Man, a vein run through Andrew Wallace, no people. A corruption run through Andrew Wallace. Andrew Wallace coming like, you know, one of them mannequin. Andrew Wallace not art. I don't think him is a real human being. Because Andrew Wallace, you know, as a prime minister, and the other prime minister in the world when he went too far, you know. So Andrew not talk about DNA because Andrew can't find film DNA. We give him 9.5 years, almost 10 years, and him still can't find him DNA because I know that's the only thing Andrew Wallace could have really, you know, still look for from Jamaica is to find him true father. Jamaica don't want more from Andrew Wallace. You know? Jamaica is not sitting back and waiting for Andrew Wallace come after them no more handout. So they're not giving a third term. What we are doing with a lion man like him in our country? A man we are under investigation, you know. And it dates back as far as 1998. Because none of Andrew Wallace statutory declaration when submit to the Integrity Commission from as far back as 1998 cannot be certified based on the lies that were told, based from the missing documents that he never put forward to the Integrity Commission to support him through background of wealth. We asked Andrew Wallace one little simple thing. Give us the genesis. And Andrew now budge. But Andrew want to talk about people program, fiscal discipline, and I claim it. When me know say Andrew Wallace are the master of fiscal indiscipline. Him and Bruce Golden. The master of fiscal indiscipline. Him and Bruce Golden. Remember, you know, we have documents that shows between 2010 showed for them time from that period there, excluding Mama P time, and then pick up back from where Andrew come in a power in a 2016. It revealed 6,314,200,000,000 that has gone down the drain through corruption, nepotism, and cronyism. You understand? When you look on the Ponzi scheme that alone sentence Andrew Wallace, because him each up in all of them. But there's not one People's National Party representative that has ever been a part of them scheme. So Andrew Wallace now, you keep going around the place and opening mouth, telling lie about, you know, Mark Golden benefit from the transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. How could Mark Golden benefit when he wasn't a public figure? Mark Golden was a private figure at the time. Having business, him not all nobody in night like who not all about in all the Ponzi scheme and rob about money. The very day it going. Mark Golden business were there. It was listed on the stock exchange. Run the right way our business supposed to run. It never have no attachment to shell company label towards it. Mark Golden was paying his tax. Mark Golden was contributing to the development of the growth of Jamaica by being a corporate tax compliance. Not like Big Mama will get 10 right up and still go 1.3 billion. Not like many more, because not Big Mama alone. So we know at the time, Cash Plus, which Andrew Wallace was privy to at the time, because I work with Edward Seaga. I remember Edward Seaga get 31 million from Cash Plus, Dan Crawford being.
Hold it a minute, but we have an update from CVM News. Just go to CVM News right away, and then you can. Okay, continue talk, but until we find it. Continue talk until we find it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That money was taken out of Central National Bank, you know, with Dan Crawford head. You understand? And given to Edward Seaga. And never been paid back. But during that period of time, Andrew Wallace was around Edward Seaga. And that's where Andrew Wallace learned so well then. You know, when you become a prime minister, you don't really have to work to build the country, just work for enrich yourself. Can't you see how to do it? So Andrew gravitate to that method and use it for the Jamaican people. You understand? No, I'm going to say it one more time to my Jamaican people who are listening. And you can, you know, spread the gospel after I finish talk again on this subject. During that time in the 90s meltdown, when the FinSAP program was introduced, it was introduced as a safety net. You understand? Because at the time, the country was strapped for foreign exchange currency. There was absolutely none in Jamaica. I remember people were in the habit of borrowing. You understand? People borrow money, you know, and put in a them scheme and last it have to pay back money. That's why people end up losing them property. Yeah? Because that's the collateral them have to cover them debt, but them incur by borrowing money to put in the same Ponzi scheme with them are run.
All right, Melting Pot, hold it. Let us switch to the CVM update. Right, as you said, we are going to be, you know, switching across when we have the update.
2025 voters turn out in their thousands to decide the future leadership of Jamaica. Man shot during confrontation with police in McCookspence and Catherine. We join our CVM News reporters live from across the island. And in sports, CW struggling for funds to keep top players available for selection.
The News at 7 Wednesday headlines, courtesy of Heart NSDA Trust, Jamaica's Human Development Agency.
We're not seeing it. Apparently, we can't share the CVM feed.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. It seems as if we can't share the CVM feed. I'm seeing it, we're seeing it, but you guys aren't seeing it.
Okay, all right, Melting Pot. Come back in the space, Melting Pot. I'm finished.
Yeah. So at the time, yeah, in order to slow down the growth of borrowing, you have to put up an interest rate that would deter borrowers. And so, because of the high interest rate, it also increases the inflation.
It means when we do the switch, you understand?
Yeah, it also increased the inflation, right? But Mark Golding didn't tell anyone, so welcome borrow from Darren Bunting and Golding, so that him could make money from the high interest rate that was floating around at the time. No. People choose to use Darren Bunting and Golding. And based on the interest rate, whatever they borrow, they have to pay that interest on top of it. So if Mark Golding make money in that space of time, Mark Golding make it legally, not illegally. So we need to rest this Pinques saga once and for all, because I've just said it to people in the most, you know, smallest form. I'm going to use a mathematical term, LCM, least common multiple. I can't break it down easier for people to understand in a layman terms. So, labor right, behave on yourself. Leave off of the subject of FinSAC, yeah? And come off of the subject of what we not talk about, we are the father for fiscal discipline. We are the father for fiscal ill discipline. I yield back the floor.
Well said. It seems like also Jamaica's having some internet issues there. All right. Let us get into some heat that is going on as it relates to some disturbance within the process. So let us listen to that, right? That bottom. Right, let us play that and hear what this squabble is about. As you said, we want a free.
Your account of what took place. So I arrived at the BB Coke location. As customary, as candidate, I'm allowed 5 minutes per PD to do whatever I need to do in the polling station. So I was met by the cluster manager for that cluster, who wears a EOJ political liaison officer's bib. We walked down, entered the first polling station, was about going to the second polling station. A lady who was dressed in JLP outfit shouted and said, "Oh, your EOJ worker and the candidate, the PNP candidate, I hug you up. You can't say nothing. Call Mr. Right, call Mr. Right." By that time, a number of others joined with her. So I was about going into the other polling station. An elderly man stepped into the door and blocked my pathway. My security detail came and tried to prevent him from stopping me, and a twang of persons all converged. "You can't go in there, you can't go in there, you can't go in there." And then showing tugging that they've been doing, and I've been flashing myself off. Like something similar to that occurred. It's, God, I believe in God because it was something. I wasn't looking behind who was, but I know people were trying to prevent me from entering because my security detail had already stopped the gentleman from allowing me to go inside. And I don't know. Well, I'm told that someone got hit and other things. I don't know what else happened, but that's what happened.
All right. So is it a case where you felt that you were being, your movements was being restricted? Right?
Exactly.
It is being contended that, in fact, you hit her in the face.
Well, I must tell you, I was not facing anyone except going into the polling station.
Right. And since you've been traversing the constituency today, what has it been like thus far for you?
Well, that was the only incident of any that kind. But I will tell you, on Friday, while the leader, next Prime Minister Mark Golden, and I was touring the constituency, there's an area called Shitterbush Corner. And a young lady threw a green shirt in my face. Last night I was passing there, and they actually wet me up with drinks. That same corner.
I mean, right here now, in terms of where we are currently, how things been going for you?
Well, it looked good. It's looking very good for me. And I guess that's why they're becoming so boisterous.
All right, so Scott, thank you so very much.
Thanks again.
TVJ. So it's just social media has to just do their thing. And that is why we are getting some of the footages and just try to show what is happening. It's just Okay. All right. So we are asking for, persons to understand the process and just, behave appropriately, understand where that is concerned, right? Now, as we see, right, in terms of, the breach, and I'm going back to that, where Juliet Wellness is concerned, right? And so then when you have leaders who are breaching their own established policies, right, then you know that something is wrong. That is what we call a kleptocratic government. And we have seen that with the Andrew Wellness situation. Anything from CVM or any other thing?
I can't look at CVM.
Okay. And TVJ is not giving anything. Okay, Jamaica, in the meantime, is having some technical difficulties. Right. All right, Melting Pot. Take the floor, Melting Pot.
Well, behavior like what we heard took place with the People's National Party representative, is despicable. And it's an indictment on the Jamaica Labour Party and their supporters. Because the due process is that everyone has a right, when it comes to exercising their own choice. No one should be suppressed as it relates to what you think of in life, what you want in life, who you're representing in life, and so on and so forth. But we know they're under pressure, extreme pressure, and it's just a culminating factor of the pressure and the fact that they are losing this election and losing it in such a bad way where I doubt if they'll have one member of parliament in parliament when parliament reopen, because I'm sitting comfortable. I'm 62 right now, and as I said, I'm a realist. I'm not an optimist. You can see it, the high level of voter turnout, and we know where the people mind is at the moment. The people mind is firmly set on a change of government. The people are looking forward to a new beginning, a new leader for the country, a leader that his slate is clean, and I am confident will remain clean. I hear a lot of people say Mark Wolin want to win election to steal Jamaican money. Mark Wolin have it all already. People who have that perception, Mark Wolin have it all. You don't need any more. Mark Wolin can decide between, greed and glut. Mark Wolin has, from the inception of birth, been born into wealth. He's not crazy about wealth. He knows it all. In the case of Andrew Wallace, him never have nothing, not even father. So him upbringing was a bit traumatic. One for a better phrase. But Mark Wolin had a family. And a family that has moral decency and principle. A family that, as we all know, his dad was 90 by the Queen. And so that's how he was known to everyone far afield as Sir John Golding. Sir John Golding is widely acclaimed even to this very day because of the work that he has done, and even for the fact that he is the man that inaugurated the Paralympic for the disabled athletes. So his name will live on, and Mark Golding live and breathe the legacy from his dad, Sir John Golding. So under Mark Golding leadership, we will see that Jamaica will return to its former years like the 70s decade, the 90s, in the period when PJ Patterson took over, and even to the time when Mama P took over from 2011, those were Jamaica glory days. Those were Jamaican glory days, because a lot of infrastructure were put in place that Jamaicans are still benefiting from today. Without the work of the People's National Party, Jamaica would have nothing. That's why these nasty kleptocratic government see it fit to sell and to, sell shares into our entities because they did not create it. So when you don't create something, you don't embrace it and love it, and cherish it, because it's not yours. You can easily dispel of it. But the People's National Party, as the Blood and Fire comrades say, we are going to build it back better than before. And when anything with them take, we are going to take it back too. And one by one, they shall go to jail. And I know Mark Golding is going to deliver that for the people of Jamaica, because that was a part of the campaign rally throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica. Mark Golding knows what the people of Jamaica desire, what they are anxiously anticipating to happen to people who they see as corrupted people, who has ravished their life and make them impoverished every day, to the extent where the United Nations said that 58% of Jamaica find it hard to put food on the table. My God. And we are talking about international intervention now, coming up with these findings. And these are not no propaganda, nor no scandal being created upon the government of Jamaica, led by Andrew Wallace. These are credible findings done by credible organizations, but we don't hear them challenge the United Nations, because they know them can't do it. But anything where we in a social media space say, or where the People's National Party representative on the ground say, or where Marky G say, they want to challenge it, and all them can challenge it with his pure lies, deceitness, propaganda, scandal, and use in terms of character assassination and some word where they're not supposed to use. You understand? So we know we have it firmly in our grip, So what we have to do is just watch them and torture themselves on the election day. Julieta torture herself. She coming like a madance up and down, on a madance music program like that. Come like a fly where antagonizes. She lose her head. She did last it in the local government election, Because she did go to King Street, go faint. Me don't know where to her this time tonight. When the big one announced, when she knows the prison depth on her doorstep, she and her nasty husband, her criminal husband, where she privy to all her Andrew Wallace activity. She know about them. She back Andrew Wallace and the highly black corruption because she like to count monies. People remember her interview. She love enough money. Because she all Igla, you know. I mean, I know no Igla will become billionaire in Jamaica. You know? Because people are, you know, say, well, then she have education. She's an educated fool. Because she should have known the repercussion of them activities. So one day it will come to a crashing fall. And when it comes to a crashing fall, they're going to be shame and disgrace. And they're going to be jailed. As Damon Crawford said. You understand? And as we said all along, they shall go to jail. This is the cry of the nation right now. I don't know no other country in the world where the people in the country are crying for the leader to go to jail him and wife. Only in Jamaica we see that happen. It's an all-time low for Jamaica and Jamaican under this kleptocratic regime led by the criminal Andrew Wallace and his 48 other Alibabas. You understand? So we know come tonight, there'll be a hush coming from the Jamaica Labour Party at their headquarters, Belmont Road. There will be a crescendo of hush, not noise.
Hush.
Because everything now, you know, finally come to bump. And them can't ride, you know. That bump here is a bump where them can't ride. No way. No way they can ride this bump. This bump is a bump that will halt them in their tracks of corruption once and for all. I know last night they not sleep well. Them afraid. Come like a man where I face execution from the day of today. You know, can't sleep last night. And the same thing about you and Wallace, Juliet Wallace, and the rest of them. None of them not sleep last night. And it's not because they are anxiously, you know, awaiting the day to dawn because them know something good will happen for them. It's because them know something bad is going to happen to them.
All right.
So, Jamaican people, I know later on tonight will be a celebration of victory that has never been celebrated before in the history
of Jamaica. You have a champion?
Yes, man.
That's my champion. Pinques, you have a champion? And we are confident. We are confident. But let me show you betting part. Hold on there. Let me show you how confident we are because I am getting some calls, right? And I tell you, say, to every area that call me, positive, positive. Now, let me just play a clip also. Honey, get this clip up to show the people, right, how positive we are that we are going to take this one, the one at last. So we are going to take this home, and tonight, trust me, we are going all the way because we are not leaving here until we make sure what I'm said there, until we deliver what ought to be delivered. So I want to just give this little piece of clip for people to understand.
I don't know what happened, but the comrades them coming out in droves. Yo, PMP is gonna take this by a landslide. Mark my word. And remember my word today. I'm making a prediction. The PMP will win 42 seats in this general election. Mark my word. Yo, the ground ripe. This is just a 101 update for my peeps. Yo, we get it. So here we are. Those who don't vote, when you get up, come out. Come out. Come out. We now lay the election here. Mark Golding will say for Prime Minister of this country. Time come, on time come now. The word is love. Celebration later. See you at PMP HQ at 7 p.m.
All right, boss. All right. So,
yeah, man.
There you have a little snips.
Yeah, so Andrew. Well, I never.
Exactly.
I want to celebrate the victory tonight. Andrew, I want to name Jack Daniel. See you. Andrew, that one here is a buckler more champion. See you. And the crew soon pass through. Andrew, this is a Du Bois. It's sealed up too.
All right.
And I want to make Andrew know. Me know where another rum, yeah. Me know where another rum. But we don't know the way another rum. But this is okay.
Whoa.
Treat people.
And then in the meantime, I call in Laga, me I go and sit. Because I want to stay in the game on the platform. So I'm not going heavy yet. So Andrew, you're just dead tonight, you know.
What a backside is. All right. Let us bring Sister Pinques in the space because we want to hear from Sister Pinques. Come in, Sister Pinques. Now, based on what we are getting the energy, right? Because I said I am processing several calls and all the calls are positive in saying that PNP definitely up and PNP is going to take it. What say you want to take?
Well, let me say this right now. Tonight is the 9 nights, and September is what? The 9 month of the year, and September and 3 is dead. Dead yard I keep tonight.
Yes.
All right, Pinques. I like how you paraphrase it.
Where's the Pinques? Repeat what you said.
I said tonight is 9 nights.
What do you mean?
And September is the 9 month of the year.
Yes.
And 3 mean dead, so it's dead yard we keep in tonight.
Dead yard we are keep tonight.
For the Jamaica Labour Party.
Bro, most of you have I want thing. Andrew can't lock off the music we are playing.
What on that? Sam Allen said Buchanan leading Andrew Owners by 971 voters.
Tonight.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And as
so that is Paul Buchanan. Paul
yes,
Buchanan. And you know
yes, may I pray for that seat. They have been praying for that seat. And
Morris, just this.
Already, you know. We done several practices already.
Information, Morris. You understand?
Because
no, so let me say this. Right? That's why we say I have victory tonight, you know. Victory tonight. But you know what? Look at your kind of questions right now. Now,
We're going to stream tapping on something at 4:30.
Okay, so we're going to tap in on a live feed at 4:30 that is going to bring us all the updates. So tune in for that. And this is what the next 4:30? The next 23 minutes from now, right? We are going to link in that in terms of getting the updates. Right? Awesome.
Yes, it's just 5:07 here in Jamaica, you know. So they probably just start counting now.
Okay. All right. So within the next half an hour Pinques, we should be getting out some numbers, eh?
Exactly, because that number the person just gave you, it's probably from the persons knowing who the PNP voters are.
Okay.
Because once the indoor and outdoor agents are working properly from the PNP list, they will know who and who voted.
Yes. Okay. So, you know, so far, right, based on the information that we are getting out, right, we are really, really, really looking good. And we're glad to hear that, you know. So let me just ask the panel some questions that I plan to, you know, definitely pursuing, right? But let me just ask some questions. Now, having the People's National Party, we should know, win the general election. Right, my question, as it relates to Andrew Owners, right? Isn't that where his problem started? I mean, possibly tonight, right? And we know in terms of what we are going to pursue, right? Dark clouds hanging over Andrew Holness and his administration head as it relates to the illicit, right, persons who under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. So that is something in terms of, you know, what we are pursuing. But melting pot, let me ask you this. Do you believe, as it relates to the entire situation with Andrew Holness, right, that, you know, Mark Golden should pursue this aggressively as it relates to corruption? And, you know, if that doesn't happen, how would you feel? Let me just hear from you, asking you this question in terms of, you know, the People's National Party get into power and pursue the corruptors in a very vigorous way. How would you feel if, you know, that vigorous approach? Right.
Put it close to the mic.
We are getting so. Okay. All right. Yes, Carla, you're on the line.
Yes, sir. I'm just giving you a news flash. I just get you hear about the man by vote for 100,000. That is down in Westmoreland. He's up right now in the hospital. He faint away. It's like they have an idea say PMP win that seat.
Whoa.
So he end up in the hospital right now.
All right.
Yes. We boy, that's why we pay 100,000 for JLP gonna win. And when they find out based on what the crowd or whatsoever is there, I don't know if they have an idea about the counting or whatsoever. But right away, faint we in the hospital right now.
Okay, so all right, so we have people are faint.
Yeah, you will confirm. I will get back another call from the person, and when they confirm, then you will know again.
Yeah, man, keep me in the loop. Keep me in the loop, my brother.
Yes. Little later.
Blessings.
Yeah, little later. All right, later.
All right, when you hear that, people.
Who did you say fainted?
Huh?
What's the name of the person you said fainted?
Oh, he did not mention a name.
Okay. Well,
Right.
they need the bare one with the green one.
Yes. So this is the question I'm asking, and I'm going to asking Pinques that same question, right? So melting pot, as it relates to you know, when the PNP, right, couple hours from now, PNP is going to win the general election, right? And based on the level of corruption that had taken place and the $3.3 trillion that unaccounted for, right? What say you if this if the new administration doesn't pursue it vigorously? How would you feel about that?
Well, for sure, but I feel disappointed because Mark Golden have to pursue that vigorously and swiftly. You understand? Yeah. Because remember, you know, that is at the forefront of the people's mind.
Yes.
Andrew Holness wasn't doing any work for the people, to uplift the people and the country, you know. What Andrew was doing and practicing was high level of corruption. So corruption was a topic of this general election. All along, corruption, more corruption, enough corruption. You understand?
Wow.
High level corruption. So corruption, yeah, Mark Golden have to move swiftly and vigorously and pursue the perpetrator then. Yeah? What was the other part of the question, Sir Byron? If I remember, it was a two-part question.
So since you're on it, do you think that should be a fundamental priority for the People's National Party to pursue, right, to make an example out of these persons if they found, right, to be liable? Let us put in that.
Yes, 100%. Because we go back to Singapore and what transformed Singapore
exactly
from where it was going after these people, pluck them out of society, apply the full force of the law as it relates to the punishment, to the crime where them commit, and clean up the place once and for all, and set up you know, firm example for everybody follow after. Nobody not try it again. Nobody don't try it again in Singapore. So if Singapore did look at our micro and macro economy model and take it along with our educational platform we have and use it to the beneficial, well, we have to in return use back something that will see benefit Singapore. So Marky G have to go down that road. And this is what the people want. This is what the people came out in numbers and support the People's National Party, you know, island-wide campaign. For this, you know, type of aggressive apprehension of these criminals and slap them, not on the wrist, but slap them with high sentencing. Not under 50 years. Because they don't come back in a society.
Yes. Well, I mean, I do agree with you, Melting Pot, right, as it relates to, I believe that the People's National Party should, you understand, put that as a primary focus, right, in pursuing, right, them for justice. Now, let me just bring in Sister Lady Pinques in the space. Lady Pinques, what say you in terms of those two questions?
Well, I'm going to answer the two questions with one analogy.
Okay, good.
If you invited me to your house, Uncle Byron,
yes,
and you served me dinner on a dirty plate, would I eat it?
Well, you tell me.
Exactly the point I'm trying to make. If Mark Golding wants to stay in power for a long time and to have the respect of Jamaicans, he has to clean up the place
I do
by
agree.
serving the future of Jamaica on a clean plate. And the only way to clean the plate is to remove the dirt that is there right now. I said it before. This man has contaminated the chair and the office of the Prime Minister. He has disrespected the Honorable House of Parliament with his shenanigans. Himself, his wife, and his entire crew of pirates need to be swept out with an orange broom and taken to Riverton and dumped. And who is to go to prison should go to prison, because, as Damian Crawford said, one by one they are going to jail. But today, one by one, the comrades voted. And later this afternoon, this evening, one by one, the votes will be counted. And one by one, PNP will win over 42 seats.
Okay.
And I yield the floor.
Well said.
Just coming back.
Yeah, coming back, Melting Pot, coming back.
Your analogy spins, yeah? But I want, you know, replace one of the words. You see dirt, I would something. I mean, why you use the word dirt? Clean the germs and the grimes.
All right.
All right, Melting Pot. I do concur.
All right. Now, as it relates to me, right, and I think my wife, you know, hold the same perception. I believe that the People's National Party, right, taking over the reins of power, right, the pursuing, right, corruption, and for those persons that relate to illicit enrichment, right, should be one of the #1 priorities. And the reason for me, Melting Pot mentioned something that is very significant, and I am going to pull a reference from what Melting Pot said. We all knew very well, as it relates to how Singapore, right, had come now to be the beacon of one of the best economy around the world. And one of the first things that the Singapore Prime Minister had done was to first target corruption, right? And targeting corruption, it saved back a lot as it relates to propel Singapore forward. And I think that Jamaica need to take a page out of that book, right? And pursue, right, as a result of what we have known as it relates to the participation of corruption as it relates to this government. It is there, right? They are not hiding their corruption, right? Many lands, many properties being sold, political kickback being done, right? For example, the situation with Darrell Vaz undervalue the Jamaican property and then collect money under the table and went to Mexico, right, to collect the money. If it wasn't the United States who flagged Darrell Vaz as a result of the transaction touch the Swiss system, Jamaica would never know. Would never been aware of that situation. It's as a result of United States, right, where that transaction flagged the Swiss system and United States investigated it. That is why, right, the truth, what is hidden in the dark, right, comes out in the light. And, you know, it is not the only thing that Darrell Vaz involved in. And when you look in terms of how you see the Jamaica Labour Party administration, you realize that Darrell Vaz is a trigger man. Darrell Vaz is a trigger man. And one of the reasons, in terms of subjectively, why that I believe that as it relates to the revelation of more to come, right, we are going to also find out that Darrell Vaz, right, may have been into Cash Plus. Darrell Vaz may have been into Orient, because we know that Darrell Vaz in SSL. And so then when you look on these things, right, it's really serious. And one of the most serious situation, and I mean blatant corruption, is with the 110 old buses that Darrell Vaz brought into the country. What people don't realize is how, as it relates to the procurement process, it is very significant. Because remember, I think as it relates to the total amount, depending on the amount of contract, anything between $1 to about $4 million, that can circumvent not having the cabinet secretary to sign off on that. That would only be done by the respective ministry permanent secretary. Anything from $1 to $4 million. Now, anything from, I think, $5 million upward, right? I used to have the document, you know, but good while now I have looked on that document, right? I think anything from $5 million upward has to have the approval of the cabinet secretary, approval of the Minister of Finance, right? And of course, the minister for the respective ministry and the permanent secretary for the respective ministry. So then that leaves the question for us to ask, as it relates to $1.4 billion, right, for those so-called old buses, never in the budget, right? Never in the budgetary expenditures. And so then the question I have to ask, where did Darrell Vaz get the money? And how did he get the money, right, without the cabinet secretary, right, authorize this? So this is very, very, very serious, right, for Darrell Vaz, extremely serious for Darrell Vaz. So I can see where that is going to go, and Darrell Vaz definitely is going to step in the judiciary for the 1 year. You understand? And I remember, you know, also Damian Crawford, right, made mention of it. No, this is very serious, and people ought to know that this is very serious. What say you on the matter? Things, and then I go to Melting Pot.
One of the One of the questions I asked on our previous show here
Yes.
is when Darvas claimed that he sent a team of people to inspect these buses. And I asked the question, what about himself? Did he travel to inspect these buses? Because we know years ago his visa was revoked, American visa was revoked, and 2 years or 3 years after that, he was given a 1 year visa to travel to America. No, that 1 year is long gone. And if we have somebody like this who is just spending our money as if it is his pocket money. But remember, he has been given a lot of leniency within the Jamaica Labour Party and a lot of rope to hang in his own self. Because when you think back on what he did with the SSL Jamaica Labour Party account, where he was allowed to go in, take out what he wanted to pay his daughter's school fee in America, that says a lot, because he has access to put his hand into any pocket he wants to and pick it as if it is his own money. And we know Gerald Vaz is not so 100% chemical free, because we know from his behavior he has a chemical dependency. And I keep putting out the point, why do we have someone with a chemical dependency having access to the purses of the nation to do whatever he wants to do? And this is something that we need to dig deeper into. This should be a priority of the People's National Party whenever they take the reins of this country, because we need to find out where this 1.4 billion, and he still cannot produce a receipt. And Rattigan has proven to us you can get the bus for either free or for $1 US. So, Vaz, we saw you at Mount Vernon calling the woman a witch after you
Quite out order.
threw rum on the buses, putting another curse on these same buses that you bought, the scrap metal you bought from America, and you brought them here. You are the one who was in the public with two bishops doing an obvious ceremony, and yet you have the audacity to call a woman a witch because she said she does not want anything from you. In Jamaica, everybody have a voice. Everybody has a choice. And if a person chooses not to shake the hand or take anything from a Jamaica Labour Party person, that is their privilege and right. And these Jamaica Labour Party candidates, as you can see time and time again, they are so forceful. Because as I said earlier on the show, one of my friends who's a comrade, they turned up at his gate this morning in a vehicle and demanding him to come in the vehicle to go and vote. And he refused politely and gave them an excuse. He can find his own way to the PD. He doesn't need a transportation. And yet these people are going around doing all kind of shenanigans. But tonight is their 9 nights, and tomorrow is a new day of renaissance for this Jamaica that we love. And I yield the floor. And I yield the floor, Lady Anne Marie.
Oops. Melting pot.
Yeah. Let's just spice up the pot some more, you know. Now, as Sir Byron, you know, articulatedly outlined the procedure as it relates to when, you know, money is being approved, yeah, what are the criteria, yeah, to, you know, ratify it. So, yeah, 4 million, from 1 to 4 million, it only requires the permanent secretary and, you know, the minister for the various ministry, yeah, and the minister of finance. Now, 5 million upward, you know, it's going to take the whole umbrella. In the case of these buses, we're talking about $1.4 billion. So we have the permanent secretary, cabinet secretary, the minister of finance, and the minister for the respective ministry that need the funding. So I'm asking the question, how did so many people allow this to happen? Because there has to be another procedure that ties with this criteria. Darrell Vaz would have to provide a list and outline the cost. There has to be checks and balance. Okay? Well, me know as a consumer, when the store have an item on sale, the price is authentic, so it can be checked. And you know exactly what you're going to buy, you know the amount of money to carry. So all these people who were supposed to preside over this procurement, they failed. But let us look at the cabinet secretary and check her background. And we are speaking about Ardy Swell. And remember, you know, way back in the 80s, there was a circumstance of event that took place that, you know, the name Swell was attached to.
Yes.
I'm not saying Ardy Swell, but affiliated member of Ardy Swell family name was attached to that particular circumstance of event. And it relates to the same, you know, awarding of funds for contract work. Now she find herself in the same situation now where she can make the decision, you understand, as it relates to signing off on these amount of money for whatever it's needed for. But she has to do her check and balance. She did not, because she, yeah, coming from where we knew she was, there was corruption. Seen it happening again, where her name is being drawn into corruption. And this time she can't say no to it, you know. 1.4 billion and you don't know about it. And you supposed to do your check and balance, and all the other permanent secretary them, the minister of finance supposed to do it, and the minister who is requesting the money, him supposed to submit a statement. You're supposed to get a purchasing order and an advice. But this guy can't provide nothing. We're not seeing anything. Where documents related circumstances concerned. No documents, neither purchasing order, neither advice. But we know that at the last straw that break the camel back of the Jamaica Labour Party corruption. And they shall pay heavily for that crime. Because you could get those space to restock the fleet of buses. Yeah, they're changing out those buses. Those buses are old decommissioned buses. But remember, all type of shenanigans as it relates to them outbidding Canada, Panama, Guadeloupe. He mentioned L.I. Drug as the representative in a Jamaica who, you know, have the ties with the manufacturer. Say Elijah represent the manufacturer for them buses. Yeah. The manufacturer for them buses don't want nothing to do with Elijah in Jamaica. Who is Elijah? They don't deal with these vehicles. They're a chemical distributor. And that them deal with chemical. So bars that tell a peer like mix up all a man with make sure public say have nothing to do with it. So that does show you that the whole 110 school bus was a Ponzi scheme again for rip off Jamaica taxpayers' money. And I don't even know if, apart from the 25 buses that came in, 23 were buses, 2 were flat body. I don't know if the rest of them come. And I hear so them was pay, you know, the new school term. But you know, see not like that. So you know, a corruption again. That's why Mark Warden administration have to pursue these corruptors vigorously and swiftly. Just go after them. We know them already now. Mark G no need no invest. Just go for them, man. As them lose, you just make them do them look a fancy about Belmont Road. And you have your security personnel out there and wait. But them come out, you slap the handcuff. You slap the handcuff.
Oh, that was live a while ago?
Get them away.
Like listening.
Too much of this, you know, plague we call corruption in a Jamaica. It's a handful of people that carry it out. Handful of people. And these people don't have nothing about them.
All right, Melting Pot, we are going to break and get on a feed, right? Love how you putting this. All right, so let us switch now to the feed. Jamaica, we are going to stay tuned now into a feed, right? Because we are here to make sure we deliver the win for the People's National Party.
Followed by law. Because remember, that report did not go to corruption prosecutor for determination in the integrity commission and a charge. It didn't go, that's a normal route. Investigate, send it up to corruption prosecutor, director of corruption prosecution. That person then determines whether or not they have enough evidence to proceed on the charge and so forth and so on. Before it's tabled in parliament. So that's what's been tested, and that's important for us to make sure we understand what's being tested. The question of whether or not this court is not going to decide on the substantive questions as to whether he can answer the questions concerning the source of income that is at the heart of some of the issues that he's facing now. But it is bad. And what we will know that there's a cloud hanging over insofar as an investigation. We will know later the extent to which Jamaicans still consider this to be significant. And I just close on this one thing, corruption. When you said drugs earlier, Paul, the society is a little complex because man, them a country, you know, in Hanover and Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth Center. Now I'm gonna say them ganja farming as drugs, you know. So during that time, that's correct. They would only see cocaine as a transshipment point, not them ganja farming. And if anybody know anything in Jamaica, a whole heap of people build them edifice and them castle on the basis, and a whole heap of you go school and turn doctor, lawyer, and Indian chief on the basis of ganja farming. A long time Jamaica should have liberated the ganja farmers.
So I want to turn to another. Go ahead.
Before you finish that, it's not only the Prime Minister one. If we are to believe Mark G, right? If we are to believe what he says, right? He says there are 10 individuals from the other side on the investigation. 10. So we're talking about something looking like Alibaba and the False Seas.
No, I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
I'm not going there.
So we're looking at something like.
So I want to go on the flip side now. So, given the integrity divide, where some people say like the Integrity Commission was wrong or didn't do things the right way, is there a concern? Right. Is there a concern about the confidence that the Jamaican people will have in the Integrity Commission itself?
Yeah, man. Once politician accuss them, the Jamaican people who said about do a good job. Once politician cussing them, Jamaican, especially when they're in government.
What I have for journalists.
Yes, what I have a challenge with is that with all the perceptions we have had, we have never really successfully prosecuted any real serious politician except Jack Smith.
And that was Bobby, because he would say chicken feed.
Well, you know, that's exactly what he would be, that he has said in terms of, you know, monies and so on.
Yeah.
Jack Smith and one judge, one magistrate.
Number of votes that have been registered for each of the candidates in that constituency. What you're seeing on screen now was from the previous general elections in 2020. So we have the board here that we now need to fill up for 2020 from the EOJ. And that's just one part of what we have to do. We also have our consulting data scientist here tonight, Jahail Smith. You're going to hear from him in a short while. But Jahail is allowing us to up the ante in terms of the analysis that we're going to be sharing with the audience. First of all, we're going to be able to really harness the power of the historical election data to be able to identify those key seats. You mentioned them in your introduction, Cliff, but those are those seats that are really keen to watch tonight, and we'll show you the results in those seats as they come in. We'll also be able to zero in on our weather vane seats, Cliff, from our poll. We know what they are, and to remind the rest of the audience who may not be aware, these are Western St. Mary, Southeast St. Elizabeth, Southwest St. Elizabeth, and we've been able to identify these because they vote with the winner every time. That we got from the historical data. So we're going to be using all of that information to really share comprehensive insights and follow the numbers as the boxes are counted and closed.
And Jahail, you are going to be producing for us tonight a predictive modeling. Tell me about that modeling.
Right, so the history can only get us so far. We must look forward, and to look forward and predict, we have used the latest Blue Dot poll to augment the historical facts in order to come up with predictions and projections for seats. And so we're looking forward to see what can happen tonight as the counts come in.
Thank you, Jahail. And we also have a panel of youngsters. Yes, the politics is such now that oldsters like me have to give way to the youngsters, the new value system and dynamics that's emerging in the society. And part of that panel tonight, no stranger to us here at Nationwide, Saeed Bernard. Good evening, Saeed.
Good evening, Cliff. How are you? Hope everyone is well. Well, on this side, we are here and ready. The young people, they call us, as Cliff would say, the old is handing over to the youngins. Well, let's see. Well, I'm Saeed Bernard, and of course, to my left is Suel Anglin, a public commentator. And to her left is Joshua Atkins, another young man who is here willing and ready to share his views on what the elections have meant to him, what has he seen, what she has seen as well, coming up to September 3rd, and how they...
All right, since they don't want to see this feed, let us go to the next feed, because I'm here to please my people.
If I can tell you,
and if my people want to see the next feed, then let us go to the next feed. Let us go to the next feed.
Vote, we sure have seen a lot more young people coming out, at least from the social media, to say that they have been voting. Well,
all right, so let us go to the next feed.
%30 less refrigerant, you get to cool faster, save more, and protect the planet. Thanks to inverter technology, you get top performance with real savings on your monthly bill, starting at just $59,999. Start out your summer with ATL! Terms and conditions apply.
Shifters, you don't know it's a boy any clue, and this is where car culture meets real life.
Get back to the kids. Get back to the this general election. Let us get back to the end. All right. This station doesn't seem to be on. Let us just get back into NNN because they are providing the information as it relates to general election. Right? I don't know what this station is doing. So let us get back. If there is another station that's pulling that, then we will just up across. So for now, let us get into the primary reason for the day. Okay. All right. Yes.
This is Mark. He's saving to make sure that this one doesn't have to worry about student loans. This is Tevin. He's saving.
Orange. So we have that added feature to jazz up the production that we're presenting.
There
Look,
it is.
you talk about the power struggle.
Yeah, this is not NNN, it is PPCJ.
I'm going to go
But
one
somehow
further
they
to say that given that this is our debut show from what will be our home set, it's also an announcement to our rivals, the traditional TV powers, that we're coming for you. We have the talent, we have the technology, and we are coming. Usurp means to seize wrongfully. We won't usurp you because it's nothing that we're seizing wrongfully. We're coming to overthrow. And this is a message this evening. This is a democratic country. I exercise my democratic right today. Let me speak democratically. I'm sending a message that we are here and we're coming for the throne. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to take our first break. It is just about, what time is it?
It's 5:45.
5:45. We should start having some early results in another 15-20 minutes, okay? But let's take the first break. And of course, tell you, we're coming to you on Revo TV. Yes, right here, Revo TV, nationwide, election coverage, race to 32 on Revo TV. And of course, Revo, George, tell us about Revo.
Yeah, revonews.ai. That's the main portal, the website. The Revo app is also available through the popular places, the App Store and the Google Play Store. Revo is revolutionizing how you digest your news content, how you consume content. It is AI doing what you've seen AI in other people's videos doing. We are the first to introduce it. It's one of the kind in this hemisphere. Nobody can touch this again with a barge pole, and it just makes the news offering so much interactive rather than being on a physical website, clicking away, clicking this, clicking that. You can ask a Revo to read the news for you in the voice of Cliff Hughes. Soon we'll be adding other of your favorite journalists to read each news story for you. If you want some history, you say, okay.
And back to the Observer. Which one was it? This one.
The focus group again, to look at the macro things versus the micro things. What matters most to Jamaicans? Is it the state of the larger economy or is it the small things? We're looking at things like the misery index. So let's turn to our focus group once more.
The misery index is high. I think, if I want to use the social services in which to improve my life, they're very difficult to access. The JUTC does not have an app. I can't stand outside my gate and reasonably know where the bus is, and if it's coming. I have to wait in vain. I think in 2025, where cars can drive themselves, the basic app needs to be there. Water is another big issue. They have lockoffs every year. They're bright, they're intelligent, they have 50 diplomas, but they can't figure out how to get me piped water consistently. Garbage is another big thing. Everywhere you go, it stinks. You can't figure out how to get the garbage truck to run on time. Basic things that are needed for a democracy cannot be met and should be met. And whoever is elected must account for those granular level things. Another basic area is security. I can't afford to go to the gym. I shouldn't be forced to go to a gym. I want to be able to use the streets. I want to be able to walk. There are a lot of people that are mentally unstable on the streets. You cannot call the mental health unit and be assured that they will answer the phone.
Parties tend to look at more macro stuff, and the minor issues get lost.
Are they wrong to do so?
Eh?
Are they wrong to do so?
Yes, but I suppose they will say that the use of time, because you know, all right, some people have a cynical view of politicians. You only see them when election is near. The road get fixed when election is near. Different things improve when election is near. So most politicians treat people like they are idiots, that they don't have no memory. And so that's why 20%, I think 20% voted the last time, or 30%.
30.
Right. That's why the majority don't vote, because they are cynical about everything that they hear. That is a big problem in Jamaica. So they need to get to speak about the small things. As Mary said, that an app for JUTC is a good idea. Never thought of it. But the average man could go on his phone, look on the app and see when the bus is supposed to come. So him don't go there and stand on the bus stop for 1-2 hours and the bus not coming. So there's some simple things. The garbage schedule, when light goes out from JPS, sometimes you don't get a text that they have a problem. Like them 1 in 5 them do that. When water goes, so water just goes away like every week. The area I live in, water goes away almost every week. And nothing from NWC. These are some of the little but important and critical issues. And I hope that politicians need to, but you see that them only talk now, you know. After election done, a time to spend money.
I'm actually glad that he said, you know, most politicians, they think Jamaicans are idiots. Them no know say right now we are gaining our sense of identity. You know, we know who we are and we know that we deserve more than this. Now, why should I get up and say, oh, mega vote, but still yet the road in my community full of beer pothole and all of them things. Why should I get up and vote when, and I'm talking about lived experiences. Why should I get up and vote when my mother is struggling day to day, you know, living hand to mouth?
All right, so we are joined on set now by O'Neill Madden. O'Neill, I want to start with you. The members of the focus group talked about garbage collection, cleaning the drains, fixing potholes, not having running water at times. Why aren't we there? Why are we still struggling in 2025?
Yes, I'm going to try to receive it when it works. Okay, here we go.
Seaga.
Over at the barn door with the panel from the parties.
Well, thanks so much, Nika. And I want to get early reactions to what we're seeing so far. I heard your reaction just now when you saw that St. Thomas, Michelle Charles trailing. Yeah. You're like, yes, I expected that.
Yeah.
Why did you expect that?
Yeah, because the voters have expressed consistently that they're dissatisfied with the quality of representation she has provided. In fact, I've worked in that constituency with her candidate, and the consistent narrative from the Michelle exhibits a degree of arrogance. She's not present in the community. The projects that she committed to in 2020, she has not fulfilled. She cannot be accessed in a frequent manner. So I expect that we would have taken that seat. And I think what we're seeing with respect to the early numbers is pointing in that direction. Rosemary Shaw is also a very strong candidate. She won the by-election for the Morant Bay division, and she has been working assiduously. So we expect that that should be counted within the column, in the column of the People's National Party.
Is it too early to call, though, for you, Titania Clark?
Too early to call, but also I think it's not just, it wouldn't be limited to a personality for the seat. If you look at the numbers, Fenton Ferguson lauded himself as, what was it, 5-star? I think it's 5-star general. So as much as, yes, we listen to the voters and voters will have something to say about their current candidate, truth is they've always predominantly voted a particular way. And so the complaints, while you have the numbers here, you're looking at Michelle winning with a little bit over 1,200 votes in 2020. So again, you're looking at a seat that has been predominantly voting in a particular trend. So while there continues to be a conversation about personalities, it is also important to note that some of these seats that the Jamaica Labour Party has, while they would have helped us to secure government in 2020, they have a trend of where they vote and who they vote for.
I rarely do I see two opposing political members agreeing, and for the entire time Titania was speaking, Cleveland was shaking his head. I agree with the point.
Yeah,
Why?
I wanted to add, because she makes a good point, that historically the seat has always trended with the People's National Party. It was an upset victory for the JLP in 2020. For that victory to be continued in another election cycle, the personality of the candidate who brought that upset victory would have to be strong. And the point I was making is that we have not seen her performance live up to standard to continue a victory in this election cycle. So I think when you take into account the historical leaning of that particular seat, coupled with her, what I would say, substandard and poor quality representation as expressed by the voters, I actually don't think that she will win tonight.
Let's go back to Clarendon Northwestern, that one with Warren Newby in that seat, because we know as well, basically, if you're speaking about trends, that one also came as a surprise. And I just want to get some reactions from the both of you to the early numbers in that seat as well. Titania Clark, you firstly.
Full disclaimer to your viewers and to the panel, Warren Newby, former president of G2K, has the 100% support of the Jamaica Labour Party and its affiliates. So we are really looking forward to this seat. It's a seat for us to watch. It's one of them that we have confidence in. And as a political strategist in Warren Newby, there may be some interesting numbers coming through with this particular seat. And while we sit here as the political desk, it is also important for us to look at the numbers. So as Nika said, when we look at the polling stations, the divisions that the numbers are coming in, then we'd be able to kind of dissect what that looks like. And, similarly, Richard Azan has a personality flaw, you may say, for the voters in that seat. But I do think the numbers that are canvassed and the support of the JLP, Warren Newby, is one to watch tonight, and we're hoping for some positive news coming out of that seat.
A little bit more on this seat. It's one of those seats that we call the movers seat. So Warren Newby was not the incumbent member of parliament. It was, in fact, Philip Henriquez who was moved there because there were some concerns about that, given the kinds of shifting that the JLP has had to do in this constituency. Do you think this may throw off the performance that you may possibly do?
I don't think it would throw off the performance. What it shows is that we're a party that listens and a party that provides candidates who are qualified. Warren Newby is qualified for the job. Whether it is yesterday, 6 months ago, or a year ago, we do believe that Warren Newby has the potential to bring the seat home for the Jamaica Labour Party.
And we'll be coming back to the both of you. I see you're itching to say something, Cleveland. I promise I'll allow you to say it, but TK Dawkins is at the EOJ with an update for us. So we're heading straight now to the EOJ with TK Dawkins.
All right, so here at the Electoral Office of Jamaica, the ballots are being counted. The numbers are coming in. And if you'll come right this way with me, we'll see that it's early days yet. Of course, it's early hours yet, over 7,000 boxes to be counted. We now stand at 49 of those boxes counted, which represents 0.7%. So very, very early in the game. However, as you can see, the map over my shoulder is showing some orange there. You know, a few splatters of green, but predominantly orange at this early point and in this early stage. Now, of course, the team is still working assiduously to get boxes counted as they come in. Let's look right now at what's on the screen. Clarendon Central, 34,092 electors. We are seeing that 53 or 61% of the votes is with JLP, Delroy Williams, whereas 39% with Ms. Watts over there for that particular constituency. The information will keep coming in. We will keep keeping you abreast of things as Director Brown and the team give us numbers as we go on.
All right, thank you, TK Dawkins, for the very latest from the EOJ. We're talking about Clarendon Northwest just now, and I wanted to get some background and some data on this seat from you, Christoph Simpson. What is your data saying about this seat?
I have this seat as leaning PNP. The JLP's win in 2020 was marginal, and that was when the JLP had a massive national swing in their favor. So in 2020, the JLP won by 139 votes, and that's when they had a massive national swing in their favor. So we have this as leaning towards the PNP. In the 2024 local government elections, this was one of the seats that the PNP had gotten more votes than the JLP.
Okay, let's head over then. You wanted to make a point before we move on, Cleveland, just before we went to TK, about this Clarendon Northwestern seat before we move on.
Yeah, to say that I accept that Warren is a formidable candidate. I think he went to the constituency too late, a challenge for the Jamaica Labour Party, but he has a lot of challenges to contend with. The performance of the former Member of Parliament, Philip Enriquez, was not good. And I think that has presented issues for him. I've been on the ground. In fact, that is the constituency where my family is from. So when I touch base with them, the reality is that he has not been able to get traction because people are holding out based on the performance of the former Member of Parliament. So I think, I don't think that seat will go to the Jamaica Labour Party. It will lean to his historical trend.
We'll see.
I want to get some insights from our analysts or panelists on this idea of moving a candidate from a party and then inserting another candidate, and how the time may affect the performance of the candidate coming in. Lord B. Smith, as a former Member of Parliament, how can this affect it? Has Warren Newby been given a basket to carry water based on what Cleveland Tomlinson is saying, you think?
To some extent, yes. Because especially in rural seats, the persona of the candidate on the ground is very important to the voters. They need to know this person, not just know of him or her, but to know the person in terms of who the person is, his family, his background, everything about him, what he comes with. And in this situation, Warren was almost foisted on the constituency. And so on that basis, I think he has some amount of baggage there. On the other hand, it is safe to say that he's one of the high-profile personages in the Jamaica Labour Party. And I suspect he would have got a lot of assets and the support from the party, which may help him. On the other hand, it must be noted as well that Enriquez was a no-no, and he will have to carry some of that burden in terms of seeking to convince sufficient voters to say, hey, look, I'm not a hearing case, and although I'm not from the area, you can depend on me to do much better. So he does have an uphill climb, I think.
Gordon?
Yes. Warren Newby is not necessarily new to Northwest Clarendon. I think he worked with the former Member of Parliament, Michael Stern. So he has some connections to the constituency. But I think the issue that he faces is the fact that he was a late starter.
And there's consensus across the constituency that the outgoing member of parliament underperformed. But there's also consensus that Azan was not a bad member of parliament, that he performed well. Not only did he perform well, but he also stuck and stayed with the constituents after he lost. So he has not left the constituents. So the constituents, many of them said, we took a chance with the outsider and voted out Azan. But Azan lost and still stuck with us. So I think this may be a return of those voters to the man who they know and who has stuck with them to thick and thin. And I think that may work in Azan's favor tonight. But the numbers are still early. We can't make any prediction. We want to be in the lead as early in the night. It's always better to be in the lead than to be trailing.
Yeah, I want to get a comment as well from Jermaine Barrett of Jade on what was happening in St. Thomas with Michelle Charles's constituency and the concerns that were raised about her performance and not fulfilling promises she made in 2020 and how voters react to that. But we have to take a break right now here on Decision 2025 on CVM TV. Stick and stay with us. We'll be right back.
2025, brought to you by Duracell, Kendall, True Juice.
When you want the food shell and make the rice, just give me, me Kendall anytime of the day, night as well, just give me.
All right, so Spinks, right? What say you so far as we have seen, early processing of the counts, right? Nothing to be alarmed about as it relates to 7%, as according to what they said. But so far as it relates to that 7%, how do you see things progressing?
Well, I saw the map and I am impressed with the map so far. It's early numbers yet. Let us give you some more time for the other numbers to come in, and including the counts for the soldiers, police, and the EOJ workers. You need to consider those numbers also. And Michelle Charles, I think the people down there are fed up of her from a long time when she told put up that fence and said that she's protecting the cows from drowning. And I guess Michelle Charles proved to the world that she's the only person in the world that does not know that cows can swim. And as a dentist, who practiced in America, who was licensed in America, the question is still, does she still have dual citizenship? That question was never answered until this day. She was asked that question, and until this day, we still don't know if she gave up her U.S. citizenship as yet. So these are the things to consider. And I think Rosha is a beautiful woman with a beautiful soul and has a clean heart, clean hands. And right now, Jamaica is trending with moving towards a high moral ground, and moving towards cleaning up the society from the corruption, because it's blatant in our eyes. It's not being hidden anymore, So people are trending towards voting for honest leaders, honest member of a parliament, honesty, as well as high morals.
All right, well said.
And I yield.
Well said, Spinks. Melting Pot. Oh, okay, Melting Pot is not there right now, but so far as it relates to Spinks analysis, I am definitely parallel with that, with Spinks analysis. So the thing is 7%, right? Nothing to really get head over heels. But so far, I will say the People's National Party is in the driving seat, right? And yes, we will wait and see as the night progresses. But I have every confidence that the People's National Party, and I think to be honest, I think I want to go more than 45 as I see many people sort of predicting, right? 35 and so forth and so forth. but I think I am seeing the People's National Party take home, right, mid to high 40s. What do you say about that, Spinks? Mid to high 40s.
Well, my predictions is 55 and then get an 8. Um, and the 55 include Andrew Seed.
Yes.
Despite what he did today, I think the voters are tired of him because I have friends from people on the ground from his constituency, and they're fed up because when you think of the long complaints of the clinics not being provided with whatever, the drains not being cleaned, the potholes, the whole community not being uplifted by him. No schools were built in his constituency while he was here for the past 9 years. Instead, a school was removed and closed, or
Yes.
I should say, a school was
Okay.
closed
All right,
because
Spinks.
he,
Yeah, I think we are back. So let us just quickly switch and we will come back.
yeah.
Right? Yes.
We're still looking at those numbers because they are important. And so let us look back to the screen where we're seeing Southern St. Catherine. It's a seat many are watching. Fitz Jackson has sat in that seat for some time. He's now at 59% of the votes with over 180 just there, but it's 4 of 150. So we're looking at those. I'm yet to see if we'll have more data coming in just now, but if not, then we take it away to Gio, who is sitting by with the knights of the panel.
Thanks so much, Nika. Right, so we had looked at St. Thomas Western as one of our marginal constituencies to watch. We looked at some of the historical data about this seat as well, and I wanted to get some insights from our panelists on this one. Jermaine Barrett, I wanted to bring you in on that. What do you make of some of the data that Jordan Fort was presenting on that and that Christoph Simpson was analyzing?
Yeah, the fact is, and I think Cleveland is correct, the constituents are likely to be disgruntled and disappointed with the administration of the affairs of that constituency by Michelle Charles. The fact is, the major infrastructural development that has gone through that constituency is a SHIP, Southern Coastal Improvement Project. But outside of that, people are concerned about things like water, the roads within their communities and so forth, and not much has been done. And if you can flash your mind back to 2020, Michelle Charles would have won that constituency on a bevy of promises, significant promises that are largely unmet. So I think what you're seeing now possibly is the initial indication that people are dissatisfied, and people, in these rural communities, those are the things that matters, the small issues that if it is that they're not answered and are not responded to, people choose the alternative option.
Lord B. Smith, he mentioned the SHIP project, the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project. Even with that project that was happening was a number of restarts, because even when some of the works were taking place, the people complained about the quality of the road being laid, and there was a lot of frustration. I've covered many stories, or seen many stories that have been covered, about that same stretch of road. How frustrating can something like that be for voters, and how can that play out?
I think it would have had a residual effect. I mean, one can recall even when you were covering that particular issue, the dust nuisance, the recurrence of potholes and all kinds of, inadequacies in terms of the construction work. And it would have left a bitter taste in the mouths of many of the constituents. But I want to also add that Charles' father, Purnell, has been, as you know, one of the most affable of politicians, grassroots. He has a way of knowing how to connect with the people.
And we've seen him there on the ground with
but
her.
Unfortunately, his daughter does not seem to have that in her DNA. And I think it has affected her overall performance, because, as I've been saying before, especially in rural constituencies, the country people like when you can relate to them in a certain personable way. We talk about emotional intelligence. You have to be able to make them feel good, to, have that thing that, and we hear this term very often used, that she was arrogant or is arrogant, and that explains a lot of it, you know. So I think if she loses, it will be primarily not the JLP's fault, but her fault.
He spoke about, the Lord Reed Smith spoke about the kind of residual effect of what we're seeing with the roads. But even before the elections in St. Thomas proper now overall, the JLP opened that Morant Bay, the town center there in that big, massive opening. Would that do enough, you think, to kind of sway voters?
So, point of correction, the member of parliament for Western St. Thomas is actually James Robertson.
James Robertson.
Which is actually a fifth. He has served 5 terms as member of parliament, seeking a 6th term. Yes, so the member of parliament for Western St. Thomas is actually James Robertson, who has served for 5 terms and is seeking to be re-elected for a 6th term. That will be the equivalent of 5 by 6, 6 by 6, 35 years. My math is correct? My math is correct, about 35 years. The point I'm trying to make is that after having served a constituency for so long, understandably, the constituents would have expected more in terms of development. And I feel that the current MP, given the length of time that he has served as member of parliament, has not met some of those expectations. They complain about the lack of reliable water supply, the lack of proper roads, lack of bridges, lack of job opportunities, and so forth. So much of it could be fatigue with the member of parliament, who's a long-standing member of parliament. He's one of the winningest members of parliament who's contesting the 2025 general election.
Want to look more at some of these other constituencies as well that we have as marginals, but we are heading to a break. When we come back, we'll continue to look at the data from some of the marginal constituencies and also look at the numbers from Christoph Simpson, and then get more analysis from our expert panel and also our partisan desk with Titania and Cleveland. Stick and stay with us. We'll be right back.
Unemployment rate has fallen to 3.3%, down from 13.2% in 2016. Our government's continued focus on job creation is delivering real results. We are building Jamaica. The time by the office of the Prime Minister is...
When you want the food shell and make the rice well, just give me candle anytime of the day. Night as well, just give me candle. Everybody can tell taste good, great smell. Just give me candle. No one in flavor, no parallel, hot quality. You know we excel. Well, it's all K-E-N-D-E-L. Give me candle.
Another quality product from the CariMed Group.
Just give me candle.
I'm Peter McConnell, CEO of Trading Secret. I'm here with my production team making our newest product, True Milk.
True Milk is made with 100% cow's milk from their own homegrown, naturally fed
production team,
processed and pasteurized at their state-of-the-art factory in Buffalo. True Milk is 100% cow's milk with no additives. True Milk is the real deal. Take it from the experts.
Move up to the best milk ever. True Milk, truly the best.
Welcome back. It's just over an hour since voting closed, and having closed, we're already seeing numbers, early figures, but numbers nonetheless. We are looking at Kingston East and Port Royal on our curved screen visuals right now. We see where 95% of the votes from 2 of 91 ballots counted have already gone to Philip Paulwell, and that's amounted to 152 votes. No surprises there. That's a strong PNP seat. St. Andrew West Rural, this is where we see turncoat Joan Gordon Webley now amassing 56% of the votes there. She is up against the incumbent who is going back into the ring. That's Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. And Cuthbert Flynn has 43.9% of the votes. We're looking that now she's heading back to what she hopes will be a 3rd term. Joan Gordon Webley trying to get back in the ring. St. Thomas Eastern, the seat that many of us are watching over in the East, it's Yvonne Shaw of the People's National Party already with 54.2% of the votes. That's 201 to Michelle Charles's 166. Michelle Charles, I must remind you, daughter of Pernell Charles Sr., sister of Pernell Charles Jr. Her brother is in Clarendon. We'll skedaddle over there sometime later on. But now, Portland Western, seat of Darrell Vaz, at least heading into this election. He has amassed 32.7%, 37 votes, 2 of 144. Very early days, but the PNP is taking the lead early out with 66.4%. That's Doreen Campbell Forbes. We're heading out west, and there should be some exciting times over there because Westmoreland Eastern, we're seeing the PNP's Dr. Dayton Campbell making another throw at the political ring in representational politics in this way. 49.6% of the votes, around 259 right there. And the seats, we're heading back to the Breadbasket Parish. This is where we see J.C. Hutchinson's older seat. So it's now time to discuss some of the data that we've been looking at with the political representatives in the room. Well, we are looking at the data. We're back at St. Elizabeth Northwestern, and we'd want to start with Titania. We've talked about ladies before gentlemen. That's what the women are saying, right?
Yes.
So, Titania, we've looked at the data. We've seen some changes made by the party. This is one of the seats. All right, we're still moving along. Let me just scotch beside you. And we're looking at, this is Manchester Central, the seat that we're watching over in Manchester closely, but heading back to some numbers eventually. What we want to know firstly, are there any concerns, Titania, about Rhoda Moy in this seat?
Concerns about Rhoda Moy in the seat as it relates to her constituents?
Do you see a win?
I think they absolutely love her. Do we see her win? I told Cleveland we never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out. Never. And so I expect this to be a fight to the bitter end. She is absolutely a powerhouse. The constituents on both sides of the fence love her. The data, however, based on the seat, we're looking at data. Again, politics is not just about feelings and vibes and energy, but also the numbers will show that it is predominantly a leaning People's National Party seat. But as I said, strength of a woman, never count Rhoda Moy Crawford out.
All right, and you seem to have mapped out quite a bit of things here. But let's talk to Cleveland. Are you convinced that Rhoda will bring it home again, or will you, man in the ring, former, mayor, who stepped out of local government to go into the big politics, is he likely to take it home?
We can take the 2024 local government outcome as a precursor or a writing on the wall for Rhoda. She declared boldly before the close of the polls that she would win all 4 divisions in her constituency. She lost all 4 divisions. And I think that you can interpret that as what the writing on the wall would be for her and what the potential outcome will be tonight. We're confident that Manchester Central will return to the People's National Party. We appreciate that there were some challenges in the constituency in 2020. COVID, there were some divisions with respect to the political machinery and the organization. The unity of the comrades is a bit problematic in 2020. We have rebuilt that. We have united the comrades in that particular constituency. Donovan is a very strong candidate. He's a mayor of Mandeville. He has worked in his division. So we're expecting victory in that. If that is one seat for sure, I can say we'll take.
And he pointed with the inked finger, by the way. But we throw now to Jordan Fort, the man with the numbers at the scoreboard. Hey, Jordan.
Yeah, and you talked about some of the marginals that we have outlined. Remember, we've outlined 20, Nika, and we're watching them all night long. So we're going to see Manchester Central now. You were talking about Rhoda Moy Crawford, who was the last winner of that seat, who flipped it in the JLP's direction. Remember, we're tracking 5 general elections from 2002 all the way to 2020, and we're trying to find out where we're going to get to in 2025. Giovanni, here we can see where the lines had started to dissect between the PNP and the JLP, and they intersected here when Rhoda Moy Crawford actually secured victory for the Jamaica Labour Party at the 2020 general elections over Peter Bunting, and that is one of the seats we're watching.
I think this one is interesting. This, in 2011, Danville Walker, a former director of customs, and also former director of elections as well, here and was the first person to poll over 10,000 votes and
not
still
win the seat.
lose in Jamaica. And to date, that's still a record that he holds, an unwanted record. I want to get a comment from Christoph Simpson on this one, because as you notice, it's very close traditionally, although the PNP always takes this one. Christoph, how do you have this one listed in your spreadsheet?
But the JLP retaining the seat is not impossible. The PNP is showing, like Cleveland said, the PNP showing in the local government elections is something to look at. The PNP not only got more votes than the JLP in local government elections in the divisions in that constituency, but it got more votes than it got in the 2020 general elections.
I want to get some analysis on this from Lloyd B. Smith and our panelists in terms of a constituency like Manchester Central. Rhoda Moore Crawford was an unlikely victor in 2020 on this one. She has insisted that she's done the work, she's on the ground. When we have spoken to her, that's what she was telling our newsroom today when she was spoken to in the constituency by our reporter there. Does it matter what she does in the constituency, given the kind of history that we're seeing, that this seat leans PNP, and now in the early numbers as well, we're seeing a lead for the PNP? What sort of role does history play in this, despite her work, Lord B. Smith?
Well, I think generally what happens in these kinds of marginal situations is that whichever party has the bigger swing nationally tends to pull the candidates that are in the marginal seats along, give them a lift, a pull. And I suspect this is what is happening with Donovan Mitchell's situation and her. She has done reasonably well as a member of parliament, very likable. There were a number of, interesting developments regarding her personal life, which we can't get into here, but certainly at some point it seemed as if she had dipped somewhat in terms of her overall popularity, but she had managed to resurface and has been doing quite a lot of work resurfacing roads, that sort of thing, and moving around in her constituency much, much more than perhaps she had done before. So I suspect that in the final analysis, she will put up a good fight, but that seat has PNP DNA from the days of way back, and it's going to be difficult. And we must remember too that the situation with the person that she defeated, Bunting, there was some amount of fallout in the constituency, in the PNP
Peter
camp.
Bunting, an influential PNP figure.
A very influential person in the scheme of things, and himself, and that may have also helped to bring down Bunting's numbers. Now we gather that Mitchell has managed to pull all the contending forces together, and this particularly influential person is also now part and parcel of the network. So this could can tip the scale.
It will also be interesting, Lord B. Smith, to see how Peter Bunting himself does in Manchester South, given that he is now running right there as well. But for now, we're getting some numbers in from Kingston Central, so we're going over to Nika.
All right, thanks, Gio. We are indeed heading over to this hotly contested seat. Kingston Central it is. We are seeing incumbent Donovan Williams of the Jamaica Labour Party only with 38 votes, but it is one of 80 boxes, and this is 69.1%. You understand what we're saying. Steve McGregor, the ex-policeman, he is 30.9% out in the ring, and that's 17 votes so far. We have to be mindful of where these ballots are coming from and what's happening now, because it's just over an hour since polls have closed. Of course, I want to invite Cleveland to respond to these numbers and create a picture, paint a picture for us, certainly, as to why Kingston Central is so important to the People's National Party.
Yeah, it's the constituency of former PNP president, former PNP giant Michael Manley. 2020 was a shocker for us, I'll be very honest. We did not expect that outcome in that particular constituency. But since then, we have worked significantly. If you look at the 2024 local government election, had it been a general election, the PNP would have won the constituency handsomely. We know that there were some distractions. And I say distractions. I forgot that young man's name who we removed from the ticket. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember his name. But yeah, I know that there were significant efforts to undermine Steve, but I think we'll pull through and we're confident of the efforts.
Final 30 seconds I give to you, Titania. Will he make it out? Donovan Williams, will he get a repeat?
That's the plan. It's a seat to watch. We ignoring the noise, but the people of Central Kingston, even under so many terms under the People's National Party, deserve better. If you tour that seat, you realize that they certainly deserve better than what they had before. So we're hoping Donovan will keep it for a second term and continue the job.
All right, there you have it. The views of the young politicians in the room, Titania Clark, Cleveland Tomlinson. Stay with us, Jamaica. We take a break.
Hey, truck, how those Duracell Optimum batteries working out? Whoa, now that is serious power. Try Duracell Optimum, our next generation of power.
Another quality product from the Caramed Group Consumer Division.
When you want the ocean.
I think what you have any comment there so far?
Yes, so far, what I'm seeing is looking very good. The map seems to show a lot of orange. I mean, even though it's early days, the signs are, looking in favor of the party. I expect, throughout the night that the People's National Party will start to increase their lead over the Jamaica Labour Party constituency. So we'll start to hear a picture as to how many seats the People's National Party will get. At the moment, seems to be well over 60%. So I don't know if this is that same view, but at the moment, what I'm seeing is indicating somewhere in the region of 60%.
Okay, what say you, Pinques?
Well, basically, I think Janice is leading right now because I hear her vehicle from where I'm at, and some people having a party right now celebrating Janice. So I think she has won Central St. James. We have not seen the numbers yet on the this coverage, this from the feed, but I am anxious to see what the St. James numbers are. And Steve is a friend of Alan, and they're very close. And Steve came to St. James to meet with the citizens and the police to have a talk with the police and the citizens here regarding the police not killing our young people, but instead bringing them to justice, bringing them into alive, so that they can face the courts and whatever charges that is lauded onto them instead of killing them, right? So and since Steve has been here in St. James and had that conversation and that meeting, the killings in St. James have stopped. And I do appreciate that very much, his impact here so far in St. James.
Okay, thanks for that.
Still early hours, but we continue to count and we continue to keep you covered wherever you are in the world. Now, social media plays a very important part in this, in the counting, in the banter, in the exchange, in the, as Jamaicans would say, throwing up wood in the Jamaican vernacular. And of course, people celebrating, some persons championing for their party. And CVM is definitely online on YouTube at CVM_television. Television, where you can join us wherever you are. I want to say good evening to all our viewers in Florida. Good evening to all our viewers in New York, everybody watching in Atlanta, everybody watching in Canada, everybody watching in London. Thank you so very much for tuning in. And of course, all of our viewers right here in Jamaica, land we love. But just to engage with our live chat, which is very colorful, a lot of orange, a lot of green. One person by the name of Electronic Mailer says, JLP, I got take it 1 p.m. third term loading. Shamara Kramer has her orange hearts. Pretty in Pink also has her orange hearts going there. Let's see, who else? Kerry Spencer has her green emojis. And Tiana says, time no come, where? 1 p.m. Jodian War says, underneath we go read a book, okay? I'm going on vacation because it's PNP time. A lot of persons here, Nika Garfield Rowe said, PNP done it again. Casey Smith, I'm seeing that she has her per cards. And persons also saying, vote out the green. We need to go shower. Oh my goodness, yeah. So you know how it is very colorful. There, I gotta tell you. And persons are saying PNP, PNP. Some persons are saying JLP. Oh, Ryan Meek O'Hara says 1 Marky G. Yep. 1 Marky G. Damian Christie saying PNP. Jelaine Williams is saying shower, labor rights, right? Casey Smith. Sinner is also showing some green heart emojis. And My Awakening Path says 1 p.m. love from Trinidad and Tobago. And if you want to be a part of this very vibrant discussion and exchange, please do go to YouTube at CVM_television. Please remember to keep the comments respectful. And we know that we all can't cheer for the same side, but please, in all that we do, we must remain respectful. Anika, one of the things that I just wanted to highlight was the fact that today, you know, many persons complain about the length of time, the inordinate length of time that it took for them to vote. And just a small suggestion based on my observation on the road, maybe we need to reconsider, Giovanni, for example, the date and time that we allow our elderly and those who may be disabled to vote, because it takes some time to move with those persons. Some of them, you know, they're very fragile. You have to move gently with them. You have to be careful. And some persons are saying, well, Miss Kitty, you know, it took a long time because we have to wait so long in the line. And that can be frustrating. And that could also account for some of the what is considered low voter turnout. So just some food for thought. But we will definitely be joining our guests in the diaspora right here on CVM. So please do stay tuned. Call your family members and tell them to tune in. And who knows, maybe I'll read their messages right here. We go to Nika now for more numbers on Election Night Decision 2025.
Thanks, Miss Kitty. And we are in St. James. We are in St. James Southern. These are some faces that the people will know and remember for some time. We have the People's National Party's candidate, Nikisha Burchell, with 55% of the votes. Now, it's 4 of 110 boxes counted so far, but she has amassed 243 votes. The question is, will the woman of the soil in the parish take over, or will the people give Homer Davis another chance? He only has 44.8% of the votes at this time. We look now to St. James West Central, where we're seeing some familiar faces again. Dr. Andre Horton, he's been in the constituency even after losing. Sometimes, you know, people walk away from it, but he's stuck around and he's been doing his part, he says. It's 44.2% of the votes so far, 2 of 106 boxes counted. Marlene Malahou Fort, the incumbent, former Minister of Constitutional Affairs, she has amassed 76 votes. The stretch, not so wide yet, but we see 55.1% going to her. these are some seats that we'll definitely be watching as we continue the countdown tonight. So I'm wanting to bring the gentlemen of the round table into this conversation. The analytical minds that you have must have much to say, especially for you, Lloyd B. You're figuring that we're picking on you, but it's because you're from out west. You've represented in the western end of the island, and you've lived this reality. What do you make of these numbers? You know, as a politician of the past, and you're looking on now, who should be concerned, and is there really any concern so early in the game?
I'm picking up a trend, and it's worth watching a little longer. The fact is that in West Central and in South, both those seats were flipped by the JLP over a period of time. And in the case of South, for example, that seat was held for many, many years by Derek Kellier. You know, is it what, the 6 or 7-star general, whatever it is. And Homer Davis came along. He's a former councillor mayor, and he was able to upset the apple cart. He has been having serious challenges because Nikisha Burchell is a woman of substance in more ways than one.
Is that part of the trend you're picking up? What exactly is the trend? You're going to tell me a little about that trend.
I think she's going to give him a run for his money. And in the very fair analysis, it's going to be a tight race to the finish because Homer has done a lot in the constituency over a period of time, but Nikisha has come with a certain level of charisma, and she's also from the area, and she has managed to connect with the constituents in a way that Homer was not able to do. And this is what may take her over the edge, so to speak. So this one has to be watched very, very carefully.
If I may.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Barrett, because I want to know about the feminine effect or appeal and the youthfulness of some of these candidates, if that has anything at all to do with how people are going to vote.
Absolutely. And let me just declare that I'm a son of that constituency, Southern St. James. It's a sprawling constituency. It is a largely rural constituency, and that constituency is plagued with bad roads, terrible water supply, and so forth. And here we have Homer Davis having won in 2020, given a sort of a ministerial responsibility of sorts by the Prime Minister for strategic initiatives in Western Jamaica. And he has, you know, it's really difficult when you have such a responsibility based in Montego Bay, as his office is, having to do that kind of work. That, you know, you have the highway that's been built to the bypass Montego Bay. Those are the kinds of things that he has to be focusing on, and with responsibility for such a large constituency that has historically trended in favor of the People's National Party. That is a recipe for disaster. Of course, you also have Malahoo Fort, who word on the ground is that she has been absent because of oftentimes ministerial responsibilities here in Kingston.
Constitutional reform.
Constitutional reform. She's the minister of that. And so unable to really be present to press flesh with the people. I think those are some of the factors that are coming.
Yeah, I think if I want to quickly butt in here with Malahoo Fort,
yes,
she said something which may really put her in the loser seat when she did say at her conference, and it was publicly noted, that she was promising her constituents that if she were re-elected, she would spend more time with them.
Yes.
How critical is time, and does the size of a constituency really matter when you're campaigning?
The size matters, but I think what matters more than size is political traditions. And we have to think about the political tradition of each constituency, because we like to think that the new voter is more informed and so forth. But those voters don't really show up to vote in large numbers that will make a difference. It is really the traditional voters who tend to vote in larger numbers. There are times when the traditional voters may be disgruntled with a particular candidate. It doesn't mean that they have, they've abandoned their party per se. A new candidate may be able to ignite a particular passion in them that an older candidate may not be able to. So, for example, South St. James, the People's National Party has a stronger base in that constituency historically. But Derek Kelly may have overstayed his time. But now with a new fresh face, a young woman who has a certain appeal.
But when does
that may
one
be able
decide
to
that it's too long that I've been in this post? Why
Yes,
should I get out
think,
if the people have
right,
voted me in
No,
several
but I think you need to look at your margin of victory. If it continues to decline election after election, that tells you that your level of support is on the decline. So you don't want to wait up to a point where you lose a seat. If you're winning a seat by 3,000, then it dwindles to 1,000, and then it becomes very marginal to the extent you win it by 200 or so. That tells you that the level of support is declining. But sometimes all you need is a new face to ignite the passion of the base that is already there and tap into that base. And I think that is what Nikisha Burchell may be doing in South St. James.
And as a daughter of the soil, certainly you understand the effect of that, Mr. Barrett. But guess what? We're up on a break and we have more data to dissect with you. But stay with us because CVM TV is making Decision 2025 yours to own.
When you want the food shell and make the rice well, just give me me candle. Anytime of the day, night as well, just give me me candle. Everybody can tell this good great smell, just give me candle. Mama need flavor, no parallel, talk about quality, you know we excel. Well it's all KENDEL. Give me candle.
Another quality product from the CariMed Group.
Just give me candle.
The Reggae Boys, the road to FIFA World Cup qualification intensifies this September. On Tuesday, September 9, the National Stadium comes alive when the Reggae Boys battle arch rivals Trinidad and Tobago starting at 7 p.m. Gates open at 4 p.m. Tickets VIP $10,000, grandstand $7,000, bleachers $2,000. Get yours now at jff.quaped.com. All the way, one team. Presented by the Jamaica Football Federation. Sponsors Adidas, Ray & Nephew, Sunshine Snacks, Water, Powerade, St. Mary's, True Shake, Stewart's, and Just Bet.
Being done to feel with them, I gone with them till then sick. Say them a go box and don't pancake.
Jamaica is paving the way to becoming a republic or future or choice. The time by the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs is
6:45.
Welcome back to CVM's Decision 2025, our coverage of the national election. We're now heading over to the People's National Party headquarters, where Amoy Harriet is standing by. Amoy.
Hi, Jill. Like you mentioned, I'm currently at the PNP's headquarters. Now, it's been just about going on 2 hours since the polls have been closed. And at the moment, I'm joined by campaign spokesperson for the PNP, Donna Scott Motley. At this time, what can you tell us about what the candidates are saying on the ground? Because just for our viewers to know, we haven't seen any candidates on the ground here at the headquarters as yet, but we are seeing quite a few supporters on the premises. What's been the latest you've heard from the candidates?
We have had very favorable responses from the candidates. As you know, their priority is to be in their constituency. We have a tradition where persons follow the box to wherever the counting station will be, and they have to be with their supporters. But later on in the night, as things progress, a lot of them will turn up here to celebrate with us as we form the next government for Jamaica.
Now, Mrs. Scott Motley, one of the concerns that we've noticed, especially today, is the low voter turnout, or what would have been at 3 p.m., a relatively low voter turnout, standing at about 30%. What would you say to, critics or respond to those concerns that, the political parties during the campaign season wouldn't have done enough to convince undecided voters to come to the polls?
I was quite disappointed with the turnout. I know that there were a lot of problems at the polling stations, that the slow voting turned off a lot of persons who had to leave to go to work. I was behind someone who was protesting, my 3 hours are almost up and I can't get to vote. And that was just a pattern all over the country, the slow voting. On top of it, we had the electronic voting system just simply crash and persons couldn't wait for it to get back up. So I am disappointed too, because based on the momentum which we saw all over the country, based on the pollings, we had anticipated a high voter turnout. The EOJ, in my opinion, has to do some deep analysis about the way it performed today. It was a disappointment.
Now, speaking of momentum, I know that the votes are currently being counted, and it's early days, so we can't really say for sure what's what as yet. But based on what you've seen on the ground today, or you've heard from colleagues across the island, where do you feel in terms of confidence? How much the PNP may have, how many seats the PNP may have secured? Where are you where that's concerned?
Well, my focus is that the PNP must have sufficient seats to form the government and some on top, because I'm not comfortable with having just a 32 vote seats in the House or anything like that. I feel that based on all the assurances that I have received throughout the day, that we are way past that. We are going to get a very compliment. I expect us to win, and I believe that we had made a case to the people of Jamaica to which they have responded. And the early voting reflected persons who were going to vote for us.
And the comfortable lead that you refer to, are you in a position to provide probably a prediction, like a number?
Well, as a lawyer, I never do that. Worse as a politician. Suffice it to say, I am comfortable and I am confident about the outcome of today's voting.
And my final question before we go back to Gio, we can't quite predict how long we're going to be here tonight in terms of when we'll get the final results. What exactly are you anticipating throughout the course of tonight? Not just where votes are concerned, but in terms of an overall performance of the PNP.
Well, you are at the PNP headquarters. You can sense the energy. The persons are upbeat. They are already celebratory. I know it's going to take us a long time to get the final EOJ results, but I can assure the public that we do have systems in place which will tell us long before the EOJ does what it is that we are to expect, and we are extremely expectant. We'll be celebrating.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Scott Motley. That is Donna Scott Motley, campaign spokesperson for the PNP. Now, of course, Jill, I'm going to be, keeping in tune with all that's happening here on the grounds of the PNP's headquarters, and we'll bring you updates as they arise. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thanks so much, Amoy Harriet, our reporter there at the PNP headquarters, 89 Old Hope Road. So, before we went to the break, our panelists were speaking about St. James South and St. James West Central. Wanted to look at the data for those constituencies, and also before that, Kingston Central. Let's start then with St. James Southern, Jordan Fort. We are seeing the JLP currently holding that seat, Homer Davis. Before that, though, in 2016, a very close where the PNP had that seat, and before that as well, coming from 2002, based on our chart here, it was also a PNP stronghold.
And you can see why we have it as one of our 20 marginals, Geo. We're watching it closely throughout this election, and I'm sure even our partisans can admit that this one is one that they're keeping a close eye on. As you mentioned, Homer Davis having won in the 2020 general elections, beating Dr. Walton Small, who contested for the PNP in that particular year. Now he's up against Nikisha Burchell of the People's National Party. Will the JLP retain this seat based on the trajectory of the numbers? It's anybody's guess.
Anybody's guess. Let's get a quick comment on this from Christoph Simpson. Christoph, what's your number saying?
Southern? St. James Southern, we have that as a toss-up, so that can go.
Explain what you mean by toss-up to our viewers.
This is one where I can't say that it's safe for either party or even leaning for either party. So I can't even say I expect PNP to win or I expect JLP to win. The numbers tend to be close. In the 2007 general elections, which was the closest result we had before 2016, the numbers were close. In 2016,
And just
very
to break
close.
that down for our viewers, in 2007, 5,802 votes is what the JLP garnered. The PNP, 6,051 votes. That's 253, the difference there in that year. In 2011, the PNP won 7,197 votes to the JLP's 6,125. And in 2016, the PNP also won that seat, 6,278 votes to the JLP's 6,216.
So what we see is in 2011, when there was a massive shift towards the PNP, when the PNP had a massive national advantage, the PNP won it by a lot. And then when the JLP had a massive national advantage, they won it by a lot. But in 2007 and 2016, it was marginal. And this election, which we anticipate will be close, feel whichever party wins this, I think it will be marginal.
Okay, why do we sometimes see the numbers fluctuating in terms of the voter turnout and the counting as we go on, Ord Fisher? What sort of role, how do you explain that?
The voter turnout?
Yes, and the fluctuation of numbers that we're seeing sometimes.
I'm not sure exactly.
So fluctuation of the numbers are being counted. So depending on who is leading based on where the boxes are coming from, the polling divisions, how...
Okay. In the past, when the boxes were carried physically to the counting center, persons would be able to track which ones were not coming in because the ones that are farthest would take longer to come in. However, based on the
number... Has that changed?
Yes, because the results are now being sent in electronically to the counting center. And then the physical...
Explain that. Explain how that works.
Okay, so supervisors at the different polling locations are responsible for getting the results from the presiding officers and to transmit them, whether taking a photograph or whatever they do, to send it to the counting center. And that is what is used to provide this tally. If we were to wait until the boxes are physically moved to the returning officer's office, then that would take forever because there are some that's coming from very, very far. So it's now done electronically because at the end of the count, there is what is called a statement of the poll that is put on the outside of the box. So these results are transmitted electronically to the counting center, to the election center, and that is where these results are coming from. So you won't be able to say exactly where it is coming from because the quicker presiding officers or those with the smaller numbers, irrespective of where they are, they will be able to complete that. So in the past, you could be assured that, for example, some distant area from the counting center would be the last to come in, and therefore the political parties would know that this is our strong area. Therefore, if that party candidate is leading, that will change when these votes come in. In this case, unless you are at the election center and looking at the specific polling stations that the results are coming from, you won't be able to do that calculation because it's not movement of the boxes themselves, but electronic transfer of the numbers. So it's the quicker counters or the smaller numbers that will be coming in first.
And of course, we'll be heading over to the EOJ momentarily to get an update from TK Dawkins, who is there and on standby. One of the issues that was mentioned in the interview with Amoy by Donna Scott Motley was the issue of low voter or the long waiting periods in a number of constituencies. We do understand that there was some testing of the electronic voter identification system, and there were some hiccups with that. I got several messages from persons complaining about long waiting hours. What caused that?
Yes, well, quickly, in terms of the long wait, traditionally political parties have encouraged their supporters to go out early and to vote early. But what happens if you take approximately 3 minutes to vote? Say you are 21st in line. It takes 3 minutes. 3 times the 20 persons ahead of you, that's 60 minutes. So you will tend to be frustrated. So once you have a lot of people online, and there are persons who will take more than 3 minutes, as I think Ms. Kitty mentioned, where you might have an elderly or the disabled who will take a little longer. But even if you averaged out at 3 minutes and you're 21st in line, you're looking at 60 minutes. In terms of the equipment, I gather that they have moved to a new device, tablets, which is a lot more portable and easy to use, but it's the first that they are being used in the election, and I'm not sure exactly what the issues were with them, but that they were failing to identify some of the voters, and therefore they had to switch to manual. So in the event that the device is not working, as I think one of the political representatives said, that it would have slowed the process. The presiding officers in that case, on the instructions of the supervisor, should switch to the manual identification. And then once the person is brought up manually, there's the option now of completing the verification, because it would then be a direct match.
Was it the right time to try the electronic voter identification system in this election today? Because I spoke to someone who said they tried 4 times to vote and they couldn't get through because the fingerprint just was not coming up on the system.
Absolutely. I don't think there was any wrong time to try it, because it is something that we have been using. It's just that they are moving to a more efficient device. And I think maybe I am not in a position to say the extent of the trial that was done in the field, but I'm saying that more of that could possibly have been done to ensure that they were operating efficiently. But it's something that's been going on for some time. Yeah. And therefore, I don't think that we should be looking at turning back. Instead, we should be looking to put it right across.
Yeah. Ms. Kitty, what was your experience today while trying to vote? What did you see in the streets of Kingston?
Well, Giovanni, it was quite interesting. We started very early this morning and we went to Dillsbury with Mark Golding, where he cast his vote. His wife was there as well. Stacey Knight was also there, as that is the constituency in which he's seeking election to oust, so to speak, Delroy Chuck, who has been the MP for that constituency.
Stacey Knight, interestingly, the daughter of
KD Knight, very well, and spoke to her as well. And he, incidentally, is her campaign manager, and she attested to that. Went downtown, central Kingston, where it was a party atmosphere, and I was very happy to see the camaraderie between the supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party with the supporters of the People's National Party. Of course, there was some banter and all of that, but they were very active. The outdoor agents were there. And one of the things that I was very impressed with was how cordial and accommodating they were to persons as they walked in. Good morning, how are you? They offer you water. Supporters from the People's National Party actually offered the CVM team some water. They saw us in the sun. This was at Mona High School. The Jamaica Labour Party supporters were actually escorting some senior citizens as well. A gentleman by the name of Donald Maxwell, with whom I spoke. He is a centenarian, 100 years old, born July 2, 1925. I do remember. And he sat there, he went, he voted, and he was kind enough to talk to us and give us some insight. So the day was great. But as Mr. Fisher was saying, and as I aforementioned, I think that we have to reconsider the date or the day on which the elderly vote, persons with disabilities, because that in and of itself can be very time consuming. And we have to also be cognizant of the fact that time is of the essence. People have 3 hours, they have to get back to work, they have to get back home. And so maybe we have to look into giving those special needs persons a day for themselves where they can go and exercise their democratic franchise without feeling pressured and people getting annoyed and, of course, affecting the turnout at the polls.
Thank you so much, Kadeen Wilkinson. We are now heading to a quick break, but that point about the voting for persons with disabilities and the elderly is a point we'll want Jermaine Barrett to comment on, especially because given that he is one of our panelists as someone with a disability, he can speak to the sort of challenges that community faces. But stay with us here on CVM TV. It's our coverage of the general election 2025 decision 2025. We'll be right back.
All right. Here we have it. Although it's coming in bits and pieces, right? But
yes. And you see the Richard Azan.
Let me just squeeze you in, Pinques.
Yeah, Richard Azan now has pulled ahead. We can see those numbers coming in slowly. And I'm happy that we have moved forward from the transporting of the boxes the same night to Kingston to count. But there will be a physical counting of the boxes because sometimes, there are spoiled ballots in there. And that will be resolved eventually. But now we're going to get the initial numbers, and then we can call it a win. As I said before, Janice is actually celebrating, so I suspect that she has won her seat. I haven't seen the numbers yet. I'm still anxious to see Northwest St. James and the rest of St. James, you
All
know,
right.
because and I want to see James take numbers. I need to see his numbers too, because
Definitely.
he's one of the strong persons in the party, and we have to give him our 100% support because he's for the farmers. He wants to return farming back to Jamaica and the Jamaican farmers here in Jamaica, because especially, and you know that farmers cannot produce without water, and Jamaica is the only island in the Caribbean with over 120 rivers, yet we have a constant water drought that's been artificially created by this government that they're trying to vote out tonight, and replace them with someone who's more empathic and someone who's more sympathetic towards our needs as needs of farmers right now.
All
I
right.
yield the floor.
Okay. Thank you for that.
There's internet issues.
Thank you for that, Pinks. I think they have some internet issues over by CVM. Melting Pot, what say you? Right?
Well, I have, already put aside 2 seats for the People's National Party. Clarendon, Northwestern, Azan, well ahead by over 500 vote against Newbie. And over by Port Royal, even though it's early days, that's a traditional PMP seat, and the sign indicates that that will remain the same. Those 2 seats are locked away. Looking at the demographic, earlier on, I would say that so far it showed a 60% in favor of the People's National Party and the island-wide map in terms of the color. Yep, so it's looking good early days, but I think that come the end of the night, we will see a resounding victory for the People's National Party. Because I put on Angela seat in
It's
West
fascinating
Kingston.
now that she has crossed the floor from the Jamaica Labour Party and is no longer in East Rural. Remember Damien Crawford as well, as I said, went up in East Rural, then he moved to Portland Eastern, and now he is in St. Catherine Northwest to take the seat that Hugh Graham had, which is Bobby Pickersgill's old seat. But here's Joan Gordon-Webley putting up a fight against Olympian Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, and by the early numbers here, very, very early at this stage, but the PNP seems to be leading in that constituency.
Doesn't seem to his leading.
Point about the history of West Rural.
Sorry, hold on, Earl. I think Ron was
I just want to point out that she ran in 2011, Joan Gordon-Webley, for the Labour Party, lost to Damien Crawford. And she ran in 2016 for the PNP in East Rural St. Andrew, and now she's over in West Rural St. Andrew. Yeah.
Did she run 2016 in East Rural, or was it Imani?
2020.
Imani was in East Rural in 2016 against
and then Joan was
Juliet.
here in 2020 against Juliet. Something else that's fascinating about West Rural is that, like Joan Gordon-Webley, who's a crossover from the JLP, Dr. Mavis Gilmore and Madame Rose Leon, both of them represented both the PNP and the JLP.
That's right.
Both of them ran in West Rural St. Andrew.
And in Central Kingston, that rich history you spoke about earlier on, because I think Central Kingston was one of the original 32. Madame Rose Leon has interest and has represented in Central Kingston as well, which is part of the reason I think the PNP wants to make sure that that seat comes home. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the early numbers for West Rural, I'm seeing 5.7% votes counted so far. JLP 379, PNP through Joan Gordon-Webley is now at 483. Yeah, but for me, watching West Rural, it really depends on where the boxes are coming from, and we never have an indication on that because Brandon Hill is the PNP's bastion in West Rural St. Andrews. So that's where they're coming
Hold
from.
that thought for a moment. Let's go back into the field. Jamila Maitland on location. Jamila, go ahead for me. Where are you? And tell us what's going on. Okay, we'll get back to her in just a moment. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Clifford, you looked as if you were coming in just now.
These seats that are like, I guess, traditional PNP seats. They don't shake me, or I think are shaking the party, because it's just the P's that are coming in. So most of these seats we aren't really worried about. We're just like by an hour or two, I guess we'll see where we are in general.
So
but
you're saying to run just a second.
Yeah. But on the point with Joan Gordon Weebly, I think she's one of those women or just people in general that has that aptitude to serve no matter where they go. So it doesn't matter if she switches sides eventually, she just wants to serve.
Wow, that's you practice that still.
No.
Work is being done in the Brandon Hill division.
So hold on one sec. This is a West Rural St. Andrew. Joan Gordon Webley, 8 boxes of 140, 483. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, 379. George Roach, 1 vote, and that's 8 boxes of 140. Go ahead.
Yes, so the Brandon Hill division is predominantly, well, the PNP usually gets their numbers out there. But in the last election, they got 1537 to the Labour Party, 1307 in the COVID election. The Labour Party in 2016 got 1451. So you can see that work is being done in that seat and in that division to close that margin that the PNP usually have in the Brandon Hill division. But as you know, Lawrence Tavern, Stony Hill, Red Hills is strong Labour Party territories, and that is what will take us home tonight in West Rural St. Andrew.
You won all the 4 divisions in the local government election.
Hold on 1 second from everybody. Let's go back to Jamila.
It's a party-like atmosphere outside the Gregory Park Primary School here in St. Catherine East Central. Incumbent, the Alanda Terrelong rather, is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Radcliffe from the JPP. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Police officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP supporters who are underneath their tent as well, taking it easy. But as you see, the celebration is really here with the JLP supporter. Now, this particular constituency is interesting because it's one of those steady but swing seats rather, and so the PNP rather would want to take this seat. Now, in this division, there are 3, in this constituency, there are 3 divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP supporters are there having their own party. We're going to walk through the crowd to get a little bit of the excitement that we're seeing. Lots of music, jubilation in the streets while the final ballot is being counted on the inside. We're making our way through the crowd here outside the Gregory Park Primary School in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay, well, everybody obviously enjoying themselves there. We haven't so far seen any official results coming there. And we have St. Catherine South here, 6 boxes of 150. The PNP's Fitzjackson 380. The JLP's, okay, Delroy Dobney, I think that was. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP 176. Natalie Nita Garvey 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote here. And we haven't progressed in Kingston Central, still seeing that 1 box out of the 80. We've been seeing that for a little while. And of course, a lot of times you see this happen and then suddenly you're at 80 or 90% of the count. So we can expect that that's going to be happening shortly.
Right.
East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 boxes of 91.
We don't need to hear that one.
Well, you know,
Philip
let's not have our listeners feel that we have forgotten.
Well, it was one by the JLP once.
But once, never again.
1980.
Not likely. St. James South at the moment, we're watching that. We're really expecting that that's one of the seat, Clifford, that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
The problem, you know, Emily, is that what we have here on either side are 2 people who are emphatic that they're confident.
Yes.
Them are going to take back their seat and them are hold on to them seats.
Yes.
So I don't know.
It's a good thing we don't listen exclusively to them because we come with independent analyses. So it's 3.6% of the votes counted. JLP 198, PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are coming from. So we're watching Westmoreland Eastern, a seat you need to take as well. At the moment, officially, 5.7% counted. And the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259, to the JLP's 253. That's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in the constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. Yeah.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. ISAT Buchanan, 103. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216. But you notice in the COVID election, would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to break, but just before that, we asked members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
How important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, you know, boss. You see me, because I want this thing to go ahead away, you know, you see me? You don't know. I want to get rid and put up a put in. And you understand me? I say the thing the right way.
Choose Jamaica our time. Yeah, Andrew Jones do a lot. I know Mark going with a plan. Him don't have a plan. Andrew Jones have a whole heap of plan. Whole heap of plan Andrew Jones have. And tell you something good to me. I fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is very important as a young person because the future of Jamaica is rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Very, very important because it will make all of the young people eat food and do better. What I mean? And to do a lot to Jamaica.
The Labour regular say Mark Golding have no plan.
Sick. Okay, so you're going back to all right, still early days, right?
Yeah, Kingston, East and Portland.
Exactly, and so far I think we are quite comfortable in terms of what we are seeing. And look at John Gordon Webley, right?
Yeah, man.
483, right? And Juliet Cuthbert thing. For me, I am predicting a win with John Gordon Webley. Definitely, we are sending home Juliet Cuthbert based on 50% of the vote that is there. Darrell Vaz, right?
Darrell Vaz going home too.
Look, still early, but of
yeah,
course,
still early.
we think that he'll be going home. But as it relates to Kenneth Russell, 83, Danishka Williams, 83% of hers, while JLP 16%, right? Toba 71%, right? And the PNP, right? Andre Harton. We are going to send one Malo vote to 55.1%.
Yeah, because my vote can't waste today, you know.
No.
Come on. You can see Andre's final numbers.
Yes, 55%, 44.8, pretty much in the ballpark, right? Being close there, but right, as you said, early days.
Hanover.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers still early.
We are going to take it in Hanover, no doubt. We are going to take it in Westmoreland, no doubt, right? George Wright, 57.4%.
Seriously?
Again, Dayton.
Dwayne Vaz.
You understand? We are going to take that too.
Yeah, man. We're going to see Westmoreland, Hanover.
Yeah. Hanover, Westmoreland, right? Florida, right? Manchester. But, I know that we want the two bars to be broken.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2020.
And the two Charles must go home too.
So we're going to be sharing some results with you, but just before that, I know soon I get WhatsApp from all over Jamaica, so come, Buchanan need to let off something for me. Rohan, come talk to us, tell us what you're hearing.
Well, we're hearing some good data is coming in so far. We just want to continue to watch it. I still think that there are some seats to watch. I know my friend over there is looking at Easter and St. Andrew. I believe we're doing extremely well there so far. We should win that one.
That's Fayetteville, Williams, and Patricia Duncan Sutherland.
Yes.
All right. And Clifford, come, let us.
We're expected to like beautifully in South St. James, as I said before. And others, I think, it just reflects what we're seeing with EOJ. That's all I've gotten so far. But it's in tandem with EOJ's projections.
Okay, want to share with our listeners and our viewers, reminding, of course, that we know we have listeners on radio as well as some of our viewers who are blind. So want to bring you up to date with some results. So here we go with Hanover Western, just one box so far there. The JLP's Tamika Davis, 194 votes. PNP's Heather Miller Bennett, 173. And there are 0 votes for Leonard Sharp so far, but it's just one box.
Just one box.
Westmoreland Central?
Yeah.
So obviously, I am.
Southwestern.
Southwestern, yeah.
St.
We had this before. I think it's just one box. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, Floyd Green of the JLP, 71 votes. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 16. Just one box. So.
Right.
One box.
Looking for in St. Elizabeth is Southeast. We haven't heard anything from there as yet. So to St. Mary Western. Nothing on the board from EOJ just yet.
Here's Manchester Southern, 2 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 126. The JLP's Ian Ives, 61. And Karen Scott at 1 vote. And of course,
Still early.
Central. Was somebody asking about this? 6 boxes of 139. The JLP's Rhoda Crawford at 349. Donovan Mitchell, 271 votes. This one, of course, going to be one of those interesting ones. Can, you know, one of those that was lost during COVID, and can first time MP Rhoda pull it back. Okay, Manchester Northwest, 1 box out of 104. The PNP is Michael Phillips, 76. JLP is Damian Young with 41. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 1 vote. Let's see, what do we have coming up next? Okay, have we progressed here? St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. The JLP is Neil Powell, 176. The PNP is Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote.
I think we're stuck there.
Yeah.
Still early.
Something for West Central, St. James.
Very early, yeah.
We're seeing this is Marlene Malahoo Fort being challenged by Dr. Andre Horton. 1.9% of the votes counted. 76 to Malahoo Fort, 61 to Dr. Andre Horton. West Central.
Time come. Dr. Andre Horton is going to win this.
And we have it up there on the screen.
Yes.
But that has also been stuck there for a little while. Here's St. Mary Southeast with, let me see, that's
Nice.
4 boxes out of 112. I think after this one, I'm going to call in Emily and Earl to help with the reading. The JLP is Norman Dunn, 259, and Christopher Brown of the PNP, 237. Mark Hutchinson at 1 vote. So Earl, let me let you take the next few.
St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 516 votes, that's 64.2%. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 286 votes, 35.6%. And Rena Rose Cargill, she has 2 votes, 0.2%. That would be a hold for the PNP if they were to win tonight.
Yes.
Clarendon Central, Delroy Williams of the JLP, 415 votes, 81.1%, to Carla Watt of the PNP, 96 votes, 18.6%. Casey and Radcliffe, 1 vote, and this is the seat that Mike Henry held for half a century.
Yes, nearly a full century, that's right. And Delroy Williams really just got in there a couple of weeks ago. In fact, the by-election could not even be held in his division because of all sorts of issues related to that. So we're not expecting any massive change in that seat at all.
So Delroy Williams moves from the, if he wins this, moves from the upper to the lower house.
Yes. Yes, he's moving down.
Okay.
We're seeing St. Catherine Southwestern and Dr. Kurt Wall of the PNP, 402 votes. Everald Warmington, 350. Gilbert Edwards, 2 votes. That used to be a seat that the PNP used to do well in.
Long before Everald Warmington.
Yeah, Roddy Lawson and a couple others. But since Everald Warmington got there,
yes,
he has been dominating.
And in fact, I think he's always won this seat with over 11,000 people voting for him. Him plus Western St. Mary, Bobby Montague, always the most in terms of electors casting their votes for them.
Let's go back to JLP headquarters now. Andrea Chisholm.
Dion, it has started to drizzle here at the JLP headquarters. I don't know what effect that may have on the turnout for the supporters later on this evening, but we'll be here to see what's happening. For now, a few more individuals have arrived on the compound. We can tell you that the JLP's General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, has also arrived, and he said that the JLP at this point is feeling pretty comfortable. But for now, I'm going to talk to our reporter, Livern Barrett from The Gleaner, senior reporter from The Gleaner. Livern, good evening. Thanks for joining us on TVJ. You were in a number of constituencies today, including Kingston Central. Talk to me about what happened on the ground.
Indeed. Myself and my colleague, Ashanti Lawson, we were in Kingston Central and we were in St. Andrew Eastern. Just like, everywhere else is reporting, there were pockets of issues. For example, at Kingston Technical High School, we saw the PNP supporters objecting to the JLP's candidate, Donovan Williams, going on to the compound. But the police, they quickly came in and they quelled that by explaining to the PNP supporters that he is allowed on the premises for 5 minutes in each polling divisions. Now there are 8 polling divisions in Kingston Technical High School, which means he would have been allowed there for about 40 minutes. Elsewhere, as we spoke off camera, Almond Town is an area that was dominated by the PNP for decades. What we saw today in Almond Town was people openly wearing JLP paraphernalia saying, look, the issues that matters to us is what the MP, Donovan Williams, has delivered. Roads, light, you name it. What they have said is that, look, we've gone through years of People's National Party representation. And what have we to show for it? Nothing. So why not give somebody else an opportunity to do for us what we want them to assist us with?
And that's not surprising, Laverne, because I was on the ground as well in Kingston Central doing a constituency profile. And that was a little surprising as well when you went into Almond Town, a traditional PNP stronghold with individuals there. Some even told me that they had switched political parties at the time. Did you happen to see Mr. Lawrence Rowe?
No, I did not. I did not see him during all of my traverse in the constituency today. But what I can tell you is that those people in Almond Town, they are not afraid to let it be known that they are not going back to the People's National Party.
Okay, well, we'll wait to see what happens later on when the results come out. But what about the other constituencies, very quickly? Where else did you go?
St. Andrew Eastern. And one of the things that we did, we were talking to some of the voters, asking them to tell us what motivated them, what pushed them to come out to cast their ballots. And one of them very pointedly said to me that the proposal he heard from the PNP candidate about creating a university town in that space. As you know, the University of Technology is there, the University of the West Indies is there, and what they've said is that that idea specifically appeals to him, and that is the reason why he came out to vote. Some people raise the issue of corruption, others the issue of tradition. My father voted JLP, my mother voted PNP. You know, so those are some of the issues that people were talking about.
Thank you very much. Laverne Barrett there, our colleague from the Gleaner, giving us his experience about what happened on the ground today. Dion?
Thank you so very much, Andrea. Let's go to a break. We'll be back with our live coverage of the 2025 elections right after this.
All right. So based on the numbers that we are getting so far, right, is just that we just cannot, right, confirm any win, right, to any candidate as well, because early, very early, right, and we have to just wait. I think might be within the next hour we should be able to, can definitely state the candidate who is winning. What say you on that, Pinques?
I agree with you. If we give it one more hour, because the results are coming in electronically. They don't have to drive from the rural areas into Kingston with the boxes tonight. So the initial count will tell us who win and who lose in each seat. And I don't think that you will have any really close lose or winners. I think the numbers will be probably at minimum 100 in difference in the votes between the PNP and the GLP. And as you know, there's only one winner and there's always one loser, except for the independent candidates I see popping up on the screen right now. I didn't even know we had a purple party. It's let us see, because Peter Bounty is doing quite well here from what I see so far.
Yes.
And it's still early numbers.
Still early numbers.
still early numbers. Rhoda Crawford is being given a run for her money and her lies that she told, all through her campaign. She even changed the geography of Jamaica. She was in Kingston and claimed that she's in another parish. So I didn't know the
Yeah.
parish moved overnight. Favor Williams, yes. Patricia numbers need to,
And so
choke.
far, yes, Stacey Knight
Steady.
is early out, is sending a message. But it all depends on where the votes are pulling from at this particular
Right.
time. Still early to call.
Yeah.
Right?
Ethne is our lady there, and I hope she pull forward later the numbers as the numbers come up.
Okay, so that purple, the third party, it's the Jamaica Progressive Party, JPP.
Okay.
Oh, Gabriella she's from Montego Bay, going up against Crystal.
Yeah.
So far, just keep watching her numbers.
Her numbers. Megan Pot, just something fast, man.
We're back with you with TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. Before we go back to some more results as well as our panel, let's go to PNP headquarters with Dwayne Anderson.
Nice months are going over here there.
Yeah. We remember what happened at Town, the by-election, when Morgan organized a celebration party and it flopped.
The PNP's headquarters here on Old Hope Road is smack in the middle of what you call a PNP Bastille here in southeastern St. Andrew. And I say that because with each passing minute, the PNP supporters are just flooding into here, just glancing at the crowd right now. I'd say about 400 or 500 people are here, and they're here confident that their party is going to win tonight. But among the people here tonight is my colleague from the Gleaner, senior reporter, Kimon Francis. Kimon, you were on the road today. You went in parts of St. Catherine, parts of St. Andrew and Kingston. What did you observe specifically in those battleground seats?
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections, you see the parties' bases, they're out in their numbers. Today, I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. What I saw in a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. Sorry, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple of minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle income earners, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously.
Continue speaking, it's fine.
Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, what they said to me was that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right, and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine. Thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive buildup of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
And what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you whatever newsworthy happens. It's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results a lot of the time. We're not quite at that point yet. So when we look at a lot of the results, so for instance, we're seeing East Portland on the screen there. We've been stuck at this particular result for a little while, just 2 boxes. And here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147, Matthew Samuda of the JLP with 885, Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern. 16 of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am. I'm realizing.
Yes. Hamilton, 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl. Take the baton, Earl.
Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662. So she has 58%. And he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. And Paul Patmore of the PNP, 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting, 651 to Ian Ives, 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes.
Now Donovan is pulling away now from
Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? Toba Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different constituencies, 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%. And Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The Jamaica Progressive
Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess, 147. And Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central, Orlando Terrelong, 84 votes. Raymond Price, 54 votes.
We've been stuck here.
1 box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
Okay.
But this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his third term. Third term at the moment, and it's not the first time he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson 229, Carleen Affleck of the JDP 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica
Here it is,
Progressive
Yvonne
Party,
Shaw now,
5
past Michelle.
votes. So that's 28.
Yeah, man, I said to go.
128.
So we are going to send our home. We are going to send our home.
The armor truck never help her.
All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think this moved.
Oh.
JLP's Ian Ives, 479.
No.
Okay, I think it just moved as
This is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
Hold on.
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120.
PNP just pull ahead.
So that. So Peter Bunting has won Manchester Southern.
So one for PNP.
National Party.
PNP, one up.
570.
Yeah, man. They pull ahead.
Ives.
So
Karen Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
Okay,
we have to
so
say
PNP,
that Peter Bunting has made history.
Big up
As
yourself,
Earl
Peter
has just
Bunting.
pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in 3 different constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth.
All right.
By the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821 with 100% counted. When I look at Hanover, Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover, the PNP is leading in both of those at the moment.
All right.
And it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown.
Amen. Westmoreland gone.
Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr.
Come,
Dayton Campbell
Hanover
is
now.
out 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence,
Come on,
who
PNP.
is trailing with 5.
Yeah, man, go on, Andrea.
With only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay.
Your screen keep freezing.
Western Westmoreland. Okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
There was movement in Central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in Central Manchester.
All right. We have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP is very slowly, 5,178. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh, yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right. So Northwestern, this is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to newbies
Amen. Yes, Richard.
5,895.
Yes, Richard.
Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on, bro.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, when you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do, drink tea.
So you needed to, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP tree to fall tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
As I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in
seems like we win
Central and in West.
out of order.
Yeah. So your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. Books, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JP would have held on to a seat as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Favour Williams, 6,490. To Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. Ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So
I think a seat like that is something.
Oh, you can hear the bad man in the commentary. Jesus Christ. Call it a winner, man.
Okay, we're going over to EOJ. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency, 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903. Has been completed. St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling division, the polling station, which is very unusual. Probably about 15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of your particular PD, and we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to, well, St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency, 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that is really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, you know, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that it hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as well, as you know, among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. You know, I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in a few, in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is from way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's, okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1,060. And Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results.
Oh boy.
Well, yes, as what Dion Miller just said, that PNP leading in 30 and the Jamaica Party leading in 33.
33.
Yes, but what one have to understand that, you know, the PNP, that's a lot of momentum coming from 14 seats, right? But that has not saying anything as it relates to early votes as yet. The most important thing that happened just now is Peter Bunting, right, puts out what it is this year? Southern Manchester, now in the PNP column, right? And that is very significant as it relates to, that is one that PNP gain, right? And other, so as the evening progress, right? Obviously, we are going to have changes, right? But
exactly,
you know, yeah, some of the roughly about what? How many boxes closed? I think roughly about what? 3 to 4 boxes. Oh, hold on, may I answer this call? Hello? Yes, you're on Mystic Sensation. Yes, my brethren, a call back. Blessings.
Yeah, man, with that one bar, I think right now, but we see what you can say, JLP are leading that 33 constituency now.
Yeah, but remember, it's early. Yeah, it's very much early, and what you have to understand out of that, remember that PNP coming from 14, you know, so PNP is gaining momentum, right? So that's not a bad news, that's a good news. We are gaining momentum within the next 2 hours, right? Then yes, you understand, we'll be seeing. And
I'm just looking for 32. When is it 32?
All right. This is
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And Clifford, you first. How are you feeling right now? What you're seeing?
We're feeling good. We're leading currently in the western part of the country, and as well as it goes.
Your voice gone low.
I was saying we're leading in the western part of the country, and as the saying goes, huh?
It's not that you feel
no,
weak.
man, definitely strong over here, very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping, and we believe that that saying will hold up.
Okay, Ron.
Well, we're still leading in 33 constituencies across the country, and we expect to win. That has been the position from day one, and we're going to stay to that. We have done the work, so I believe we're going to win. Not panicking, not nervous or anything. The numbers that we're getting is positive numbers, so we will form our third term at the end of the night.
St. Catherine Central on screen, 70 boxes of 118. Babsy Grange, 4,930 votes to Ramoni Lewis of the PNP, 1,181.
You can call this one too.
Yeah, I think that one, anyone was in any real doubt about that.
Let's look at what is happening in Weather Vane, Southwest St. Elizabeth. 45.1% counted so far. Floyd Green, 4,146. Dr. Miranda Wellington has 3,762. That's in one weather vane. In the second weather vane in St. Elizabeth Southwest,
Wellington is stepping up on
15%. Southeast rather. 15% of the boxes counted.
That's what
the JLP has 991. That's Franklin Witter. And the PNP, that's Norman Scott, has 1,004. 15% of the boxes counted. So we're watching. I think
I'm just to Damien seat.
That Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck. Based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew, with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884.
What?
To Stacey Knight's 3,556. 93.7% of the boxes counted.
But she do well, though, man.
And
she
also
do well.
for Southeast St. Anne, where Matthew Samuda is the incumbent there. It looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142, and his rival there is 5,873.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess that had come up on
Northeast?
Yeah. We had it a little bit earlier, and it looks like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. So the PNP is Zulika Jess has 5,504 votes at the moment, and the JLP is Delroy Slowly 5,278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes for Sean Myrie, 8 votes for Joseph Patterson.
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica is St. Elizabeth Northwest, and that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555, not 6,666. To the PNP.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes, and the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson, has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one. And it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely. Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104. The JLP is Robert Morgan ahead with 2,709 votes. To the PNP is Oje Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
It's still time to
East
catch
Central
up.
St. Catherine, big one. We're watching. Orlando Terrelong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there. Approximately 82% of the votes counted, and Orlando Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498, and the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198 with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay.
Ah boy, Raymond, you put up a
Western
good
St.
fight.
Mary, just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more results for vote 25 right after this.
Can't believe Terrelong is ahead of Price.
Well, and he carry up a lot of funky punky, you know. Right? Colonel Charles Jr.
Really?
I mean,
This is a disappointment to me right now.
yeah. I'm getting that signal to
Yeah,
things.
because from the people live there, have family that live there, and they have no water.
Only 22 boxes still can't catch up. Only 22 boxes.
That's close to run off here at the moment. Based on the number of boxes that are left.
Yeah, but there's 22 boxes.
Okay.
There's 22 boxes.
Sorry guys, I've been trying to remove the logo so you can see the total boxes, but for some reason it's not allowing me to remove it. I don't know, it's because of the length of time we've been on so far. I don't know, just won't allow me to.
Okay.
But we have to take into consideration also that so far I've listed 5 seats already booked for the People's National Party. And I think they are still leading in about 30. Because, I mean, Azan will win his seat. Paul will win his seat. Angela Brown will win hers. Peter Bunting as one is. Mark Wallen, that's a seat belongs to the People's National Party. So that's 5 seats tick off already. And we are, still in the race as it relates to the rest that seat them, the People's National Party, supposed to be leading in about 28 or 29 more of them.
Much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. Just to remind you, we are live across across our platforms. We're on radio. We're on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. We're on Power. We're also on YouTube. So you can watch our coverage or listen to our coverage on any of those platforms. Okay, we're back with Clarendon Southeast. We are still pretty early, 22. This looks like something I've seen already. Have we? 22 boxes of 144. The JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Okay. On to Northern Clarendon. Clarendon Northern, 50. We're halfway there. 53 boxes of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 2,847. The JLP's Dwight Siblis, 2,600. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the Jamaica Progressive Party with 10 votes. And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128. Yvonne Shaw, 3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,354. And Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes.
Look at this.
And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060.
Change this one.
Arlene Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes.
Yes.
That's a close run affair.
We have North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 3,739 to over Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her.
We are getting so good.
Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
Early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Bertel of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes.
Yes.
St. James West Central, Marlene Malahou Fort, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes.
Time can change that.
St. James East Central, Ed Bartlett, 3,765 to Rochelle Reed Knight, 2,439, 63 of 117
Yes,
boxes.
I'm on the live, but
St. James Northwestern, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992. Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes.
Still have time.
In St. Anne Northwestern, Gabriella Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433.
Yeah, man. Go, Gabriella.
Yeah, to me, I don't see why, we are.
And that's one of those seats that the PNP, I'm sure, was hoping to pull back.
I don't see why we are getting out of it. I think what I'm seeing from strong sign of hope. Remember people that we are coming from,
and then we won it in
2020.
14. It's a very tight seat.
And so far,
this is one to watch. We
increased the momentum. 30 to 33. The night is not over, and I can guarantee
in terms of what
that
you're
you are going
seeing.
to gain the momentum.
We just got about 3 seats a while ago in Uncle Baron. We got Gabriella and we got 2 others just a while ago.
Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute.
Still close. Those are still close. Just marginal.
Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back.
I will still need to bring home Andre.
With St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith.
Damian, come out.
Where did we get for West Rural last time? Is that up West Rural, St. Andrew?
No.
Did we call that?
It's Manchester Northeast, 41 boxes of 111, just under 50% of the way there. Audrey Marks of the JLP leading with 2,857.
Still have
Valentin
time.
Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern, if we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
There's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes.
Yep.
Brother Rattigan, big up yourself.
St. Andrew Eastern. Fable Williams, the first finance minister, has held on to the seat, making this her 3rd consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern.
Like seriously?
6,824 by the EOJ's numbers to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386
good night, everybody.
of the
Thanks, big up
boxes
yourself.
Good night, good night.
Melting pot look like him glued elsewhere. I see my look. I'm not look at the screen. Him look
Just to make
somewhere
a point
else.
as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan,
Brother
third loss.
Yeah, man.
She ran twice in the Clarendon.
Tonight is young, as my father would have said.
And then has moved up to St. Andrew and not managed to take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now.
I think she's block again.
Melting pot friend.
Yes.
Melting pot. Melting pot, your friends are giving his opinion.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you? We need. Okay, Don. Can you turn off your? Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076. Leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113.
This is Peter Phillips' seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86, 6,058 to the JLP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
It's a final here.
Okay. First and final for St. Andrew Southeastern, Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137. And Kemar Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. And we're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on that Fable Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yes.
It's close.
Yeah.
So
if you could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
How many boxes go?
97 boxes out of 140.
That can turn around.
East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's Juliet Holness, 22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the UIC, this is, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. I don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of time, viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one. St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, from what I see, whatever happened tonight, remember, so we're going to probably have 10 by-elections or
All
11.
right.
So, despite the results tonight, we're going to have by-elections in the future.
The results are not looking bad for the People's National Party. So far, I've declared 6 seats already for the People's National Party. I've declared Azan Palwell, Angela Brown, Peter Bunting, Mark Wolin, Julian Robertson. Those seats are won already. And we are leading in quite a good amount of seats. And some of them that we are trailing behind. You know, there are boxes, a substantial amount of boxes that get to the count that could, you know, turn it around. So we are the People's National Party.
Welcome back to TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. And it's one of those exciting nights where things are changing by the minute. And let's go now to poster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Hey, good night. Good night to all your viewers. First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes, I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple of percentage points. And therefore, we're not surprised that it is not 50%, but at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously is a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So what gives you hope?
I think from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those are able to bring us and push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted and push us past the edge. But I think there's still hope for the BNP this election. It'll be a very close one as we're seeing, but there's still hope for us in this election.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kalisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now, again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now, we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting. And earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews Southeastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed. And in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now, looking at some of the other constituencies, in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed. And the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now, moving over to St. Ann Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And Ron?
As I've been saying all night, you know, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, you know, choosing Jamaica, sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what we're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for Desmond McKenzie.
It's on the screen now. There
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800. 190. 190 something.
All right. I can't count. I need to give up
shade
trying to do math.
I shade on a 200.
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But he won that seat by only 300 in the last election. And it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes are probably coming from Almond Town, which is their stronger of the two divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JPP candidate. Here's St. Andrew Western with Tony Hilton, 3,981 votes to Corey Dunkley of the JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP, 48 votes. 72 boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of KD Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who holds 645 votes. And we declared, this has been declared, all boxes counted for the PNP, Julian Robinson.
So let's see.
Let's see where we are going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew. The JLP's Delana Sivrite, 4,346 votes. To the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465, with 59 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work out there. First time in many moons.
She also had there was a lot of disgruntlement in the seat, though.
In every seat, you're going to find that, in every seat, nothing is perfect.
Here's St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
Portland.
We expect to win comfortably, and so far, so good.
Yes.
Deputy leader of the Labour Party for Erie County 2, James Roberts.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch. Yeah. Yes, right now we are behind in that seat.
Yeah.
But let us see how the night progress.
Clarendon Southwest, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins,
This can call.
1,076 votes. Robert Chin of the
Can call this
JLP,
one.
4,795. Dwayne Thomas, 40 of the JPP.
So we can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Safe PNP
Yeah.
seat.
And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Can't believe they make Judge Prono
Now
Charles
to
Jr.
JLP
come back.
headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters.
Wow.
As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who are interrupted their celebrations. Aisha and Renardo, good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening?
We are confident of victory, and we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, say, third term, victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice, happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East.
Kingston.
St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother vicar, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond McKenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PNP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Rest of them soon come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back.
But Andrew owners have court next month.
Mm-hmm.
And he and the 11, 12 or 13 of them might have court too. So we might have to. Let us see what happens after the court date.
Well, the mood is still high where I'm sitting. 7 seats declared already for the People's National Party. And leading in 26 other seats. We haven't seen anything from St. Pierre's side. And even though the VARs were leading over in Portland, it was early days. And they weren't leading by far. And, you know.
All right. Melting Pot, I could hear. Sorry, Melting Pot. I could hear something from Rattigan because he has not spoken, right? Since he has been here. Brother Rattigan, right? Step in the circle.
Yeah, it's still early, but anything can happen. It's going to be close, but look, this doesn't really affect me and my mission, you know, because I've said it before. Win, lose, or draw. I have the Prime Minister and Minister Vaz in my sights, and I'm not going to stop because what they have done to the Jamaican people is worthy of a full investigation. And I already have some documentation, and I'm going to supplement them with additional documentation. And I have some people here working with me, and there are some things that we're going to do because we just cannot have this man sit there at the helm of power representing us. He's unworthy to represent us. And people can put their head in the sand and say, okay, you know, we didn't know and question it and all of this stuff. But the fact of the matter is that there's a huge dark cloud hovering over him, and it's not going to go away until he comes clean, and he hasn't come clean. And if it means we have to force him to come clean, then that's what we'll have to do. But this doesn't, this win, lose or draw, I'm moving forward. So, and again, the night is young, like my father used to say. The night is young, and it's 63 seats. And based on what I've heard so far, how many seats have been decided? About 14, 15, something like that. The night is young.
17 seats.
17 seats. Right. So, still have some time to go. But Prime Minister, don't worry.
Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, vote 2025. And let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, the national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well. I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen the chairman of the Labour Party seat,
Yeah.
but I'm confident that we will go to victory there. This is a member of parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we have
ISAT in the
60 boxes out of 140.
Yes, get out one of the vans.
We're not giving up that man tonight.
3,552. The JLP's annual advance 2,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted.
Halfway, but the sign looking good.
I won't attempt that. Oh, here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111.
Still in
Down
balance.
Southeastern, we have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139
all right,
boxes.
So you the people.
7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Getting close, and I'm going to give Donovan
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
Rhoda Crawford is, look here, we are getting up strong enough, so we don't want people to us right we are for now. You understand? I believe that the
Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. The name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are starting Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
It's a little bit close. Is it closer than you would have wanted?
Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you?
Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, so I know it's victory. March with marching.
Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier, a party-like atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters. These supporters, very, very confident. They are certain they're going to win it. I'll be here all night, as I told you, Dion. So it's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025, in just a moment.
My Jamaican people, honestly, let us just go ahead. Okay, let us just briefly run down. I am very much confident that the PNP is going to take home this, right? Because what we have seen now, you have seen now where the PNP now is, slowly pulling ahead, and that gives me confidence, right? When we look at it, we have seen, as it relates to the EOJ, have it 9 for the People's National Party, 9 for the Jamaica Labour Party, and we have seen some improvement, right? Where we have seen earlier where the GLP was pulling ahead in some of the counts. Now we have seen that change, and the PNP now going ahead. So it is giving me some good confidence, and I have every confidence that we are going to pull this one off. Melting Pot, what say you as it relates to what we have seen so far?
Well, I mean, in terms of seat being already, declared, it's even Stevens.
Even Stevens.
In terms of what we are seeing in the other seats, they are closely matched, but the People's National Party now are climbing back the lead that the GLP had in those seats. And where they are not ahead, they are close to the score of the Jamaica Labour Party in terms of those seats. So we know, like, some areas, are strong division in a constituency. And what I think has happened is that lead, that surge that the GLP had was as a result of those little pockets in the box, so to speak, as it relates to the constituency. Now, it seems like where the PNP stronghold is in those constituencies, those numbers are coming through.
Exactly.
And if the amount of box left to be counted, I think the PNP will surge ahead at the finish line. And
that's what I believe.
I'm predicting a close run affair but I'm looking at 34, yeah, to 32 in favor of the People's National Party.
All right. Of course, Lady Pinques, squeeze in, man. Tell me what you think, because I'm feeling confident, you know. Right, my spirit is not at all.
Yes, Uncle Byron, I'm still feeling confident that we will win. He wins by 2 seats or so. But remember, we'll be having many, maybe about 12 or 13 by-elections very soon. And next month, the Prime Minister is before the court again with the IC. So let us see how that play out, because there is there's a lot of them over there that needs to give an account to how our money is being spent. And I cannot believe Daryl Vaz is back in the house now, so far. But let us watch and see how the numbers end tonight. And I'm disappointed that my Jamaicans did not see that we have a corrupt prime minister. I'm very disappointed in my Jamaicans. They let me down.
Vote 2025, and we're so happy to have you wherever you are, whichever of our
All right, we didn't get to reach Ratty because we are back
on. Now, I think at this point, though, what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the parliament and good for democracy overall. Okay, here we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. Floyd Green, the incumbent, is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Willingham of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment from that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern.
Yes, good.
Very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent, George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31. She's from the JPP. And Don
Yes,
Cook,
I'm happy that this man is going home.
Exactly. Doesn't deserve to be there.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the counting center in Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes. And Jordan Cunningham of the UIC, 9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499.
Yes, she pulled ahead.
Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats.
Okay, good.
Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. ISAT Buchanan with 5,636 votes. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104. And Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164 to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, well, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know. If you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP.
Okay, 11 for the
So of course, just for distinction, those are the ones that have
confirmed.
been completed.
11 for the PNP, 9 for the JLP.
Kalisha and EOJ, which is a broader look at who's leading.
In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead. So far, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats.
Give us some confidence, madam.
29 seats. I also saw the final call for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that. Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong. And that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. They only won that seat once since it was created. And the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29.
All right.
And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here's St. Anne Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier Main's seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hardworking member of parliament, also good organizer. So I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes. The Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106. So they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marley Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782.
This is a difficult one to win. Oh, yeah.
And we are moving on to, let's see, there's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP is Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to
Yeah,
be a member of the
Bujo,
Jamaica Labour Party.
we try
I
to
think she actually worked very
remove the
closely
logo,
with
but it is not allowing
Michelle
us
Charles's father,
to
Colonel
remove
Charles
it,
Sr.,
right?
for
So
many years.
you know,
And
it's
she
a little bit
was a
difficult,
former mayor in Morant Bay as well,
right?
right,
Yes.
For
Earl?
all those persons
And so
requesting for
she's
the
putting up
logo
a
to
fight,
be
and it
removed.
seems as if the
Somehow we
JLP
just
is going to lose one of the
don't know
St.
how to
Thomas
remove.
seats
Here's
this
the other
evening.
one up there, St. Thomas
Yeah.
Western, 105 of 163. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen. This is
Alfred Dawes.
not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of
Very
the
close.
JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St. Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos
just
of
in
the
Crawford in
JLP,
Parliament.
2,598.
Yeah, man.
Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips' old constituency.
Young candidate, doing well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former,
yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
I don't make nasty mouth get back in the parliament.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester North Eastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144.
Audrey Marks.
Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester North Western, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes.
I will say Central St. James, you know.
St. Elizabeth Southeast.
You know, Johnny seat, yes.
Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes.
Why them third party and go sit down?
Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Peku rather, of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes.
We can call that one in.
Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,303. Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barnswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes.
King Lion.
St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122.
We can call this one. We can call this one.
Southeastern, very close. Norman Dunn, the incumbents, 3,678. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 3,577. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP, 12 votes, 63 of 112 boxes. St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That would be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP, 5,683 votes. Chase Neal of the UIC, 22 votes, 99 of 147 boxes. Chairman of the party.
Disappointment. Can't believe people voting
Kingston
back
Central, 75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,293 votes. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 79 votes, and that is 80 boxes of 112 counted.
Okay, let's just stick a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results, all the latest when we come back with our results show for 2025. Do stay with us.
All right. All right, Brother James, you're just roping in. What say you as it relates to what you have been observing, right? Please talk to us as it relates to your observation, sir. Yes, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Mr. James. You're muted. Unmute.
Unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, Mr. James.
Unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes, good night everyone. So far, this has been a real interesting election. Based on the pendulum that I observed, that I've been it's swinging from left to right. There are some key factors that I'm paying attention to, though, because during my sojourn today to the polls, I would have made some critical observation, and I'm waiting with bated breath to see the analysis from the observers of today's proceedings, because I would have observed some things while I attended the poll. And I believe that we have to if we are going to be serious about the democratic process, there are some things that we can do to advance our system. I believe that based on where we are, work has been done, but we can get it right. we have to just take that holistic approach to ensuring that if we are going to go with technology, we go with technology. We don't want to leave room for speculation and for persons to create doubt as to why it is that a candidate succeeds and at the juncture at which a decision was taken to about using technology. So I'm paying attention to those 4 particular constituencies. I want to also pay attention to a few other constituencies that are of interest based on the performances of the candidates and the poll results in recent time and what it is that I would have been picking up off the ground. So those are the key areas that I'm paying attention to. Early, it's still a little way to go for the night. It's not over until the fat lady sings, but this is what you call nobody's bet, but a real game. Long shot, kick. I don't want to say long shot, kick the bucket, but this is one that you would want to akin to a good horse race going down the stretch.
All right. Something is going on. All right. Thank you. Mute his mic. Okay. Thank you for the input, Brother James. Brother Rattigan, talk to us now. And let me say, congratulations, ISAT Buchanan, to win the seat. We have just informed that ISAT Buchanan won that seat. So go ahead now, Brother Rattigan.
Yeah, I'd say people kind of like down and looking depressed and all of that stuff. And then Wendy Gray says, Rattigan, your work gets harder. Yeah, that might very well be the case, but I'm the kind of person like this, that's when my best comes out, when my back is against the wall. So, and as I've said before, I have some people in my sights, and it's funny because I'm just going through some documents that somebody sent me just now on Michelle Charles. And I've some additional information regarding the school bus program, because we're not going to let these things go away. As I said, win, lose, or draw, the Jamaican people did not get value for money. And in many cases, with many ministries, the Jamaican people were flat out robbed. And so it is our job to continue the fight. The struggle continues. And I'm not one to back away from a struggle or back away from a fight. So, Daphne, lift up your head, man.
All right.
It's not the end of the world, Daphne.
We have to go to the poll right now. So,
Northern, as you know, in the last general election, the Jamaica Labour Party won that seat. It was a surprise for many people because the Jamaica Labour Party had not won that seat in decades. And we're seeing now the People's National Party's Wickham McNeil leading in that constituency, 6,637 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's Tova Hamilton, 5,686 votes. Another constituency, Dion, that we have been monitoring closely, that's Manchester Central, where the Jamaica Labour Party won for the first time in decades in 2020. But what we're seeing now, well, it's still close in that constituency. Just 130 of the 139 boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party Jamaica Labour Party's Rhoda Moy Crawford leading by 8,399 votes to the PNP's 8,314 votes. I'm going to ask the videographer to just come with me to the other screen I'm looking at right now. Going again to St. James Southern, another one we've been watching. We're seeing where the People's National Party has a slight lead in that constituency. The Nikisha Burchell leading their 5,870 votes to the former mayor, Homer Davis, 5,644 votes. Going now over to St. Thomas Eastern, and we're seeing where the People's National Party's Yvonne Shaw. She's leading by 6,600. Well, her tally now is 6,604 votes to the incumbent, Dr. Michelle Charles, 6,177 votes. Another one that people have been watching, and many people are saying that it seems as if it is a surprise to them. We're seeing for Portland Eastern, the People's National Party is leading in that constituency. As many people know, the Jamaica Labour Party's Anne-Marie Vaz won that division, that constituency in 2020 after a 30-year drought for the Jamaica Labour Party, and ISAT Buchanan of the People's National Party is leading in that constituency, 96 of 140 boxes counted. Now, Dion, overall, we're seeing an 85.2% of the boxes completed, and I'll have some more updates for you as soon as they become available. But again, Dion, the race is heating up. It's back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Kalisha. And it certainly is. And you heard Kalisha there saying the numbers are continuing to shift from 3330 to back to 3429. And that East Portland seat, Earl, a quick comment on what we're seeing there.
Well, this one would be a bit of a shake-up. Many people expected Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent, to hold it fairly easily, but we did see that ISAT Buchanan was mounting a serious challenge. And so, bearing in mind that this has been historically a strong PNP seat, perhaps it should not be surprising that it is this competitive.
Yeah, it's a seat the PNP used to win by over 1,000 and then over 2,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really because of Anne-Marie Vaz's ground operation why she was able to win the by-election and to hold on to it in 2020. 2020 was a misnomer. So what we're seeing now is a rebalancing of the scales. I expect at the end of tonight, the entire western belt of the country to go back orange because it was never really a green space. So Westmoreland 3,
I think
we see Eastern Westmoreland going to Dayton Campbell by over 1,000, which is how they used to win there, except in 2020 when Luther Buchanan lost by 11. But Central.
So sorry to interrupt you, just to say this is another one that's now completed. The PNP's Richard Azan taking Clarendon Northwestern over the JLP's Warren Newby, with Azan having polled 6,989 votes to the JLP's Warren Newby 6,490. Kevin Palmer picked up some votes there.
No, 15 for
this is showing 121 of 123 votes. It's been given now to Dayton Campbell of the PNP. 7,434 votes over Daniel Lawrence's 5,556. Here's Westmoreland Central, 169 of 70. It's given now to Dwayne Vaz of the PNP back in Parliament with 9,869 over George Wright's 8,326. Kathleen Greenwood with 39 votes and Don Foote with 38. And Westmoreland, Western Westmoreland now. This is 108 of 138. Ian Hales of the PNP, 6,454. Garfield James of the JLP, 4,820. Gilbert James, 54. Bertrand Madden of the JPP, 23 votes. St. Anne's Southwestern, 108 boxes of 108. This has Xavier Main,
leading now.
5,069 votes over Denishka Williams of the PNP, 3,698. Clive Edwards, 28 votes, and that's 73 boxes of 105. And we have St. Anne Northwestern, 73 boxes of 105. Crystal Lee, the incumbent, holding on here at the moment with a lead with 77,346. Gabriella Morris, our first time out, 6,924. That's 10 boxes left to count in this constituency. Let's go now to the JLP headquarters.
It's turning into a party-like atmosphere here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. As you can see behind me, you will see that a number of JLP supporters are dancing, they're ringing their bells, they're playing one of their favorite anthems on the campaign trail, The Lord is My Shepherd. So that is the mood here at the moment. I'm now joined by another JLP supporter who is also dancing. Hi, good night. What's your name?
Newton Harris.
Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
To celebrate our victory.
Where did you vote?
I voted in St. Ann Northwestern for Crystal Lee.
So how is the trend looking for you based on what you've picked up so far?
Well, we always knew it would have been a close race, but we put in the work. Crystal has done phenomenally well in the one term. 2 years stolen by COVID, but she's done phenomenally well in terms of the infrastructure, the services, the roads, I mean, the health centers, all of the wonderful things that Crystal has done, the water projects with Mac, I mean, amazing stuff compared to what has gone before. So our constituency really has seen a difference.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry?
Thank you so much. I know it's difficult to hear me. So that's the scene here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. Maybe I could just get another supporter. Can you talk to me? Hi, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's your name?
Zachary.
Okay, I see you celebrating. You think you won?
Yes, I do. I'm very confident for the JLP.
It's not yet too early to declare.
Too early, that doesn't really mean much right now because we're confident we've put in the work. We have the achievements to prove that we deserve the third term. So Dr. Holness will return as well as our MPs.
Thank you so much. Well, that's the mood here at the JLP headquarters, Dion. I'll check in with you a few moments later.
Thank you so much for that, Andrea. And yes, we'll continue to check in with you, and some more interesting results have been coming in. In fact, we are now seeing Clarendon Southeastern there with, okay, we moved on to St. Catherine Southwest. Okay, we are going thick and fast, aren't we? So St. Catherine Southwest, Everett Warmington. Here's St. Catherine Southern, Fitzjackson, and St. Catherine Central, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we're kind of moving fast through those. Okay, here we go. St. Elizabeth Southwestern, and as the Sainty boy in the room, Earl, you get to do the honors here. Read the next couple for me.
Floyd Green of the JLP, he's the incumbent, 9,044. Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 7,650. And the significance of this particular seat is that it always goes to the party that wins nationally. So that may be one of the reasons why there's celebration at JLP headquarters at the moment. Yes. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr. of the JLP, 1,824, Sian Barnswell of the PNP, 1,284, and Sian Thomas of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 27 boxes of 144. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines, the cricketer, 5,623 to Dwight Sibley's of the JLP, 5,407. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 24 votes. That's 95 boxes of 100 rather. St. Thomas Eastern, 114 of 128 boxes. Yvonne Shaw continues to lead, 6,597. And the incumbent, Michelle Charles of the JLP, 6,188. Claudius Wong is on 31. And Jovian Blair of the JPP, 26. St. Thomas Western, James Robertson, the incumbent, 6,836. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 5,696. And Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 39 votes. That's 125 of 163 boxes rather. St. Andrew West Central, the constituency of the Prime Minister, very, very tight. 87 boxes of 105. Paul Buchanan of the PNP is now leading, 4,867 votes to Andrew Holness, 4,762.
What a elf cash plus.
What is it, Earl?
Are you stunned?
You don't see Rohan having a sip.
Manchester Northeastern
No,
who have
you
auto-marks
call him cash
of
plus.
the JLP performing according to tradition there.
But we don't see Christopher
6,589 to
Tufton
Wellington
ticket.
Wind of the PNP 5,207, and Clive Warren of the JPP has 30 votes. If we could go back to that West Central for a moment, the PNP used to dominate that in the days of Dudley Thompson and David Core and AJ Nicholson.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a 1% lead at the moment for Paul Buchanan.
If we could go to St. Elizabeth again, let's see what the other weather is saying.
Well, how much boxes count already here, sir?
Southwest St. Elizabeth.
87. Buchanan has come from behind.
87.
Wow. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. Franklin Witter, the incumbent from the JLP, 991, but it's only 17 of 109 boxes. Portland Eastern, 96 of 140 boxes. ISAT Buchanan of the PNP, 5,636. Anne-Marie Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 5,224. So it's a 4-point lead for Buchanan, and there are 23 votes for the JPP's Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris.
Things looking
I think,
good.
Dion, we need to remind the listeners that we call out these figures because we also have listeners on radio. Yes. Trelawney Northern, Tova Hamilton has taken the lead now over Wickham McNeil, 6,826 to McNeil, 6,792, and it's 123 of 146 boxes. So we're seeing the finish line up ahead. And Marissa Dalrymple Philibert has restored order in Trelawney Southern, 1,787 to Paul Pat Moore, 1,486. That's 26 of 96 boxes, though.
Okay.
St. Mary's Southeastern, Norman Dunn, the incumbent, he is being tracked very closely by Christopher Brown. So Norman Dunn has 5,235. Christopher Brown, 5,112.
Christopher
and
Brown
Mark
continued to
Hutchinson
shorten
has 20 votes for the JPP.
So that is something to watch.
St. Mary Western, Robert Montague continues to dominate there, 7,219 to Omar Woodbine, 6,398, and Chase Neal, 25 votes.
And this is another weather vane seat that indicates to the country as well what is likely to happen. Same for Southwest St. Elizabeth and the other one you mentioned a moment before. So we will see how Mr. Woodbine fares.
And in St. Andrew East Central, Dennis Gordon of the PNP, he's now doing very well, 6,425 to Davion Vassell of the JLP, 3,949, and Princess Ford of the JPP, 82, 106 boxes of 113.
Okay, here's St. Andrew West Rural. This is 136 boxes out of 140. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn of the JLP, 7,909 votes. The PNP's Joan Gordon Webley, 6,994. And that's been called for Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. St. Andrew Northwestern, 101 of 112 boxes. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 5,648. Ethne Miller Simpson, 4,124. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 106. Here we are back in St. Andrew East Rural, 123 boxes of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,445. Patrick Peterkin, 7,487. Kamisha Hendricks, 45 votes of the UIC. Purchell Jackson of the JPP, 35 votes. Eastern Portland, 130. Did we just read this? Has it moved?
That is, has moved.
It has?
Tightened.
Okay, 131 of 140 boxes. The PNP's ISAT Buchanan, 7,932. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, 7,699. Portland West, this is nearly finished, and 102 of 104 boxes. The JLP's Darrell Vance,
Darrell Vance return.
6,022 to the PNP's Doreen Campbell, 4,809. Michael Aiken of the JPP, 22 votes. St. James Central, 103 boxes of 104. So this has gone to Heroy Clark now. 6,486.
Wow.
The PNP's Janice Allen, 4,620. Okay, and let's just take South and then we go to a break. St. James Southern. This is nearly completed, just one box left to be counted. And Nikisha Burchell, 6,398. Homer Davis of the JLP, 6,211. Leon Cunningham of the JPP, 16 votes. Let's go to a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Neil Viking. You know, earlier I said that I am watching St. James. And if we get at least 2 seats, that can bring, you understand the difference in terms of the win. To the fact that GLP had won the 5 seats, in St. James. So then if we at least gain momentum on them in terms of taking 2 seats, it can be a significant show for tonight, right? And that is why I am watching St. James so hard. So far, like Nikisha will be taking home that one because there's only one more box to spare. And I see, you know, we partially can call this for Nikisha, right?
Exactly.
So we partially can call this for Nikisha. All right, Brother Rattigan, come in. What have you? What is your take on this situation here?
Still a tight race.
Still a tight race.
Yeah, still a tight race. And the fat lady is warming up, but she hasn't sung a note yet. So
Yeah.
at least she's warming up backstage. She hasn't sung a note on the microphone yet, and we can't hear her back there. But look, at the end of the day, you have to ask, why is it that the JLP, that they're doing better than most people anticipated? And we're hearing a whole bunch of things, but the one thing that we're not convinced of is that it's based on performance. We're not convinced of that.
No.
That they were doing great and you know, consistently they were doing great. They were doing things that they were elected to do, and so it is just par for the course. They're going to win. That's not the case. And even if it's a close race, but the way I look at it as a victory, because either way, because look, you're coming from 14. What was it? 60? Was it 49?
49
to 14. Yeah.
Yes.
You're coming from 14, and here's what will happen now. What will happen now is that they won't have a 2/3.
Exactly.
They'll have to work. They'll have to work with the PNP now to get things done. And we're going to see how that going to pan out, because all of the things that they did over the last 4 years, the last 4 or 5 years, where they had the overwhelming majority, and so they could just do whatever they wanted to do. All of that is going to change, and they know it. So they're celebrating now, but nobody has crossed the finish line. Nobody has crossed the finish line. And even after the finish line is crossed, doesn't matter who wins. None of the parties will have a 2/3 vote by itself. They're going to have to work. So they better get used to this, because what happened is that they're not used to this. They're used to doing things their own way, because they're 49 to 14.
Ratty, hold a bit there. Let me just have this caller speak. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. It's a bittersweet moment. It's kind of disappointing.
Yes.
Even though I do think that it's going to be a close victory for the PNP, but I'm very disappointed in what we're seeing. And Ratty, I had this conversation with you a while back, Ratty, about the mentality of the people, and I also spoke to you about it also, Mystic, a couple of weeks ago. The mentality of the people, it's predicated on things, not merit.
You're right.
Andrew Holness was successful in changing the mentality of the people to a things mentality, not a mentality. Nothing is earned by merit anymore. So everything is is gaining things by any means necessary, and that is why corruption is so dangerous, and corruption has consumed the people. It's been a decade plus of corruption, nothing but corruption. Just imagine a child born 11 years ago, and that child is now, said 11 going on 12. A 5-year-old child, back then, 11 years ago, is now 16. Knows nothing but corruption going into adolescent life. So everything in the country is predicated on corruption. If you are not corrupt in Jamaica, they look at you sideways. I've been to Jamaica recently, and I've been in situations where a man in a government agency tell me, say, where you do? So you have to come, give me this, give me that. I'm gonna make you go through this. So if you not corrupt in Jamaica, you are looked at sideways. That's a fact. And I challenge anybody to deny that. Corruption is the order of the day in every single agency in the country. Every sector of the country is filled with corruption. There's nowhere in Jamaica you can't go back the way to do it. Nothing in Jamaica you cannot get through without money. You can, if you have money, you can get through every single situation in Jamaica, because it's corrupt every sector, and the people in Jamaica is corrupt to the core, and it's a corrupt nation, corrupt system, and a corrupt mentality. The system is where the man up on the hill have and them hungry, but we all have. It's just like a slave master mentality. Master sick, we all sick. And that is the system, and that is the problem with the country. Unless you can solve unless you can get a whole of corruption, the society is not going to change, and you have a corrupt government. So where are you going? Where are we going? It ain't going to get no better. And this is the last straw. If this Andrew Holness-led government come back in power, I am telling you, Haiti is on the way. Haiti 2.0. Because like I tell you, you have millionaires and billionaires in Haiti, as poor as Haiti is. There's millionaires and billionaires living in Haiti. There's people living wealthy in Haiti. But look at the masses. Look at the masses. And that is the problem with Jamaica. It's got to be changed. You know what I mean? And if these people come back in power, how is that mentality going to be changed? It's only going to get worse. So I don't see a way out. I don't see it getting any better. And I don't see anything that you guys can say or anybody can say that get it better, unless we have a change of government and a change of system in the country. And yield to you guys.
Yes. You know,
in St.
we
Catherine
have
East
to,
Central, where Alanda Terrelang was the
what he said is 100% correct, and I endorse everything that he said.
St. Catherine East Central, where he defeated Raymond Price, the PNP's Raymond Price, and there was an independent candidate from the JPP, that is Casion Radcliffe. I think her name is Casion Radcliffe. So that's it. Lots of excitement, as you can hear, and they are tuning in to TVJ News, getting the live updates here of what's happening on our results show. There you have it. It's back to you in studio, Dion.
Thank you so much, Jamila. And of course, TVJ is exactly the place for you to get all your ongoing coverage of this election. Let's go over back now to the EOJ with Kalisha.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it back at 30-33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Paul Buchanan, leading in that seat. And we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed. And we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate leading in the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Ethne Miller Simpson. she is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, Dwayne Smith, in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, well, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour Party has had 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural. And going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate, Gabriella Morris, at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you. In Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate, Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes to the People's National Party's ISAT Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes counted. And again, the People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there are 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128. And this has been declared now for Rosemary Shaw of the PNP.
What a
the incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this seat, 7,284 at this point to Rosemary Shaw, and the JLP is Michelle Charles, 6,807. There's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. ISAT Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but I wasn't sure of the boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern.
And Manchester Central.
Okay.
Interesting.
Read for me, Earl.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 hold in Manchester for the JLP.
That one is a surprise.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester Northeastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it, 7,652 votes to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 6,209. Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. That's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP.
All
so
right.
One pulled back for the PNP.
Nikisha Burchell came through with one of St. James' seats.
St. James West Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahu Fort, 4,193 to Andre Horton of the PNP, 3,633. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. I think what the major
You don't think the PNP has lost?
no, I think their play is for us to. I think there's 2 plays for us to reach at least at 32.
Okay. I feel like I'm listening to the Democrats watching the election and thinking that Kamala Harris still had a path. Hillary had a path.
There's a play for us, and I can see the play. Hopefully, materialize.
You can see the path of victory.
I think
I tell you, I hear the Democrats.
Yeah, you were counting on Manchester Central, though.
But I guess we traded it for West Central in St. Andrews.
Okay, here's St. Catherine. Here's St. Catherine Southeastern here. This is 129 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here.
ISAT Buchanan. Come on.
This was one of those seats that the PNP had some infighting in. And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern.
All right.
This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown having pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Rohan.
Done is done.
For the JLP.
Done is done.
Yes, I'm St. Mary
He also
Western,
said it was
the chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure said the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Wood, this is Woodbine of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes.
Oh boy.
St. Ann Northwestern, 127 out of 135. Crystal Lee is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Anne Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes. To the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the PNP has taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted. It's
okay. Here we have it on screen. Steve McGregor. This is Majesty. 4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee to the match. 12 votes. All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP the winner. Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again. You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's another Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads to Parliament. So we'll have a cricketer.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is another, but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian,
he's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah, we're talking. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's slimming. The margin getting.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 104. And
Miguel
this
Phillips is going to win that.
Okay,
That
Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
Okay, Melting Pot, let's hear from you.
Well, getting very interesting, you know. Yeah, looking at the already declared seat for the People's National Party. Yeah, if we can, you know, eat into some of those leads that they have in the undecided seat, then the People's National Party will win. Because it's closely run at the moment. I'm looking at even Montague seat. That's not decided yet.
Exactly.
Based on the amount of
power.
Yeah, because sometimes in the constituency you have some little, you know, pocket in the box that a lot of vote come from for the one who's trailing. So I'm hoping that, you know, that type of scenario play out in this case. And yeah, it's looking, it's close, but I mean, it's a far better performance, yeah, from earlier on when we were getting some analysts.
Exactly. Melting Pot.
Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope.
But Mr. James, I want to ask you a question because we have seen that the Prime Minister, as it relates to his constituency, seems to have some bother there. And the question is, if Andrew Holness lose his seat tonight, him can be the Prime Minister. Talk to us about it.
Certainly not. I've never seen someone lose their seat and then retain prime ministerialship in the parliament. The parliament itself, it belongs to those who are elected by the people, and there is not a pathway. It cannot be through the Senate, and consequently, that would be a severe blow dealt to the party. And if you read into it, it would have been catastrophic in and of itself if that should happen.
All right, let me talk to who is the legal mind. Ratty, if Andrew loses seat tonight, is there any alternative mediums that he can use to still be the Prime Minister? I don't think so.
No. Because in order to be the Prime Minister, you have to be a member of Parliament.
So then, and it looks like he's going to lose his seat tonight.
It looks that way, and I tell you what, that would be a feather in anyone's cap.
Remember me tell you, it looks like he's going to lose his seat tonight.
Yeah, man. I've been hearing from the people them over in a Tow Island, and Cockburn Pen, and them say them don't like how him treat them, you know, him don't like how him does all over the place and now pay attention to him house. And you know what, when you don't pay attention to your house,
exactly,
you know what
So this is what I'm looking on, where you understand the Prime Minister has been challenged strongly so far, and the Prime Minister looks vulnerable. And if tonight that the Prime Minister loses his seat, Bangarang did it. Bangarang did it for the JLP.
Hey, I tell you what, mistake.
Yes.
Should he lose the seat, and it looks like he's going to lose the seat, he's in a world of trouble. Because guess what? He has no influence now, and no power, and he will be exposed. He will be completely exposed. People going to run from him. He'll be toxic. Nobody will come to his aid. He's
Vote
going to have some serious
2025.
problems.
Kalisha is at the EOJ headquarters.
And
Kalisha, what's
Ratty,
the latest?
you will be fully exposed to me and
Thanks,
you.
Dion. So far,
Indeed.
96% of all boxes counted, and we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party still maintaining the lead. 34 seats for the Jamaica Labour Party so far, to the People's National Party 29. Going over back to our chart here, looking at the Prime Minister's seat, that's St. Andrew West Central, we're still seeing where the People's National Party's candidate is maintaining the lead in that constituency. 87 of 105 boxes to go, so we're still not there as yet, Dion, so things could change in that constituency. Going over now to St. Andrew West Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she is still leading in that constituency, 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate, Joan Gordon Webley. She is at 7,157 votes so far, 138 of 140 boxes right there. Now moving further to my right, well, we have some of the declared seats on top in terms of the Westmoreland Eastern, where the People's National Party won that seat. Going down now to Manchester Central, where just one box to go, and the Jamaica Labour Party is maintaining that lead in Manchester Central. Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate, ISAT Buchanan, has won that constituency. Now, Dion, I will be providing some more updates shortly because we're almost, as I said, almost there, 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing. And let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe that there's still, I still believe there's way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
this is a spinning that has
and I see that's the signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat, and we're seeing it across the country as well.
Consistency is key. At the start of the night, I said we'd win, and we're there. We're almost there.
Well, one owner didn't have it right because the two of you said you were going to win. So, you know.
Yeah, but
it could be a tie.
It's clear when you look at seats. Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you look at Norman Dunn holding on in his St. Mary's seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in my numbers. It was a seat I thought would have won. It's not to be based on what we're seeing so far, but that's a big surprise for me tonight.
Clifford, what's that surprised you?
Manchester Central was a surprise for me. I think that's a seat that we comfortably could have taken. So seeing how well Rhoda played out, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or underestimated the kind of work she's been doing?
Yes. But I think in my head how I had it, or that her I guess win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I think, and I thought at the time, Donovan may have done the necessary work to mend the fences in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather to push her across the line.
Here's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144. And we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes. And where are we going next? So one of the Charles siblings remains in Parliament. Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about. Oh, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers. I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP is Marley Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. And St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971. To Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317. Oh. St. Mary's Southeastern. One box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
And that may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but,
but
it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486.
But if we could just pause on the counting, on the numbers a little bit, because, you know, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Wellington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary. We see the results here for Southwest with some boxes to go where Xavier Main is leading Danishka. So I had about 21 seats that the PNP needed to topple tonight if they were going to win. There's Western St. Mary, the other weather vane, completely declared for Robert Montague, even though the polls going into this, some of them showed that he was treading water. So he's beaten hometown boy Omar Woodbine, not by a lot because he's coming from thousands, but he's won it. Yeah. So against a 21 that I think the PNP needed to take, so far they have taken only 14. So the 14, as good as those are, they don't appear that they will be sufficient for them to win tonight.
Okay, hold that thought. We're going over to Western Hanover, where Anthony Lugg is on location.
So I'm just outside the Watson Taylor Park here in Western Hanover, where the counting is still going on over here. I'm now joined by a PNP supporter who is outside here. She's extremely excited. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling extremely happy at this time because I know that Western Hanover is going up to the People's National Party. And I know that one by one as government corporates, they are going great.
It's still early days yet.
I know.
The counting has not finished yet, but why is it that you're so confident?
Because of the votes that we already get so far, we know that we are leading. You understand me, so I know that Heather Miller is going to be the winner for Western Hanover tonight.
All right, thank you so much. So as she just said, Heather Miller is going up against the incumbent Tamika Davis of the Jamaica Labour Party. We will be here on the ground. We will be monitoring the situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Log, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground, and here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast, 140 boxes of 144, Pernell Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Call now for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before? Yeah? Okay. Okay.
And by the
So
way,
I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat, but slowly.
that's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
slowly
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zuleika
Yes.
take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well, it
Zuleika
hasn't come up for ages.
You could declare.
By the way, it's
that.
particularly
99% of
important
the
because of what has happened with the telecom services. Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. So Ika Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Patterson of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted.
No.
Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton. So Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a PNP seat. This, my point, exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour Party.
Big victory there, I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament, hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth,
where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut, who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as member of parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus. And just before we started this video, we saw very long lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back onto the main road. So the polls have closed, the counting has ended, and it seemed to have been Miss Tova Hamilton from the Jamaica Labour Party who was first past the post tonight.
I think we were talking about the seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree. Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025. Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda May Crawford,
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right. But when we get our update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
That's it.
The numbers,
Right, so the same.
It's the same. That's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time,
That
the
is
people
why-
who are
that-
watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you will see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for Norman Dunn. Not Norman Dunn, for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No, sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble there with your party people.
So, there it
right
is.
now,
Yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yeah.
But he hasn't changed from where it was before.
Right. So there's only one box left there.
And the box needs to be
So you're saying that
You're saying it's been called for.
that one box has given him.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's my understanding as well. By 12, I understand
Another
Norman
one
Dunn
going
has
to
lost.
magisterial.
And a magisterial recall.
Norman has lost.
But we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake from the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah. So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP now for several terms.
Yes. Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they didn't manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo Fort as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
Yes.
You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton, 4,192. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment.
Yes. I mean, based on what we are seeing right here, right, it speaks, you know, somewhat to our society, given the reflection of, you know, corruption being normalized by the Jamaica Labour Party, but, you know, stretched far and wide in poison the society. Right? And so then let me just bring Spinks in the space for Spinks to speak. Sister Spinks, let us hear you.
Well, I'm disappointed about St. James. I thought St. James people were moral people. I'm very disappointed. And I thought people from St. James would want to return back to the values of Christianity because we're a Christian country. And to see that we have a prime minister or had a prime minister who basically has broken every law in the books and who has broken almost every law of the Bible, and he has abused our human rights. I don't know what else to say. I'm very disappointed. I thought my Jamaica wanted change. And to see like people like Gabriella, Andre Horton, Janice, Alan Bernard, Rochelle did not make it into Parliament. It's very disappointing. People like Paul Patmore, Wickham McNeil, those people, when you see people like Paul Patmore, who's going up against the woman who went to court, right, and had to pay $900,000 because of what she did, right? And to see people actually vote her back in, something is wrong. You know, I'm shocked. Probably I need to go and live in. Probably I need to move to Africa and just move and go live in Burkina Faso country because this makes no sense. I'm very disappointed with these votes right now, these results right now. I'm very disappointed, and I'm very saddened by what I see right now. You understand me? Because Jamaicans, as we have been out here preaching the doctrine, trying to teach them and reach them. So what is it that we're doing wrong right now? Why didn't they get the message? Because how can somebody cannot have their satiric decorations certified and yet to still vote for his party? I mean, over 10 of them over there are going to go to before the court for illicit enrichment, and we still don't know those people, and we're going to have by-elections because of them. And how can people vote back in Darrell Vaz? Makes no sense to me. I am shocked by most of the results right now. You know, and I yield the floor because I'm very upset right now, my Jamaican people. I'm very disappointed.
Well, you know, I can feel you in terms of, you know, what you're saying there, right? I am so numb for words because when you look at the very same point that you brought, you know, I mean, to have Dalrymple, right, who found guilty of corruption, and the person who vote for Dalrymple saying that, okay, it's okay, right, it's okay. So, I mean, when you give persons, right, the go ahead to go and steal, right, taxpayers' money, and you're okay with it, well, I mean, that's, you know, it's just crazy.
Let me take this garbage out and it's out of the one. I won't even bother to.
It's really crazy. Let us bring you know, Brother Rohan James.
They're back.
Okay, they are back. Okay, all right.
Well, PNP, YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count. Now, I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's Southeast. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631. And that is an 11 vote difference. Got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because
just one second. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish, to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which a parish judge would do. Normally, you do that when you have a very, very small margin. And I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in a magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we're here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes, but we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close,
yes.
And therefore I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is, at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. But there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turned inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victor, we're going to be declared the victor. We're going to expect to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts.
Yeah.
But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So,
well,
yeah.
So they all actually prepare two speeches. We're here, you have to have two speeches, or our people just come out and talk.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech, because from the get-go, it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner. You have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, the most honorable Andrew Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well, of course,
he's leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal Lee and Danishka.
Right, declared
Danishka
for, there we go, declared for
Crystal
Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party. 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriella Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring. So coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hanna's seat, Foggy Mullins' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 2020, and she has retained it, fought off the challenge by Gabriella Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume
So what happened to the feed now? What is going on?
For argument's sake.
And the party to decide, I suppose.
Yeah. Emily?
Yeah, there are a couple ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues. She has clearly rebalanced them. And perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not take the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
And a lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is
okay, so that's
bad.
That is 1% above the COVID year.
Yes, what caused the problem? They didn't vote.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
Yeah. May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding's future in the PNP as leader? We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he'll then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
But going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Hold on, some calling.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So Well, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah.
The Central Kingston and the
Southeast
St. Mary, which is, I mean, there have been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last-minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, you know, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
That's one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we had been getting, when I looked at the dates that the pollsters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
So it wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of the, you know, even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense. But as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that.
Yeah.
And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner done and some polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a 3rd term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges...
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to count.
Disciples.
Never in doubt.
No, I can visualize Desmond McKenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close, but things are changing. Yeah. Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
So it has reverted to the norm.
That was
in terms of expectations.
That is Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in a by-election. They call her Mama down there for good reasons, Mama D, and she's back.
She has delivered.
Yes.
Once again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP, and there is a 3rd term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that 3rd term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a 3rd term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think when history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if indeed the turnout for this election is only 1% above 2020, it also says something about the significance of the PNP's move from 14 seats last time to 29 or thereabouts this time. It would seem, therefore, that the PNP has recovered a significant portion of the vote.
Because when you looked at the numbers, you know, between 2016 and 2020, yes, the voting was down and people are saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which the JLP actually managed to increase its vote count. Is this the same number? Or it gone
No,
up?
it has gone up.
97 votes, 97 boxes here out of 105. And your wholeness of the JLP, 5,989. Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this comeuppance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007.
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September 2025, which is the first.
And we get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking fixed election day, but it will be the 3/3 of September for the first third term for the JLP.
Just to say, this seat has now been declared for Prime Minister Andrew.
As expected, as expected.
You did say that.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan. Very good run, Paul Buchanan. You did promise you'd beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that, because I didn't even look at West Central in my calculation because I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Clifford, you ready to concede it? There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister, who walks into Gordon House as government, the PNP has done amazing tonight in many different ways, coming from where we were at with 14, with our broken base, the part that was in ruins. I think Mark Golding and Dayton Campbell has done well in bringing back the party and has represented what the PNP is to the Jamaican people, and has sold the PNP to many people as well. Because as I said before, the whole country in general has signaled that they want some sort of change, whether it is from the MP level or whether it's from the national level. They want to see some sort of change.
But still with only 38% of the vote.
There are various accounts for that, like the mishap with today and the growing trend of voter apathy. But in general, people want to see some level of change.
I think what the Jamaican people want is to continue with the Labour Party. When you look at what has happened since 2016 until
Sorry, hold on. The voter turnout doesn't support that, you know, because what you have is, do the maths, 62% of registered voters who never came out at all. Right. So that's if 3 out of 4 registered voters came out, 6 out of 10 didn't come out. Now, when I did the math in 2020, when we had about the same voter turnout, when you actually looked at how many people had voted for the party in power, which is the JLP, it was actually only 20% of registered voters. So because the voter turnout is so low, you're essentially a minority government in terms of support from the voting public as a whole. So it's one thing to say, yes, we won, but surely it must be sobering. So that's why I'm taking issue with you saying this is what the people wanted, because in fact, it's a minority who have put you into power. I know it's winner takes all and first past the post.
I agree, but at the same time, it is the persons who come out to vote. Yes. So what we have.
No, stop right there. That's the point, you know. Listen to what you just said. The persons who came out to vote, most people didn't. So what that means is that those most people didn't want either of you. So what does that say about how you relate to them and how you relate to the country?
And that's where I'm going. Okay. I think that is what we have to do as political parties. We have to engage. We have to find new strategies to engage
and
with
this
the
is the
Jamaican
dialogue
people.
that we
And that is something that we, as political parties in the country, will have to start to look at, because it cannot continue at 37. I think it was about 37 point something last election, and now it's at 38.
Without the COVID excuse
in
again,
37.85.
In 1993, I believe it was 60%, thereabout. So it has
60.28, yes.
60.28. So,
but in all fairness, Rohan, I don't know what can be.
Yeah.
Better Rattigan, then that's still there.
Rattigan, I have a Rattigan.
Earlier, when they saw the
Rattigan. Can I ask a question, Rattigan?
Yeah.
What will happen when the Prime Minister go before the court now and the IC and his case? What will happen now? Because next month he's due in court again, and he's been re-elected apparently to be the Prime Minister again.
Ratty.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that they're going to have a hearing next month, because if you recall, the court gave him leave to appeal the judgment.
Yes.
And so if he appeals, then one in the order, the judge said, look, if you appeal, then the October hearing is going to be put off until sometime in the future, because we have to deal with these issues that you're going to raise on appeal. So is face-to-face with the Integrity Commission that was scheduled for next month. If they appeal, it won't happen until sometime next year. If he doesn't appeal, then it's going to happen. I'm not so sure that they passed the deadline to appeal yet. So it's up to him what he wants to.
But Ratty, let me say this in terms of, summarize all of this, right, in terms of my perception. As it relates to the People's National Party, and when you look in terms of the People's National Party went in with only 14 seats. The truth be told, if you are looking at it, right, as it relates to the amount of work that the People's National Party had done, yes, we all wanted the People's National Party to win. However, leaving from 14 seats to 29 seats, right, I think it's an awesome performance. What this means to me is that the Jamaica Labour Party governance, right, going forward, is not going to be domineering. And there is going to be, what you call checks and balance. Simply means that Andrew Holness has no such power that he has when the People's National Party maintained 14 seats. So then now, this is now problematic for Andrew Holness, because he neither has 2/3 majority in the lower house, and he doesn't have 2/3 majority in the upper house. And simply means that some serious dialoguing has to take place in terms of dealing with bills and passing bills into law. So I am not going to cut up, you understand, and I'm still going to be here fighting for the People's National Party. Let me say that. And I'm not going to give up. So let me just say this straight. I am still going to be here fighting for justice for the Jamaican people. Having said this, right, one has to understand, particularly with Don who are now, booted out of Parliament, has no form of protection facing now the Integrity Commission as it relates to certain investigation that done came under Rattigan. As it relates to him being in Parliament and this property that he had purchased and rented and government paying roughly what? A whole lot of money. I don't really remember now because, you know, because of my expectation, expecting that the People's National Party would have won. However, that is not the case tonight. And we have to just take it with grace. We can't come so far and say, okay, all right, through the People's National Party didn't win. We are just going to throw on, we are just going to give up. No, the Jamaica Labour Party, you understand, has lost its venom. It's put their political venom. You understand? They have no such power. The only problem that I have, right, is the continuation as it relates to we wanted the People's National Party to win because we want the People's National Party having the opportunity to choose the Director of Public Prosecution. And we are going to see more of the same as it relates to this DPP is going to influence, you understand, whosoever she want, right, as it relates to, you know, the person who is going to take over from her, you know. And yeah, you have advantages, you have disadvantages, but for us who dealing with social justice, we have to bring the fight on, right? I think that now that the People's National Party have more teeth, that to me lend certain protection to the Integrity Commission investigators, right? As it relates to, you know, know that they understand, you know, and how to deal with Section 53, subsection 3 going forward, that issue can be debated on. And it is going to be, you understand, very, very difficult. As it really, I don't want to call it stalemate, but Andrew Holness doesn't have that free will to, you know, manipulate, right, the Parliament again. He doesn't have that 49 to, you understand, go around, you understand, circumvent the Constitution and all of that gone. All of that gone. So I'm just asking Ratty, what say you as it relates to some of those points that I pointed out?
All right. The first thing I have to say to people is that, look, there's nothing to feel like despair over. I mean, supporters should be walking with their heads held high and their chest out. Here's why. And you mentioned it. The 49-14 that disparity does not exist any longer. Now, because 49-14, they could just just ram stuff through Parliament because they have the 2/3, especially things that they didn't need for the Senate to be involved with. Them can just run it right through, and it's a problem. That can't happen anymore. No, they need consensus now. They're gonna have to come now to the PNP and say, listen, this is what we want to do, and you know, let's see if we can work it out. No, you're gonna see them trying to work things out. Constitutional reform. Remember, they rammed that through. That won't happen now. Again. No, it won't happen again. And a lot of things that they did over the last 4 or 5 years won't happen simply because they just don't have the numbers. So this is a victory for them, but in a sense, it's like a Pyrrhic victory. It's like a victory, but it's not really a victory because of the consequences that you're going to suffer now. Here's another thing. It gives us a platform to continue on, right? Because if the PNP had won, I'm sure what the PNP would have done, the PNP would have said, hey, listen, we need to do an audit of all of these agencies. That might take 6 months or a year. And in the meantime, we have to sit down there and really not much to go about. But guess what now? They're continuing, and there is so much material there to examine and to look at. There's so much investigation. And believe me, I look forward to this. In fact, I have some documents already that I might just start releasing this Saturday, because for me, this is not a job. This is a passion. It's not a job. And the DPP thing is very troubling. And Dennis Strong, because now, guess what? He gets to pick the DPP. And they've shortlisted 4 people. The lady who was over at the Integrity Commission, the guy who conducted a whole bunch and addressed a whole bunch of criminal issues with tainted juries. Can't remember the names right now. Then you have Miss Pike, and then you have the lady who was the acting DPP when the DPP
Thompson
took leave last year. Right. Thompson, right. So you have those 4. No, out of those 4, which one do you think the Prime Minister is looking at now to select?
Thompson.
No, man.
Who?
The one who let him go a couple of times. The Prince.
Kamika Prince.
Prince. Yeah, the one who declined prosecution.
They're going to put Kamika Prince there.
Yeah, she declined prosecution with Westcon. She declined prosecution with the bank accounts over at Scotia, and there's another one. But that's who we might look at now, because she will do the bidding, and she's fairly young, and she doesn't have to leave for a long time. That's problematic. That's problematic. The second thing is Dennis Strong. No, Dennis Strong is gonna be there. Yeah. And them can do all kinds of things that they're planning to do. And remember what the Prime Minister said, the other day on the stage. He said the investigation is over. Essentially, he said, I'm not being investigated. It's terminated. For him to say that, it gives me some insights into how he's thinking. That if I win, this thing is over. There will be no charges filed or whatever. And that's why it is so important that when we talk to you and say, listen, sign the damn Magnitsky petition so that we can provide the complaint to the UK, the EU, Canada, and the US, and then have them do something. At least we have to do something. We can't just let it just go like that. So it's for me, there is so much. There's so much.
Ratty, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Yes, Carlo, go. What are you saying?
Yeah. So when I see nothing for the thing, when I don't know what I'm going to find out if it's still live.
Okay. Oh, you're not seeing anything?
I understand all the TV on Jamaica that shows Andrew, but I never show Andrew. I don't know. I really are going.
They must show the Andrew do what?
Showing Andrew lose him seat in Jamaica.
No. He has not. Right? They were looking on some early exit polls. Right? So all the boxes did not count. And so then after all the boxes count, then he emerged as the winner.
Yeah, but up to 4 boxes, the guy was still leading. Up to 4 boxes. So when I understand how him get 1,000 votes out of 4 boxes.
That's a very valid point, Carla. I'm thinking the same here. Mr. Buchanan was leading by
over 105 votes.
Yeah. 105 was the lead. And 4 boxes, the Banjo was over 1,000.
4 boxes.
That's a point. That's a point that we're going to have to really check in.
Yeah, by 105 votes, 4 boxes to go. And there was some glitches, and I thought they come back and give me over 1,000 votes.
There were some glitches, and you're right about that. At one point, even Dion Miller was saying why this is not been moving. Right?
Yeah.
So your observation is solid, my brother. What am I to say? Your observation is solid.
Celebrating down in Jamaica.
was showing that guy will have 1,000 votes. That's what was showing.
Yeah. All right. Other caller is coming in. We really just give you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah.
And then I get to the other caller.
No problem.
Our blessings. All right. Yes, caller. Yeah, Mystic Sensation. Go ahead. Oh, that one drop off. Oh.
Mystic.
Hold on, Mention Pot. Yes, caller. You're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Sir.
Rather.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, sir, Mystic, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Yeah, man, I spoke to you earlier today. So now that at this point, it's a good thing to talk back to you again.
Yes.
Yeah, man. So the thing is, I'm saying, the question that the caller is asking, remember, that in each constituency there will be patches where you have a strong PMP support, and you have a strong GLP support. So you will find that maybe like in the earlier boxes, those will be coming from the strong PMP areas.
Yes.
And then to the end of the counting, then you'll find it's the GLP areas that are coming in. So that would explain
the changes.
Yes. So those are the things that we have to take into consideration. But however, it was a well-contested election. I mean, given the circumstances.
Yes.
So one of the things we have to do, not everybody's not going to be happy. Some are going to be disappointed, but we have to understand that we have to respect the decision of the people, because at the end of the day, it's the people who employ those who represent us in the House of Representatives. So,
yes,
you're not going to get all that we want. And just congratulations to those who won, and those who lose, don't run away from the people. Just
continue the representation.
Regroup and let the people know that you are there to stay for the long haul. For me, one of the surprising losses, Anne-Marie Valls in Portland, because her name is Ashton-Nahan, but whatever the reason why she haven't won, well, the people, as again I say, decide. So they're at the disposal of the people, so the people decide you stay or you go. So just don't run away though. Stay and work with the people. All right. Thanks, man, for having me again on your platform. I appreciate it.
Thank you, my brethren. All right. So that was the caller perspective. Brother Rattigan, continue, sir. Sorry to stop you there.
The final point is the Integrity Commission. But let me tell you something. You see how I operate, and I just hope the people understand the way I operate is that I lean into the wind. So setbacks, they mean nothing to me. It just means that I just go back, roll up my sleeves, and just come back harder. And I just hope that the people who are disappointed in the chat and the people who are watching, that they well, let me tell you this. I have a rule, I have a rule, and the rule is that if something like this would happen, something like this happens to me, I give myself 24 hours and then I'm over it. 24 hours, and I just push it aside and say, okay, all right, fine. I've mulled over it long enough. It's time for me now. Roll up my sleeves and just get back to work. And I'm just hoping that,
Ratty, just give me a break again. Let us tune in into what Mark Golden is saying.
Okay.
Yes.
The campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. They have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for what they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. Starts very early in the morning and goes on to late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight, and we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first, and they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And we must all give ourselves a round of applause. Because that was not always the case. And I want to thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours, and it should not be that way. We should do better, and we have to do better. I must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So ladies and gentlemen, for us it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. One doesn't want to, one wasn't hoping for. And it means that the government will get its third term, and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods. And
my sister.
Definitely, I think over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force.
Hold on a minute, because Mark Golden is speaking. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Mark Golden is speaking. So after you.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
There, Mark Golding, I thought made a very,
I'm going to
very good
now
speech.
because he just
would have gained.
Okay. All right. Yes, caller. Oh, what did I do? Did I cut her off? Hold on, caller. Hold on. All right. Let me just speak with this caller and then we proceed. Yes, caller, you're on. Mystic Sensation, go ahead.
Yes, good night again, everyone.
Good
and
night.
thanks for the hard work. And we're still not giving up. A lot more needs to be done.
Yes.
And to think then everything is all over, it has just begun.
Exactly. I love the spirit.
When there was a pause when the total with Andrew against the gentleman that was up against him. And in no time, that came in, and I said, the tick. And I said, but wait, the number of boxes that was left to count, how come could that come in so fast that Andrew won the seat? I don't trust something. And why too? The person who oversight the EOJ, he gave him award. And I don't think that was for any good merit. I think it was like political. That's what I believe. I just never understand that play right there. Andrew knows what to do, and he knows he was in trouble with his constituency, and the vote and the tally coming in has proved that. I can tell you, that man fought him real hard, and something go wrong there. Something go wrong. Another thing, the illicit 8 or 10. I believe why they got the names and didn't want to bring it out in Parliament in the latter before Parliament was dissolved, because they know that if the people know of those persons, they wouldn't have voted for them. And I bet my bottom dollar, if not all of them who are the illicit 8, including the Prime Minister Andrew Holness, they are back in Parliament. Because most of them have gotten back their seat. Clear, you see that? So that's one of the reasons why they hold back on those names for people not to know. Then I'm just watching now to see things progress along after this is all done. What is going to happen if those illicit 8 or 10 will still be in Parliament? Because that's not right. That's sheer corruption. And if they continue on that part to be using taxpayers' money, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So I'm just watching to see, and to think it's over and knowing trouble begin. I just want to see the progression going forward, what is going to happen with these people. Because I know they're thinking right now, is it gonna come out? And Andrew better not bother hide it, you know. He better not bother hide the name, you know, come out, you know. Size 13, no better bother with it, you know. We want to know. We still want to know who they are. Because the saying is, a PNP run their election on lies with corruption. Up to today, I was talking to somebody, and I have to hang up. And somebody I know for years ago, and I just have to hang up the phone because people believe lies so easily. They're saying the man did have been too taxi. Excuse me? And you know that nothing goes so. And I don't understand why people just keep accepting wrong. Jamaica is in trouble. Going back again, it's in trouble. But me, nobody here. When I don't want nothing, no GoFundMe now go gun. See the money now go in there. Mine not going in there. I wanna get, wanna go to the Prime Minister, member of Parliament. Because back to school, I mean, no, none of them now do nothing for back to school. So on a stay down there, I'm gonna buy $500 card, but it's a race to, I'm gonna go sleep on it.
All right, my sister. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for the time.
Blessings.
Big up to all of you.
All
Big
right.
up we have done our part. You, gentlemen and ladies, have done your part. It was them to do what they want to do, but they love corruption and believe the big nose man lies.
All right. Bless up yourself, my
Take
sister.
care.
God bless you. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mystic. And the post of the panel. I'm very disappointed in the Jamaican public.
Yeah.
Because they choose criminality, lying, cheating, mismanagement, and all of that stuff. And no wonder Mr. Val could come and talk about this dumb, dark, and stupid. And that is what they are showing right now.
Yeah.
Because we are the ones who allow him to say stuff like that when they do things like this. And as I said to somebody, yes, they're going to get a meal for a day. And then so for the next 4 years and 364 days. So they're going to have to live with that for the next 5 years. But there's a choice they make, and there's a choice they wanted. So it's up to them. Thank you.
All right. Blessings, my brother. All right. There you have it. Yes, caller. Thank you for calling. Yes, Ratty. You want to go ahead and finish up, Ratty?
Yeah, I was just saying that this is a moment for reflection. And believe me, the Prime Minister, his conscience is weighing heavily on him because he knows that he's still in the crosshairs, he's still in the spotlight, and that the things that he has done, he will suffer the consequences for them. I'm confident of that. And Mr. Vaz as well will suffer the consequences. So what we have to do now, we just need to just buckle down, regroup, and just come back. Because listen, there's a lot of material out there, there's a lot of investigation to be done, and there's a lot of exposure. And that is where we come in. We can't shirk from our responsibility and say, well, you know, the election result, the people have spoken, and there's some question about that still, but essentially the people have spoken, and then so you have to ask yourself, what do they expect from this? Do they expect that the government is going now to provide them with shoes and the clothing and food and housing and give them cars and all? Is this what they expect from this? In the fullness of time, I'm telling you, my brother, in the fullness of time, they will live to regret what they did today. They will live to regret it. Friday and today, they will live to regret it. And they're going to come back. And I'm reading the thing. I'm reading the chat, and I'm seeing where the diaspora is very upset because people now saying, we're not sending no money down there. And remember, the number one contributor to the Jamaican economy is remittance. It's not tourism.
Yes,
it's remittance. Right. And if people say we're not sending no money down there, it's going to collapse. And all of the promises want to hear, watch.
Not going to manifest.
Just watch the promises. Just watch them.
Not going to manifest.
Just watch. So, Pinques, keep your chin up. Smile. Because I tell you, it's not over. This is just the beginning. This is only the beginning. Thank you.
Yes, caller. You are on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
Good night, Sir Byron.
Blessings, my sister.
I have 2 points to make. You know, I don't think this Prime Minister and his wife should allow to win their seats because they are the two people who went to the polling station and caused a disruption. When you, as a candidate, and you cast your vote, you are supposed to leave the polling station. They were there to cause trouble. One more thing, there was a gala. The two of them did not appear in the same vehicle, but now it's election day and two of them appear in the same vehicle. I want all you guys to go back and watch the tape and see their dealing when they came out of the vehicle, both of them. Like, I am so disappointed, but I just want to say to you, keep up the good work, and I thank you, Melting Pot, Pinques Q, Mr. Rattigan. I thank you all for what you're doing, and you will always have my support. Have a good night.
Thank you, my sister. Blessed night. And let me say this, right? As it relates to the comrade leader, the comrade leader had done exceptionally well to unite the party, bring the party from 14 right to now 29, right? And so then there is no blame can be placed at the comrade leader's feet. right? Exceptional performance, right? And I have to applaud him for that. And now, Andrew Ones, right, facing a situation where he no longer has 2/3 majority in the lower house nor in the upper house. Yes, Sister P, you're on here.
Yeah,
Please
man.
go ahead.
We are trying to fight. We've done the best from 14 to 29, so we still have time.
Yes, man. We have.
But I want thing me I tell Diaspora, I'm serious. I never gone for it. I live for it, but me see what it look like. Do not send no money down here. So when they call you and tell you say this video and that video and then have no money, send them up on you. All right? Cause them no want no better. Hello?
Yes, yes. We are listening to you, Sister Pat. You know, we always engage.
Them no want no better. So remember, so some of them can be a family member too. Once them vote for Labour, they no go for vote. Anything they get, they take, because that for sure say Jamaican people have no ambition. And I it's all right there, listen. Semi country, semi lose. But the Prime Minister see it, it not look well. Dalrymple see it, it not look well. And Montague see it, not play out good.
Those 3 seats.
So I don't know if Mark Holding on a fool. If there's any way, they can get some whatever, and find out what I really want. So as the Gen Tech said, the work start tomorrow.
Yes.
We know PMP people are a fool. Something is not wrong. It's so long it's stuck and can't move, and one move 100,000, not go so brother. Right? Nothing, we don't much, we about 3 bucks left or 2 bucks or so, 4 bucks, no go so. Something is wrong. And if you look at Joel in space, them knows there's something wrong. Them body language tell us that something is wrong. Right? But it is what it is, and as Mark said, it's a hard pill to swallow, but we drink with enough water.
Exactly.
But as me tell the Diaspora people, send if somebody beg your help and you know somebody you know, you can help them. But none of them are when you see no go vote and we go vote for Labour, we not gonna know them. No send not go give them.
Exactly.
Right? Black and delete. Simple. And when they come on social media and I say, you know, say me have so and so and me I beg because so and so, send them where they go whisper and get help. No beg no. Right. So, and as the next thing, mistake, Ratty and the whole school. You guys have done your best.
Thank you.
And only your best is good enough. And we appreciate it, and we still continue be born the fire. It's not over.
Exactly.
It is not over. And be glad say the PMP have 29. So no boy can't contact up like when they used to do.
Exactly. It's
Don't it?
Of course.
So,
you're right. You're right.
So we make a great stride.
Great
and
stride.
all the stride I've made is because of you guys. We thank you. We salute, especially me. Me first voting on my box this morning, very early. So me vote. Well, me I work at one place where me know say me not attend. Me didn't plan for it a long time, and this happen most of me not attend. Because me know I hope I slap this a go on, and if the PMP did win, Mark Holding would have put in Ministry of Labour to sort out things and fix better.
Exactly.
Now they win back, they now go and do no it about worse. So me we call you and talk to you.
All right.
So
Blessings.
pick up on yourself and me going back to class.
Blessings
To
message.
the finals.
All right. Okay.
Yes, and all the diaspora and woman, diaspora people want to work hard, sacrifice, you know, and whatever, and all the 3 job, 4 job, and whatever. Keep no money. Who can get this land down Africa? Only like how me age paper not determines me a Jamaican. Me don't know if I'm going to deport me. So if who can help me, who can help me at Canada, help me, who can help me up in England, melting pot. I mean, a while I work, I mean, the ice go catch me.
All right.
So what you can do.
All right. Blessings, Sister Pat. All right, cool. All right. Yes, caller, you're on the line. Mystic Sensation, go ahead.
Hello, good night.
Good night. Can you please turn on your device in the background? Okay. The person turn off the call instead. In the meantime, I know Sister Pinques, let me say this. I know you're genuinely hurt because, of course,
all of us are.
And all of us. Hold on. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
I would like to congratulate the opposition leader. He has done a great job. And the entire team watching you live online, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
My word to Jamaica tonight, you have voted. I hope what you voted for is what you get. But a word to the wife is sufficient.
There you go.
Because God is not a God of confusion.
Talk to them, sister.
Everything that happens in Jamaica tonight, they're going to pay the price.
That's no joke.
God of confusion, and I see judgment in Jamaica. I see judgment in Jamaica. People, watch it. Watch it. A lot of empty promises. Be careful. Jamaica, be careful. A lot of empty promises. Be careful. My God. My God. My tears and other tears will never go in vain in Jamaica. God is going to do something. And I hope and pray that the opposition leader ask for a recount. Ask for a recount. Don't leave it there. Mr. Golden, don't leave it there. God is going to show up in Jamaica and expose everything. Every primitive, every corner will be exposed. Judgment in Jamaica. I said judgment in Jamaica. Judgment. Wake up, Jamaica. You are sleeping too long. And it's time for you to wake up. God bless you. Thank you.
Blessings, my sister. Take care. And thank you for calling. Let us just go to Sister Pinques, and then we ask Melting Pot to close us out. Sister Pinques, all right, just give your take on the entire issue. We are all feeling that sort of burden, that sort of pain, because we want to put the country right into a nation building status. Hold on, a call is coming in. Yes, caller, you are on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead. Oh, my friend.
Yes, Mystic. What? Yeah, man. What I'm saying here now.
Yes.
I'm just using common sense right now. Based on how I see the counting was going on. All Mark Golding and the General Secretary and Damian Crawford need to do. Make certain they check out all of those polling stations and find out how much people vote and keep on have a check on it and see something is not right. Something is not right, because when I see Buchanan that run against Andrew Honis, and when we see, and in a lesser no time, we can see that him just come lead just like that. Because guess what happened? The electoral office should never in the prime minister office. The electoral office should be at a separate place.
And that is true.
So something tricky go on there. And
that is true.
I would like Mark Golding and the rest of guys them to check out these things. We want a recount over and check out things. These things don't land there.
All right.
It don't land right here. I don't think so. I want somebody to get in touch with, because I know those guys are brain box. Dayton Campbell and Crawford and the leader of the opposition. So I want them to check out things. This thing, though, I
All
don't
right.
14. No,
You have 30 seconds.
49.
Hold on, caller. You have 30 seconds to make your point because another caller is calling in.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. I'm finished now.
Yes.
It show me 49.5 to 50%. That's what they say the JLP win by.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm gonna listen to you, and then
All right.
over the weekend also we keep in touch though.
Okay. Blessings, my brother.
Okay, bro.
Yes, caller. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, caller. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Please go ahead.
My Sir Byron.
Yes.
Big up Rattigan, and the whole of the crew. Let's talk about the elections so far. I think what happened is this. I think the EOJ played a major part in the lower voter turnout because of how it started. The election process started this morning because I went out early. When I went over to St. Patrick Primary School, we had to line up and I had to wait about 15 minutes before I actually get in. When I go inside, in the polling station there, you have the EOJ workers there, and you still have to join another line and wait again.
Whoa.
Because they have technical. In honesty, some of the issues are technical issues, and I'm not blame them. Some are in my constituency. We were one of them that had to use the digital the electronic identification system. And what happened is that some of the men who actually smoke are those who work on construction site. It affected their fingerprints.
Yeah.
So when they scan, the system not picking up their fingerprints, so that delayed the process a lot. So what end up happening now is that you have other people who were outside waiting to come in and get fed up, and because they have work to go, and they left and go to work.
Wow.
And some of them might say, you know what, them now better go vote again. So that led to I believe, led to the low voter turnout. As it relates to the count in the Prime Minister's seat, this is not the first election this has happened. In the last 4 general elections, the same thing happened. And I always find it a mystery that this seat has always been the last seat to be declared. And I'm wondering why. It's not like the vote is coming from way up in the mountains. This is in the center of Kingston and St. Andrew, the center. So why is it that West Central St. Andrew constituency seat takes so long to count? It count up to a point, then it pause, and then all of a sudden you hear that the Prime Andrew Oldness win. In this situation now, what I see is that, as everybody else has said before, is that there's something wrong. I understand that you have stronghold in the constituency that some votes might be coming from a JLP stronghold, but I fail to believe that 2 boxes could give this man so much votes.
Yeah, that is something that needs to be looked into.
Yeah, from a lead of 100 votes, jump up to 1,000 odd. Something right about that. The next thing I want to ask Rattigan, what about the Magnitsky Act? How can we get Andrew Holness and these politicians be held responsible for what they have? Because right now, we're not sure, well, with the lead, the majority in Parliament shrunk now, maybe they can't do a lot of the
things that they were doing in the last 5 years.
Certainly not.
But right now, I'm not sure how it will work out. I'm here hoping that as Parliament reopens and the Integrity Commission report is read and we get the other 9 persons, if they are found guilty in that report, I believe all of them has to resign and step down, just like Dalrymple Philip Burt stepped down. If 10 of them